Milton Keynes, it's Sunday morning. It's the Great Electric Train Show.
Absolutely. Welcome
We are
back
here.
for another fun-packed day here on the TMC stand. I'm Jenny Kirk, and with me, as always, is the Covered Monkey. And we're going to be bringing you all of the goodies from the Great Electric Train Show. There's still plenty of bargains. And anybody who says, oh, all the bargains will have gone on Saturday, well, I can tell you now that I've been over and had a frisk of the trade. I've actually bought a Gronk, and I have seen items still at bargain prices, still on trade stands.
Absolutely.
I am actually, quite frankly, amazed that they haven't been bought yet. So come on down, grab yourself a bargain.
Think about it from this way. Everyone that's come here has price to sell.
Yes.
And they can't put everything out at once. But so of course they're going to have more.
But also, the other thing is, well, no, there's things that I saw yesterday that's still there, which I would have bought, except I've already got one. But some really hard-to-get rare items.
Yes.
So, like, the Model Rail magazine did a whole load of Satlink liveried wagons via Bachmann, and I've seen not one but two of the Queen Mary brake vans. I've seen one of the Well Troll wagons in Satlink livery, and also the Mogo van. And I'm quite frankly amazed that they're still there. There's some of the Bachmann Collectors Club triple back wagons, but also loads of special commission wagons. Back in the day, probably about 20 years ago, the Bachmann branch line range, a lot of retailers commissioned their own wagons back when RRPs were a lot lower. And there's a lot of these really hard to find wagons available for £10 and under. Quite frankly, you'd normally pay more than that for second-hand main range items. So it really is well worth coming if you are in a position to. We've already seen DJ K.
DJ K 666.
So great to see him.
Good man, so good to see him again.
And also we've got some of the Weir Yard signs. These proved incredibly popular last year. We've saved some from yesterday where they went quickly. This has been done for us very kindly by West Hill Wagon Works, which incidentally is one of the traders that you can use your Monday Club badge discount with. Have signed up a whole load of new traders. They'll come on stream later this week, but at the moment at the show, TMC The Model Centre are offering 5% off to Monday Club badge wearers at time of purchase. West Hill Wagon Works are offering 10% off on any orders over £20. Warworld Scenics 10% off, and also Modelu 10% off scans as well. They're here as guests of Hornby, so you'll find them on part of the Hornby stand.
Just look for the giant Star Trek transporter, because that's their scanning machine, and it's,
to be honest,
the technology they've got is superb. It's like seconds. And
can I just say, it reminded me a lot more of those Saint-Tropez tanning spray tan booths. We've got and the Great Electric Train Show has just laid a Craig, so it's great to see you. Hello. I know that
we haven't got the camera on, Craig. Don't worry.
Yeah,
so we're looking overhead to see what's going on in the
world. Right, you can come on, Craig. Come back.
Would you like to come in?
Come back. Look who's back.
This is Craig. Back again.
Yep, there you go.
Horse.
So we've got some great interviews coming up as well throughout the day. Hopefully,
have you got any spare slots for interviews?
Any spare what?
Slots for interviews.
Yeah, who have you got in mind?
If you want,
Modelu.
Yes,
yeah, that'd be great.
Harrison will be happy to come over and spot to them now.
Brilliant.
So,
thank you
what
so
time
much.
would you want them?
Well, I tell you what.
Obviously, being busy.
We're hoping to line up Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts at 10. However, he did say that if he was really busy, he might not be able to come until later. Okay. So what I would suggest actually is go and grab him now.
Go and grab him with a
Go and grab him now. Go and grab him now. So we're getting with Chris from Modelu. This is great. This is
amazing. But we're going to before we do that, let's have a quick intro. Roll VT.
Welcome to the Monday Club, your online model rail club for all the news, gossip, layout tours and more with your host, broadcaster and model maker, Jennifer Kirk.
The Monday Club is proudly sponsored by TMC The Model Centre. Check them out at themodelcentre.com. The website features extensive stocks of new models as well as selective pre-owned items where you can track down that bargain you've always wanted. Pre-order with confidence all of the forthcoming models from all the manufacturers. TMC also offer a renumbering and renaming service so you can get the exact identity of locomotive that you want. Why not also check out their value weathering, or go for something incredibly special with their bespoke service where you can choose from a more extensive weathered look right through to custom graffiti either off the peg or to a design of your choice. Check out TMC today at themodelcentre.com and start your model journey. So, a big hello, welcome back. So Chris from Modelu, we're hoping to have at 10:30. We're also trying to snag Richard Brighton, but as you can appreciate,
Elusive Richard Brighton.
it's very elusive. He says I want to be interviewed, but
Hey! Always on message.
ow!
Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yeah.
You can look at that at Newcastle, can't you? Because I know what the heck.
Sorry.
Pudge up.
I've got no peripheral vision, man.
So we're going to kick off with a surprise interview with Pete. Dun, dun, dun. Pete.
On the case.
Yeah, be careful you don't knock that over. I've had visions yesterday actually. I was interviewing Lawrence Robbins and he lay back on the case and I could see it going.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and
Don't worry, it's all engaged.
no, it's not. There's some lovely models.
You take that back.
Now,
So, there.
I need payment first. Where's my Monday Club badge? Because my daughter prints my one.
Oh, right.
Badge, where have you put them, Jan?
Oh,
Where have you put them?
I've got some in my bag.
I think you've got the only ones that are left, man.
She's pinned it on a Hall of Fame of heroes of
Oh, I have actually.
transgender
Yeah,
issues.
I've got the bag of badges. So yeah. So of course you can buy these from us today. £5 a badge, and it opens up access to a whole range.
Saves you thousands of pounds if you spend thousands of pounds.
Yes.
Well, actually,
Yeah, if you do.
up at the Statfold Barn event, Sawyer's Models is up there. They're one of the retailers offering the discounts. And he says that there's some people who are making out like bandits.
I bet they were.
With the discount and stuff.
That's rude.
And you think, West Hill Wagon Works is another one. They're offering 10% on orders over £20. So,
It's easy to spend 20 quid on that.
and the catenary range.
Proper gentleman there at West Hill.
Oh yeah, but the catenary, they've got the early woodhead style catenary, and it's the stuff that everything puts together with magnets, so you can knock it and it doesn't break it.
I'm going to bully them about where's the TT120 catenary they promised me for my ice train.
And they probably say, well, you know what? Bring another 499 of your mates and we'll talk.
That's easily done, isn't it, gang?
Yeah.
There's enough of the peachy massive out there for that.
Yeah.
They're massive.
There's me
Massive in the house.
Right.
There we go.
I was trying to save you
There we go.
a TT120, one of the.
I've got one. A weird yard.
Excellent.
Or is this a Mark II?
No, it's
No, it's the
exactly
same
the
one.
same design. The TT120 ones
They
proved
went
very
really-
popular. They
really
went
popular.
yesterday.
Do you know why?
What?
It's because TT120
It is popular.
I have to admit, I am something of a convert to it. It is very nice.
First conversation
So, can you plug me in?
I had this morning with my colleagues in the TMC was
Sold out, isn't it?
we've sold more TT120 I think over the past few weeks than we have over the past 2 years. Now, is that a coincidence? Is that anything to do with the sale? Is it the fact that
I think the sale helps.
To be fair, the sale-
I'm on the team? I don't know.
The sale is helping people to think, why don't I give it a try?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. You're completely right.
And I think people are trying it and quite liking it.
Yeah, and it's the what I found remarkable, or maybe
Sorry.
not surprising for me because I'm a fan of it, but one thing I'm finding a real pleasant and remarkable is the fact that when I did this 2 years ago, West Hill Wagon Works had a little patch about this big
Yeah, I mean they've grown really well.
of TT120,
Yeah.
and there was nothing else. And then last year, okay, so Mike and the gang at Hornby magazine done the great little layout they've got there.
Yeah.
Is it, something the bridge, isn't it?
That's actually on display
here, isn't
in the other hall. There's like bar 3 or something they call it.
And Westall Wagon Works, this thing had got a bit bigger, and Modelu were talking about what happened to bring TT onto their scale. But you really, and you know, there was lots of people around talking about the fact they're interested in it and want to do bits. And Martin at World War Scenics was you know really saying, you know, look, hey guys, TT120, can we try the 1 and 2 mil glasses? They've got a massive colour range, and it was all very positive. And there was a lot of people who wanted to talk to me about it. You know, Mounts Models wanted to talk to me about it. Revolution Training
And they've
wanted
done
to talk to me about it.
they've done a load of special commissions.
That's
The Scenecraft range, so it's models that you'd be familiar with that have been done in Double O. They're doing TT120 specific version.
But there was a positive vibe last year.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there was a really, although there was, you know, people who don't come to the shows or only see things in the forums and saying, oh, there isn't anything. Well, actually, there was a lot of, I was received positively last year. This year, I've still got to finish walking around, but wow, it's
everywhere.
we feel accepted. You know,
Yeah.
it's.
And I think the
incredible.
problem was, what annoyed me was when it was first launched, there were people who were poo-pooing it before it even hit the shop.
Never poo-poo a poo-poo, because before you know who you are, you're surrounded by poo-poo.
And there's a very big risk of blowback, and you just end up covered in...
Blowback. Sneak.
Yeah, but...
Is there anybody talking to us today?
So, we've got Haunted Railway 1820 Jake. Welcome back. A-Gate Master 199. Hello to you. Jordan Hunter. The Stockton Flyer. Ryan Tune. Angus's Trains. Great to see you. Gosh, it's been a little while. How are you doing? Used to be a very, very regular in the Monday Club. I know with the time difference, that's always been tricky, because it was kind of meant tongue-in-cheek comment to when will Bachmann do TT120? Well, technically, Bachmann Scenecraft, they've done a special commission for Mounts Models, some of the Scenecraft buildings. Patrick Lang, hello to you. Spring Mills Yard, Indian and UK Railway Modelling says, I've created a hybrid Indian-British shelf layout. Check it out.
How you guys doing?
Stockton Flyer says hello. Barnabas Junction says, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. It's great to see you. Hope you're well. So we've got a good turnout. Actually, yesterday we live streamed for just under 7 hours, and we got like twice the number of views that the Monday Club normally gets. So it's turned out really well. We got some cameras up at the top of the TMC Tower.
And you had some great interviews yesterday. Martin Weaver, what a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
The way that he talks to us and is open about
Yes.
what the plans are and realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Then obviously, Martin from the Welsh Wizard, which is always fantastic and entertaining.
Yeah.
Even if you are,
Jen, Monday Club badge, please.
Oh right, yeah. Hold on.
if you are taking the Mickey out of the Welsh accent.
Oh, and
No, you won't take the Mickey out.
let me just. Zoe, do you want to pass some of these? Sorry.
We're
We're
give that out as well.
yeah, just hand out stuff. There is a bag of tissues in there. Don't hand them
But
out.
who have you got today?
So we've got Chris from Modelu, where we've got in at 10:30. We're hoping to have Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts, Ben Jones from Heljan, and hopefully Howard is our booking agent. Howard here at TMC. I've said to him, see if you can snag Pete Waterman. I think that'd be great here in our little broom cupboard.
Yeah.
But actually, it's worked out really, really well. And we're going to try and get somebody from Cavalex along. They're just over here.
How about Richard from Curacao?
He I think he's scared of appearing on camera next to me. But certainly, I think we need to try and snag Patrick. Basically, I'll just send out.
Is Fran here or not? Or is
No,
he,
Fran's not here. I think he's on holiday.
Yeah, no, I know why. I tell you off camera.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about that.
Heard there was 2 for 1 on
No,
Guinness.
that's a really, really good thing. So,
All right, no worries.
So,
No worries. But yeah, no, we've got some great interviews lined up. Obviously, a lot of these people, they're also running stalls as well, stands. So it's very fluid
And
because
they've got to put their customers first who come here, but also
Yeah.
they do. I mean, they all know that Monday Club attracts a lot of people who are actually also customers. They just
yes.
yeah.
But it's the immediacy. When you're surrounded by people, you can't go, sorry, I can't deal with any here. I've got to go and touch the shed.
Have you found just rolling back a bit about that, this the TT120 and how it's expanded? Talking to people around here, I found that there's a lot of people who never been to a show before because they're complete newbies, or they've not been in the hobby for 20, 30 years.
Yeah, and it's something that actually Martin was saying about that TT120 has done really well at attracting new people into the hobby, which is very important. And I've just been talking to Carl Hart at Hornby over on the stand before we came on air, and we're all in agreement that actually the thing that is really important is having models that get new people into the hobby, because if you don't get new people into the hobby, then the hobby does slowly die out. And one of the things that Hornby have is they've got railroad range, the just little 040, the pocket rocket type things, but they're £15 on the stand. And some of the established modelers sort of turn their nose and go, "Oh, what? That's rubbish." And it's like, no, it's not for
But there's
you.
such a small proportion of the
Yeah,
of the
and that the whole thing is, and Hornby are quite honest about this. Those railroad little 040 pocket rockets, these sort of Smoky Joe type things, there's a whole range of them. It's like they're not for serious modelers. The whole point of them is the pocket money prices to get young people into the
get
hobby.
people hooked into it. To get people
Exactly,
attracted into it.
because if you don't hook them when they're like 3-4 years old, that's it. You've lost them. They'll find a different hobby.
And they know. I mean, a lot of these retailers all know that there's almost like a cycle. Not everybody gets a train set when they're 4 and that's the only hobby they have for the rest of their lives. They know the people coming in and out of this hobby, but to bring them back in, you've got to make it attractive, or you've got to make it accessible.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why the HM7000 is so
we talked a lot about that, and it's about I liken HM7000 to that moment with PC computing when people went from DOS to Windows. And with DOS, you needed to know all of the commands. You needed to know how to actually do setup drive, and it was a chore. It was a faff, and it was like nerd time. You needed to know all the /R,
all
/W.
that information transfer. I don't think of it as a disability, but I am severely dyslexic, and I have real struggle with that kind of information transfer. I've had to develop strategies throughout my life to be able to cope with that so I can succeed, and I have, and it's fine. But when I look at that screen and it's a picture of the mallard or whatever locality,
there's no messing about it. You know what it is.
It's got a word that says horn,
Yes.
brakes.
But it's accessible, and like anybody who's used, from my point of view, an NCE, but also things like Gauge Master, all of these other systems, they're actually quite nerdy because you've got a handset,
And fantastic.
Yes, they're very powerful.
Incredible.
Just like stuff like DOS, you could do a lot with DOS, but you needed to know how it all worked, and that made it very inaccessible and very unforgiving to people maybe who are not confident in that thing. All they want is a nice pretty GUI and a little paper clip that goes, "Oh, I see you're trying to honk the horn on your locomotive, can we help you?" But HM7000, it puts the GUI there, the graphical user interface that makes it accessible. And it's not just about pressing the right button for the horn or for having the trip cops go off.
Yeah.
But when you try and program CVs, with something like an NCE or a Gauge Master or whatever, you had to do this awful calculation. It's like, well, if you want your loco to go the other way, add this number. If you wanted to do this, add that. And it was like there was maths involved, and you never quite knew that you were putting the right number in or not. And whereas with the HM7000, you go in and it's like tick boxes.
Yeah.
And essentially it's a case of, here's the tick boxes. Like, do you want your loco to do this, 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 and this? Tick the boxes. It takes care in the background, just like Windows does. It takes care of the nuts and bolts.
A really clever thing about it, though, is unlike, I don't know, there's been historically a sort of feeling that Hornby does something that excludes everyone else. and there's been a little bit of digging about the fact that these aren't an open source Bluetooth and that people can't do their own sound files. But there are reasons behind that. And they are a business and they're not a charity.
Can I just
but
say?
I want to know. Let me finish my bit first.
Oh, no, that's fine.
What I think is really, really cool about HM7000, particularly for decoders, is that this is not a waste of money if that's your entry into DCC.
No.
If you want to go beyond that and have computer-controlled information, you want to expand that digital control of your model world. These can very easily, via the free app, be swapped back to DCC mode and not Bluetooth. So people can start off with a HM1000 on a phone, on an iPad, have a little play. They can either continue, as I have done, using that and using the accessories that you can control from like the HM610, or you can take your next step in the development of your hobby and actually move on.
But
to
they're
higher-end
also,
systems.
I mean, they're fully NMRA compliant. They are just they're a budget DCC sound decoder that's like half the price of a Zemo or an ESU.
Budget price? I wouldn't say budget quality.
No, they're a high quality but budget price.
Yeah.
You get two HM7000 easily for the price of one ESU or Zemo. And the thing about those are, when you buy something like an ESU or a Zemo, unless you've got all the gear and the sound files, it's locked to the sound file that you have put on it when you buy it. With the HM7000, you can just like chop and change. And that library is getting bigger and bigger. But I do know, it's not a secret, it has been factored in. Hornby want to expand the ecosystem for the sound files so that third parties, as long as they actually, there's a certain,
I didn't get that out of them in my interview on Friday.
so they are looking to sign up trusted suppliers of sound, and what will happen is that they will then be able. I don't know. Ask.
We should ask him. I've seen him wandering around on your overhead view.
Oh, have you? Yeah. But essentially, the idea is that trusted vendors would then be able to format the sound files to work on a HM7000, and they'd almost have almost like an app store storefront where you can go, actually, I want a Terrier sound file. This vendor does one, and you pay a fee. So it's not like offering them for free like the Hornby ones are. But there would be a vendor, and they say, we've got a sound file for a Terrier, we've got a sound file for an 8F, we've got a sound file for X, Y, and Z. Here it is, and you pay a nominal fee to download and use that. So
hello, Jenny. Jennifer Horton's in.
Hello, Jennifer Horton. So when I returned to the hobby 5 years ago after a gap of 25 years, you don't look old enough to have had a gap of 25 years. Seriously, when I first said, I would have placed you in late 20s. So you spoke to like I have no idea. If you turn around and say, did you know I'm 74? It's like, well, I tell you what, I need whatever you use on your skin because you look amazing. So when I returned to the hobby 5 years ago after a gap of 25 years, shocked by the changes in standards. When I left, grass was painted sawdust. Now we have static grass. Yes, and we talked to Martin Rees about that yesterday. What a game changer that's been for the hobby.
We answer Spring Mills Yard because I know we can answer it.
Spring Mills Yard, Indian and UK Railway Modelling says, anyone knows a Next 18 decoder that can fit a DCC Concepts Stay Alive? I do. All Zen decoders, but Next 18 is... Well, there is...
Right, okay, so there is. So I did some work with... Richard Brighton with DCC Concepts. We utilised. I said I wanted to find one of their Stay Alives that we worked with TT120. I took one of his AE Stay Alives that are already compatible with HM7000. They've already produced that already. You can do a review on it. Took the components apart. Just used two caps. Put it all back together again with extended leads. They've now to put it into production. I think we do a TMC special pack version as well. So Spring Mills Yard, you need to look at. You can either look at the TMC or look at DCC Concepts directly. Look at their AE range of Stay Alives, and there's a micro one. It looks like a weird little thing with three. Yeah,
it'd be like a Y-shaped thing because it's got two capacitors, each on a fly lead, and then the little hood. And the beauty of that is because the locomotives that actually benefit the most from a Stay Alive have the least space in. And quite often, one of the most frustrating things when I've been trying to put stay alives and locos is you'll have lots of little nooks and crannies, but none of them is big enough for the full stay alive. But what you've done is you said, well, these components don't have to be attached together by anything other than a wire. So we've got a gap there. That's big enough to put one of the capacitors. There's a gap there. That's big enough to put one of the other capacitors. There's a gap here. Control button. So you can better make use of what limited space is available. Do you want a can of Coke?
Oh, fine. So something some people have already said. This isn't new. Well, yes, there have been plenty of people who've been offering separate caps, separate board, and wires for you then to hardwire them on.
The voodoo of soldering.
That involves a lot of soldering. You need to solder 2 leads to your decoder.
Yeah.
You need 2 leads to the board, from the board to the caps, and some people are that confident.
A lot of people are not, and even people who are reasonable at soldering. Yes.
We have a man called Chris, who I believe Peachy knows.
Oh wow.
Wondering, can we slide an extra guy in?
What we'll do is. There's not enough room for 3 people. But if we,
I'll come outside and have a chat with you in a moment.
Yeah,
that's okay.
So,
I was thinking if Jen slides out, you slide over.
Big Gary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, okay. Well, actually,
Gary is a YouTuber.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do a bit of musical chairs. So you slide to here. If you slide on there, and then I'll leave you to interview.
Come on in.
And
I'll interview
I'll
you.
just
Come on,
gurn
Gary.
at you from. So
Come on, Gary, you're going to sit there. Come on. Right, everyone, you may or may not be familiar with this gentleman. You got your back.
Gary, it's good to have new faces. That's what.
I don't like this.
Gary,
it is a bit cramped, but
I didn't mind that. I mean,
no,
I'm
you'll be
looking at them. It's like they're TT 120, are they?
So Gary Hall is quite infamous for, I think, producing about 2,000 locos in about 3 months.
Blimmin' heck! I'm looking at
It's non-stop.
that Class 03 at the top. I love that.
It's a Graham Parish chassis with longer wheels, longer axle.
Can we show it on the camera?
Yeah.
And so it's got a Shunter's Max truck. So the camera's just up there.
So this is Gary now. Are these Lincoln Loco bodies, Gary?
Yes.
So Gary's he is a prolific converter of Lincoln Locos. It's obviously your history was in the old TT, wasn't it?
Yes. 3 mil.
3 mil. Big fan and a big adopter of TT 120. I've got to show this. Big adopter of TT 120, but also really keen at the scratch building. And this is another Lincoln Loco body, isn't it?
Yes, on a Class 50 chassis.
This is the Hornby's TT 120 chassis. It's excellent work, very well done. This is what a Curious Girl should be doing for us. And I'm going to be going over to speak to a Curious Girl and say, "Come on!" before Gary steals your thunder.
When are you going? Because I'll go over with you.
Well, I've got to do some. I've got some because I'm obviously working for the TMC. I've got some bits and bats for them, but no, so we've got some cracking stuff there, Gary. What are these?
This is a Royal Scot.
Yeah. Let's show the roll stuff there. Are you going to be running these today?
I don't know.
They're
non-DCC, only DC.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Put it go that way with it. There you go backwards. Absolutely superb work. And these are all 3D printed bodies, aren't they?
That's a 3D printed body with an A1 chassis,
Yeah.
Duchess valve gear and cylinders.
Oh, so you've actually...
I had to buy a Duchess, remove the cylinders and the valve gear, just to put on here.
Excellent work. There are a lot of people who aren't confident enough to do that, but...
That's peppercorn A2.
Yeah.
Because you can't screw these down.
So you've actually got
Peppercorn A2.
gravity fed on there at the moment. Another pepper, look at that. So these are all Lincoln Locos 3D printed, but onto TT120 chassis, but with a little bit of fanning about as well, because
They're 3D printed.
Yeah.
They
And
do not
then, and then finish.
Oh my goodness. Oh, 3D printers come on in such leaps and bounds.
Hasn't it just? Gary's got he's got a TT120 YouTube channel as well.
Excellent.
That's how we know each other.
Excellent.
Right. I've got to go and do a bunch of things, Harry.
Yeah.
So, but before I shoot off and you go to wherever you're supposed to be going, have you got any plans? And what do you think of the Martin snipping out that we're going to have a new starter set, which means a new simpler
I
chassis?
like the idea.
Yeah.
You know, I can't wait to see what it is and see what I might be able to make it into.
I'm hoping that it's either pannier, Great Western pannier, because I know that's quite a simple one for graphics, which is the thing that costs a lot of money, or a little 040. And I think that gives us two new options for chassis.
Yeah,
and it gives you an opportunity to make another 100 locos.
thanks. Yeah, the 040 could be quite limited to me because there wasn't that many steam locos around. One or two, but I would prefer a 6-wheel chassis. And I was just talking to Carl and I'm waiting for the J50. I have 6 on order. I've already got and I've got plans for 2 of them. 2 of the days they are, and the other 2 I'll see what I can do with them once I've got them. But before the price increase, I thought I better get them on pre-order so that I'm waiting for them.
Yeah, I'll put reminded the moment they appeared, bang, straight in. Right, anyway, listen, we've hogged the Monday Club for too long.
You're always welcome, both of you. Definitely.
Let's step that way and we'll have a quick chat.
Have a good day. Thanks so much for coming up.
Cheers, Zoe. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show that never ends. We are here all day, guys. So who's in the chat? Let's see who we got. We have Haunted Railway 1820. How you doing, guys? Jordan Hunter, Spring Mills Yard, Railway Days, the Stockton Flyer, Martin Parkinson, Richard Gruters. Do we have anyone else? Jeherick, Jennifer Horton.
Oh, we had
Patrick
Angus's
Lynn.
Trains was in.
Oh, excellent. Name
Angus's
Whitey,
Trains.
Angus's
Oh, hold
Trains.
on. I'm doing good today. Sorry I missed your comment earlier. I'm doing good. Just life has been busy, which means I haven't watched live, but I always watch the live streams on Catcher.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent. I keep looking at everything but the camera.
And we have a quick question here from Haunted Railway, who says, Jenny, as I've got a friend there, could I get a weir yard sign? I will put one aside for you. I'll put one aside for you.
I mean, they've gone really, really
There
well.
aren't many left.
Could you grab me my handbag?
I
There
could.
may be some.
I won't. I will.
What I'm
not
going to
that
do.
bad. Is it busy? It's pretty busy, yes.
Is my phone down there on charge?
Yeah, it's charging. Right.
So, I do still have. Oh, actually. Hello. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you.
Haunted Railway.
50.
I've got one here.
Oh,
I'm
that's
putting it
brilliant.
aside for
Thank you so
you.
much. Thank you.
So if your friend comes over and
Yeah, no,
says
I
says the
completely
art,
forgot
we'll give them
yesterday.
the thing for you. No problem at all.
Brilliant.
00. Yep, no problem. You've been hoarding. That's why I was saying to people who weren't on your left, you've had them in your bag, you little monkey. You cheeky monkey. Yee, what you like. Is it busier there today than yesterday? We expected it.
You're getting flashbacks.
I'm getting flashbacks to the club. Let's have a look now that we're asking about whether it's busy.
Let's have a
look and
look
see
from
how
the
it
top
is.
of the TMC Tower.
Live from the TMC Tower, it's the Great Electric Train Show. Where did that voice come from?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a bad
Gandalf? Oh, how many? So you sold the badge?
Yep.
Don't forget as well, we are expanding the Monday Club badge range. So, yeah, no, it's looking good. The range. No, sorry, I'm talking the scheme. So, I'm hoping to have, by the end of this week, 4 more well-known retailers be joining the scheme. And there may be a 5th one as well. I have been speaking...
You've been busy.
I've been speaking to it's not so much a shop as an attraction.
It's not so much a shop as an experience.
But we're talking about maybe getting concession pricing to get in.
Oh, that'd be
So we're just seeing about that. Yeah, Haunted Railway 1820 Jake says I'll get him to come over. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, we've got a couple of N-gauge
I've
and
got
a
it
load
down
of
side
double
for you,
O.
man.
Yeah, so they are here, ready and waiting. We do have Monday Club badges available at £5 each. and they access a whole range of discounts with retailers. I think it's four retailers here today that are doing the discounts. I feel Andy Sawyer's models are up at Statfold Barn, and I got a message last night to say that loads of people have been making full use of the Monday Club discount.
Has Statfold Barn been busy? Because I've only seen a few photos, and it looks like it was a really good event.
It looks like a good event, and I think it's been okay.
Excellent.
But I don't think it's been rammed. But you've got 2 shows on a weekend instead of 1.
Yeah. But to be honest with you, I kind of like it from that point of view. Some people can't get to one place, and some people can't get the other place. But there's options, and that I think is important, because we're all here to enjoy the hobby. So if you can get to somewhere and enjoy it, that's what I want to see.
Absolutely. So I'm just looking on the time. We're coming up to the time that hopefully we're going to get Chris from Modelu over. So all I will say is, at some point, you know where Modelu are, don't you?
Yeah, they're right next to Hornby. Do you want me to go and get them?
Do you want to go over and see if he's free? And then hopefully we can start up with the first of our... Well, we've done Peachy, actually. So
Peachy, and we've also...
they were really nice
talked
models.
to his friend Chris.
Yeah.
Did you see the quality of them?
Yeah.
Those were 3D printed.
They were really nice, actually.
3D printing is phenomenal. The way this has changed the hobby is... I can't think of another thing aside from mass production that has changed it that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the big areas of interest in the hobby, where things are definitely improving so much with technology.
Really is. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm actually, I've got my eyes are a bit napped, so I've got to get in close to the monitor. I'm just having a look, actually. I'd say it's busier today.
I think it is slightly busier.
We predicted this. Should we go to the other view?
We'll go to the other camera, yeah.
Camera 2, the top of the tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of people around.
So what you're seeing here
and
is...
what I love to see is families, people from all kinds of backgrounds, all together, enjoying the hobby. The hobby has never been in a better position. I genuinely believe that.
Absolutely. It is an amazing hobby. It's Ken Patterson. Big up to everybody in the What's Neat This Week posse. You're pointing at the camera, but that camera's not on. But big up to the What's Neat This Week posse. Great friend of the channel, Ken Patterson, and also James Regier as well. It is the best hobby in the world, the greatest hobby in the world. So many transferable skills that you pick up doing this, and it's great fun as well.
Right, I'm going to go and see if I can find
go and see if you can find Model U. I'm going to budge over one, and then we'll be all ready to rumble. So, whilst Zoe is finding Chris from Modelu, I'm just going to go and press some front flash. We've got some Monday clubbers, so I'm just going to go over and say hello. We've been shown a wonderful layout. And of course, taking to one of these on the other place. So we really open on absolutely great. It's the Western Wagon on the Jenny Kirk YouTube channel. All the lights on the side, painted up. It's double O model. That's right. I've got a few. Yeah, no, you want two? Three? It's like what I've got here. Double O. A couple of engagements, but they're not really scale specific. It's basically small, medium, or large size. Fine. No worries.
No, well, part of that's what you did.
No worries. Oh, you're right. Oh,
Touch you as well. Yeah. Shared with you.
Yeah, come on in. That's other time.
There we are.
So, welcome to the broom cupboard. So, I've got it's Chris, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Chris from Modelu, and we're just going to bring up on the screen. We've got the view from the top of the TMC Tower at the moment. I think it's busier today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
There was some.
There's still plenty of space for like walking around. It's not.
Yeah, I was saying this yesterday because I think last year it got too busy, and you know, and people say like, can a model rail show be too busy? And actually, I think it was because it was very difficult to see layouts because you'd have to work your way through the crowd, and then you'd only see a little bit of a layout, and then if you wanted to see the other end of the layout, you had to make your way out, and that becomes quite time consuming and quite tedious. So I think that actually it's a much better atmosphere this year than last year because there is enough room to move around, but it's busy enough. You know, there's good footfall, there's good trade, and so you're over with the your guests of Hornby.
Yes.
And you've got your scanning booth at the Hornby. And has that had a brisk trade for you there?
Yeah, it's been quite steady. We've had some very interesting conversations already this weekend. So yeah, watch this space with future announcements, effectively.
Oh right. So the range will be expanding.
Yeah.
And of course, there's you've got a huge range on your website, and any figure can be printed in any number of different scales. So essentially, people pick a scale. So what's the smallest scale you can do?
So we go down to American end gauge. So that's 1 to 160. So slightly smaller than the British.
Slightly more smaller than N. And so is that down to the realms of Z, or is that still quite a bit bigger than Z?
We haven't had any requests. But like we do print wraps off in N gauge, and they are tiny.
Yeah, an N gauge. I mean, they'd be just a dot.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I've got rabbits on my layout in 00, and you have to really work to see them. So I can imagine rats would be really small.
Copenhagen Field bought some of our rabbits for N gauge. So
wow, yes.
Somewhere on there, I believe the rabbits should now be homed.
And it's actually an interesting because it's 2mm, but it's one of those layouts. The more you look, the more you see, and I guess that's perfect for those kind of products because it gives such a depth to the detail that you never get bored of looking at these layouts when you've got things like N-gauge rats. I mean, that's just incredible. But you've also on your website you've got a section for YouTubers.
I do, yes.
And
so it's been quite popular of late.
Yes,
extra editions.
I mean, I'm sure you say the same to all the YouTubers that, like, oh yes, your figure's sold really well. But you told me that my figure was actually a really good seller.
Yeah, currently the highest selling YouTuber in our range.
That's right. And the Cupboard Monkey as well is a new addition to the range. You said that's been selling quite strongly as well.
Yeah, out of the YouTubers collection, I believe that last time I looked,
She's gone bright red.
was the highest selling of the new additions to the site.
Excellent. But we were talking about this last night, and we think it's because it's a female figure with a camera. So actually, I think a lot of people
with camera.
So a lot of people might be buying it as a female photographer figure rather than like Cupboard Who.
Yeah. To be honest with you, if I'd thought about it, it's actually a good marketing opportunity.
Yeah. And what are your most popular scales that people most tend to go for?
So 00's the most popular one with us at the moment. But obviously, with the emergence of TT, we're almost trying to get our name out that everything in our range can be printed in TT.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are just about to change over our website. At the moment, not everything is selectable in TT, even
Right.
if it can be printed in TT. So it's just a big procedure.
Yeah.
So
But you actually got up to quite big. I was quite surprised that you could print. Was it up to
112.
112. I mean, because that's quite big. If you print a person in 112, is that so like remember the Royal Dalton figurines? Is it that kind of size?
so they're about that. So
That's quite an
people have used it for like dolls' houses or wedding cake toppers is another one people have
I
started
never
using
thought
this
that, but
for.
now you've said that, actually, that is like, yeah. Oh, wow, it's just a shame that we're not young and thin anymore. Otherwise, we could have ourselves scanned in our wedding dresses. I think there's probably quite a growing area in the business. Yeah.
Because now we've obviously gone to the big scanner instead of the handheld scanner. Now
Yes.
means we can scan pets as well. We've had quite a few
Yes.
dogs scanned recently.
Because I remember when I got scanned, you had the handheld one, and you had to kind of basically strike a pose, and it was there where you, as you were trying to keep as still as possible, that you started to reevaluate
Your life choices.
It's like, actually, this pose was not a good idea to pull because like keeping this steady for a while is really hard. And that means as well, you could have situation where you could have people almost like jump, and you could can you scan them in the air, or is it
We've not actually tried it yet, but there is a setting on the camera. So generally we say a scan takes 3 seconds, but there's a setting on the CAT system so we can actually speed that up for situations like that. It's just we've been really busy and not fully been able to test that side yet.
I'm just kidding, because I mean that might be an interesting. You could have almost like a figure frozen in a moment of time, jumping off a wall or something.
Yeah.
Are you trying to do a model of the stock market 1928?
No. But also, I mean, I believe you work with Dan Everson, isn't it, for having
so
figures
he's
painted
our
as well?
recommended figure painter.
Yeah.
He does marvelous work with figures.
Absolutely, yeah, because he's here today at the show, and he's showing off some of the stuff. He's done some amazing modelling. But he's an incredible figure painter, and for people who may be not confident enough to paint their own figures, then they're able to for an extra fee get Dan to do it, and you'll actually then send the figure direct to Dan. He'll paint it, and then he will send it on to the end customer. So it sort of takes all the hassle out of doing that. It's just a case of pay the extra fee and tick a box.
So
and it happens.
Dan's payment fee is only when the figures are ready to be paid as well. So it also splits the payment up quite nicely. If
I'm with you. So
we don't take a fee for his
second,
service.
so it's a second payment that they will do direct with Dan.
Yeah.
But I mean, the results speak for themselves. He was showing me some of his figures, and it's like, how do you paint that detail so crisply? But talking about painting, actually, you can also now print in colour.
Yeah. So I've got this one to show you. So this is an O gauge printing colour.
So this is O gauge, and I'm going to see if I can. Unfortunately, the camera doesn't focus close up very, very well. But that's printed in colour. So this hasn't been painted. Let me just move it away from the text.
I thought you painted it.
Yeah.
No, you won't be able to see on the camera, but look at the pattern on her shoes.
Oh yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's got a black and white check pattern, and it's so crisp. Because I mean, the technology is moving along. So here's your wristwatch as well.
So at what point did you steal the replicator from Star Trek?
But I mean that is just so crisp.
Oh, sorry.
But I mean that is so crisp that I mean that looks like it's been painted by actually a very skilled painter.
Yeah, you can see the tattoo on her arm there.
I was wondering about that.
goodness.
I mean, you would never be able to replicate that as well as that with painting for most people, certainly. And I mean, because I think the first ones that I saw that were printed in 3D, you did the figures for Tipfield Thunderbolt for Rapido, and they were a little bit on the grainy side, but the technology is moving so quickly that if it had said, "Oh yeah, this is look at how amazing job our painter did on this," I'd have been like, your painter is really good, but that's actually printed in colour.
Yeah.
It's
And
amazing.
how much extra would that cost over just having a regular print?
So the grey figure in O gauge is £7.95, whereas in colour it's £19.95. So it's an extra £12.
But I mean, when
But
you
it's
look at
worth
that, because you'd have to pay a decent rate to have it professionally painted anyway.
Yeah.
But that is just perfect.
So obviously Dan charges £10.50 for the painting service.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's, one of the, it's similar price-wise.
But I mean, the detail on that. I mean, I think Dan had struggled to get the tattoo on the arm and the check pattern on the shoes.
Yeah.
Because it's so crisp. It is perfect. And I always say to people that the 3D printing, the scanning and printing technology, this is the future we're living in. This is where Star Trek replicators started. So you look at Star Trek and they can replicate a Stradivarius violin and stuff, and you think, oh, this is all sci-fi. No, we're living in the sci-fi future. It's already here, and it's moved on so quickly. I mean, I remember probably 10, 15 years ago, when 3D printing was sort of first starting to break into the mainstream, and it was like you could see the stratifications where it printed, and they would all be a little bit sort of looking like that Picasso had some kind of involvement. But it's come on so quickly, and like with your going from the handheld scanner to the booth now, I mean, these advances, where do you see this technology going?
So one thing we are looking at is getting our own in-house colour printer. But yeah, it's one of those where 2 years ago when I started working for Alan at Modelu, I didn't expect to be where we are now. So to try and predict where we'll be in another 2 years' time.
So
is
even
impossible.
working in the industry, you're still amazed at how much the technology moves. And-
So obviously we do the colour figures for Acura scales locos as well.
yes.
So it's one of those. Each batch we've done for them has got better than the one before.
Yes.
So we've improved our technology, but we've also changed the company we use for printing them, and it's just slowly getting better and better. And
But it seems to be getting better very quickly. Looking at that figure, if like I said before, if you hadn't have said that was printed in colour, I would have just assumed a very skilled painter had painted that. It is so crisp, and it actually brings out the wealth of detail that the 3D scan is actually getting at the figure.
Yeah.
Because I think when they're in grey, sometimes it's easy to not see. You're not seeing the light and the dark, the shadows that a real person would cast with their clothes and stuff. But that printing in colour is bringing out all of that in a way that would actually be really difficult to replicate. Painting it.
sorry, you've got someone questioned about existing scans in colour. So the old scanner didn't pick up colours anywhere near as well.
So that's the one that was
compared to-
handheld that
yeah.
you would kind of sort of go around wafting over the top right.
So unfortunately, the colours just aren't as good on there. But anyone who's had a scan since the NEC in November last year would be able to have that printed
Do you
in
have
colour.
it done in the spray?
in the sprayer booth.
Yeah, that was at Key Model World when
Yeah.
you had your scan.
So
that would
so
be able to
does
be
that mean
printed
that
in
so
colour.
the cupboard monkey you could actually have printed in colour? So is there an option on the website?
Not yet.
So
Hold fire on that one.
hold fire on that one. So watch this space. You may be able to get a full colour cupboard monkey.
You won't want one, but you may be able to get one.
So that means I need to get myself re-scanned, and I want to strike a different pose. At the time, I thought it was really clever holding the spade, but with hindsight, it kind of limits the applications.
Yes.
Although I have seen some very funny applications where people have done all sorts of them, and this is the thing as well. A lot of the figures you can get quite creative, and I've seen myself turned into a Roman charioteer. It's that print, but they've changed it. I've had people where they've taken the shovel and they've turned it into a broom, so it looks like I'm sweeping the floor and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just really impressed with almost like it's a jumping off point to further creativity, which I really like. In a way that if you buy ready-made figures, it's a very limiting range and you just, you're stuck with what the manufacturers make molds for. But with these, it's quite literally, if you want a figure that's doing a very specific thing, you just get yourself along to an event where you've got your scanning booth, and it's like, I need somebody who looks like they're putting things on a shelf, or painting a wall, or climbing a ladder. You just get that, and there it is.
Yeah, so we always have a tape measure and stuff with us at events as well. So if you effectively know exactly where you need your arm, we've got poles and all sorts with us, so we can mimic
So you can
the
work it
height,
out.
so you can have
Do you
it.
still have props as well?
Yeah, we've got a collection of props with us. This weekend, people have just wanted to be scanned as they are, so no one's chosen the shovel. Yeah,
Yeah, from experience, the shovel is quite heavy.
but now you only need to hold it for 3 seconds.
There is that.
So now it's actually a really quick.
So you can actually make yourself your own locomotive crew. You could be you can actually. I suppose people could come in and scan themselves in all the different poses, and they could be the entire train crew.
So-
Be clones of themselves.
Yeah, someone yesterday had themselves scanned in 3 different poses.
Uh-huh.
They want to slowly populate the whole layout with just themselves. So
That is so
where,
cool.
where it used to be really hard to hold a walking pose for a couple of minutes,
Yeah.
now you only hold it for 3 seconds. So effectively you got them to walk in, just be stopped mid-walk.
Strike a pose.
So he's going to have himself walking in a few places on his layout and all sorts. So
Well, it just shows the kind of, you're really limited only by your imagination. And also, if people want to be scanned in, say, like period costume and stuff, they can do. So you could come dressed up in oldie worldy army uniforms, Victorian attire, that kind of thing, and you can tailor it to the period model. And I'm
Or it's
guessing
a point as well, if we've already got a figure in the range, we can actually put your head on a figure that's in the range already. So you could actually be, if you're like, that's what I want, but if it's a certain
So it's
period
like-
costume that
it's
you've
like-
got no access to.
I want my head on a thin body.
Yeah. Harrison's an absolute whiz with the edits. I've currently left him with the scanning.
Wow.
So
But
presumably
effectively
you've
he
got
can-
like a library of various historical costumed people that you can then sort of insert people into.
Yeah, so it's something we need to work through. Effectively, our archives of we've got loads of scans that are yet to see light of day, just
I can
due to
imagine.
time restraints and everything.
Yeah, I can
so-
imagine. I can imagine. I know, presumably as well. If you're anywhere where there's, like, say at the NEC, sometimes they have a sci-fi and fantasy convention next door. People will traipse in dressed as stormtroopers and stuff to be scanned. Do you have like some wackier figures, say, in your range? If people want something slightly humorous, tucked away, a little humorous cameo, do you have things like that they're able to get from the website?
Trying to think for humorous. Probably not an awful lot of humorous ones.
You haven't got
Um,
anybody dressed as a stormtrooper then?
Due to licensing,
Due to licensing, no.
Fair enough.
we did
licensing
have
reasons.
someone scanned at Swindon Comic Con in a stormtrooper thing. And
Right.
it looks fantastic. We've actually printed one out in colour for the office
I can
because it
imagine.
looks absolutely fantastic. It's got-
Actually, that 1/12 scale would be like really, really nice.
Yeah.
yes.
But it's all sorts of ideas for things to do, and again, like I said, limited only by imagination. And what shows are you doing the rest of this year? Where can people find you?
For the rest of it, we've only got one more show for 2024.
You're doing
The NEC show in November, so run by BRM magazine.
the one
That's our last one for the year.
Warnerly, we've started
Yes.
calling it. So it's on the weekend that used to be the Worley show, but it's not Worley. It's been run by Warner's. So I thought this would be a good show. And you'll have the scanning booth, but you also will have stock on sale.
Yeah, we'll have a
there.
range of stock on sale there, and there's something else we're due to be doing, but yet to be announced. So I'll pass that on as soon as
Excellent,
everything's
that's great.
confirmed.
And also
but
a
there's-
huge thank you as well, because we did a competition with you as well.
Yeah.
And so somebody won a free, was it a free,
SHGP Media.
SHGP Media one, that was the scan and the figure. So thank you so much for that. It's incredibly generous. It went down really, really well. And I'm sure that if they haven't already been to be scanned, then I'm sure that they will be along at one of the shows, and looking forward
They're
to seeing
here
the
to get
results.
it scanned today.
Are
I
they?
saw them.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh right,
Yeah.
so that's good. So looking forward to seeing that.
Absolutely.
But look, thank you so much for your time.
No worries
and
at all.
always
What I
been
wanted to before I shot was these are some TT Seagulls.
TTC.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
So they are digitally sculpted. We didn't steal a
Yeah,
seagull into
I was
the box or anything.
thinking
Amazing.
seagulls would probably
Feel
be
free to get them out the packet if you wish though. And then there's border collies in that one.
Oh wow.
Oh my.
And of course, I mean, one of the other things as well
Have
is
a look
that,
at that.
you can use, you can mix and match scales a little bit. If you want,
Yeah, 'cause they could be smaller dogs.
smaller things and bigger things.
Yeah, it's a really easy way to do force perspective.
Yes.
Because
wow.
where all of our things are scanned
So
or created in 1-to-1 scale, if you wanted, you could actually have these seagulls printed in 1/110th, say, and have it at the very front of your layout, and have them
Yeah.
slightly bigger for.
But I mean, also one of
Border
the things
collies.
is
Oh my
people come in
goodness.
all shapes and sizes, so
Yeah.
it's possible to, I guess, mix close scales
Those are
together
amazing.
to give you a bigger variety of sizes on your layout as well. I know I've seen a lot of people that use HO figures mixed in with 00. Because there's, people come in all sizes and stuff. And DC120s is very well-dressed children.
So just a reminder that as in previous years,
The other thing is as well, all of our from real people. So they are. We try and get them to be prototypical for the period they were.
Yeah.
So say our 009 crews are never me. My belly is a bit too big for that.
Yeah.
So we always try and do it. So we've got reference pictures. We try and copy them as much as possible.
Yeah, so I've seen when you see the small England, they're not very generous with the cab doors.
No.
I think, I'm not entirely sure I'd actually get into the cab of one of those.
No. So that was a fun day of scanning.
so
So we made up a frame of how big the cab door was, and actually had to try and pose in that, and then take a frame away and get the scan done.
Yeah.
So
Oh, brilliant. Well, look, anyway, thank you so much. These are really, really good. You can find the full range on the Modelu website, and of course, you've seen them at the NEC show at Warnerley. I get into trouble for calling it that. Thank you so much.
thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for chatting with us. So, take care. It's Chris
Thank
from
you very much.
Modelu.
Thank you so much.
the things of paying for parking, there is an actual parking meter.
So we've got the announcement going on. So then we go to
He
the.
talks far too much on the announcement.
So we're going to go to the top of the TMC Tower. Oh, just as he.
Yeah. Finally stops talking.
It's definitely busier than yesterday.
Yes.
Let's go to our other view from the top of the TMC Tower. Excellent. So, James Petts.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello. So we've got Ollie from Wickle Road has just turned up.
How you doing, man?
I'm more interested where you've hidden that camera. Where's
They're on top of the tower.
Yeah, we've got some cameras right up at the top. We've also got a camera there. So, do you want to come in? Say,
mine? Yeah.
go on.
Okay, I'll jump out again.
So we've got Ollie from Wickle Road.
Who's in? Oh, is it live?
It is
Oh,
live.
yes.
We are live stream. We did this all yesterday as well. We did nearly 7 hours. We've got interviews and all sorts of people. So there we are. The camera is just up there.
Hey.
So this is Ollie from Wickle Road. It's good to see you. And of course, I mean, you're living the dream. You're modelling in 1-to-1 scale now.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, yesterday I was down at the railway, was working on the tank wagon. We've got a couple of new members now, which is nice. And
I've seen the photos. That tank wagon is coming
it's-
along.
we're
really
two
well.
new people. We're 2 new people. It's obviously it's put how long it's going to take by 2/3. So we're going to do it 2/3 quickly now.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna fly through it hopefully. Yeah.
I mean, how do you? I mean, you've kind of you were slowly working up the scales because when I first met you, you did 00.
Yeah.
And then you got into 5-inch gauge live. Oh, no, actually, you went via O gauge.
I did do O gauge
You
as well.
did
I actually
do O-
bought some O gauge bits today because in prep for I'm building a little O gauge diorama for the 88DS that's coming out. So I've got a couple of accessories today that I've
right.
bought for it. So
And have you ever tempted to build a model railway in your brake van so you can have a mobile model railway?
Well, the railway has been talking about doing some railway shows, so that is a possibility later on down the line that we do something
Cool.
like that for sure.
Actually,
yeah,
how is
yeah.
the brake van coming along? I've not seen much about
Yeah, there's been a lot of people asking about it. I think I need to do an update video as to why there hasn't been an update. So I need an update about an update.
I mean, I'm guessing that there's lots of other stuff gone on which are kind of taking priority.
Absolutely, yeah.
And now that you've got the brake van sealed from the elements,
Yes.
it's less
Yes.
pressing.
Yeah.
But it's quite interesting. I mean, this. Every time I talk to you, you've moved up a scale. So it's
I can't go any bigger now, to be fair. So we
What
have
did
to.
you
we
do,
have to
broad
cap it.
gauge?
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
bought myself a North Star. But I mean, how is it owning real things? I mean, how do you find it? Is it? It must have been that moment where you kind of pulled the trigger on buying the first one. Was that a bit scary?
Yeah. I'd say the hardest thing about it was not realizing how much money you have to spend on it once you bought it. It's all well. Like the tank wagon was very, very, very cheap, but I've already spent 6 or 7 times the amount of the cost of the wagon on
It's
it.
cheap
and
for a reason.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
It's
and you can't put it in your bag and take it home with you.
no, no. And I mean, there's other concerns. I mean, if it came off the track, you can't just put it back.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
like there's a lot of logistics. I mean, for many years, went to steam rallies with my dad, and one of the things people said about the steam traction engines was buying them was the cheap part.
Yeah, absolutely,
Actually,
yeah,
running them and moving them around was where all the money went.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that
Same with steam locos as well. People buy,
Yeah.
you can buy a steam loco for 20,000-30,000 £, but it costs that money to overhaul it. So
and more than that, you're talking.
yeah, I mean that's just a regular 10-yearly overhaul. If you want to buy it and it's sat in the siding for 30 years,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
going to cost you an absolute fortune.
I mean, it's the money, but they will say, how do you make a small fortune in full-size railways? You start with a big fortune.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
So obviously a labour of love. You do because you love the stuff.
Oh yeah, even though yesterday the heavens opened about halfway through the day, there's 3 of us just standing in the pouring rain.
Oh,
but
no.
that's the reality of not having.
Getting the brake van, light the stove, and
Yeah,
just,
I suppose,
bivouac
yeah.
down with a few bevies in there.
Unfortunately, because of the way the railway is, you've got some wagons down one end of the line, you've got some down
Right.
the other. Your facility's somewhere else. We're fortunate at the moment; they've let us put the tank wagon where my Ruston normally was, which is right next to my container with all the tools and things.
So that makes
we
things
can make
a lot
super
easier.
access, which has helped us. Like, because you can get a compressor out in that in 5-10 minutes,
Yeah.
and be set up to go for the
And that
day.
presumably then speeds up the process because
Absolutely,
you're not
yeah,
spending
yeah,
ages
yeah.
moving stuff back and forth. But I mean, the tank wagon itself, I was quite interested to see the history on the tank
Yeah,
wagon.
yeah.
Because you think of it, because it was unfitted, it was.
It was, yeah.
But it actually was working through till early 80s, was it?
Yeah, so it was built in 1939, so it's seen the entire of World War II, and it was I wouldn't say fundamental, but it was one of the wagons used to carry fuel for the aircraft and things during the war. And then after the war, it was sold to Esso, and I think there was only about 35 of my wagon's batch made, but obviously there's not as many left in preservation because being a large lump of metal, Scrapman was a sort of rubbing his hands together when he.
And not only that, because it's a freight stock,
Yes.
it's much more difficult to make a case for its continued existence in preservation.
Especially one that doesn't carry people either. It's not
Yeah.
you can't do tank well. I mean, you could, but it's going to be extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah,
on
I
the
mean,
inside of that.
At least with brake fans, there's somewhere for people to stand. But a tank
Yes,
wagon,
yeah,
I suppose
yeah.
the only thing that would have a use for in preservation is holding an emergency water supply.
Yeah,
Steam
yeah,
locos.
and for line side fires, I think somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I couldn't believe an unfitted tank wagon that you would have assumed would have been phased out in the 1950s was actually running on BR metal.
albeit very slowly. I don't think they could do more than 35 mile an hour. So
If that, I think.
understandably.
And because
yeah.
it spent a lot of time working in and out of Trafford Park.
Yeah,
didn't it?
Trafford
There's
Park,
photos of your wagon
Yep, yeah,
on
they-
Paul
that-
Bartlett's website.
yeah, which is nice.
Which is, I mean, that's great. So you can actually physically see its history.
Yeah.
And if you hadn't have bought it, what was going to happen?
The
to
tank
that?
wagon itself, the other wagons, they were safe. They would just sort of rot away. But the tank wagon was scrap bound. So
And was that just simply because I presume that it had deteriorated, and it was a case of if it's not going to get restored, we don't want an eyesore.
Yeah, so basically there was a group called I think they're called the Avonso Group, and they had the little steam engine Barrington. They had an LNER brake van, which was one of two left in preservation, but that was pretty close to being not even salvageable, but that got sold.
That's gone somewhere else. That is now in preservation elsewhere, isn't it?
I think that went to Cambrian Railway Society.
That rings a bell. I know.
Yeah,
I have seen the group that's got it put a post out about it arriving, and I thought,
did they? I haven't. No,
I saw it and I thought I recognised that. I know where that's come from.
Yeah.
So it's nice that got saved. But I mean, the tank wagon itself, I presume it just basically become a millstone because it needed work doing, and it would just. And that would have been.
I'll tell you how much I got for it off but it got it for camera. It was not quite where you thought if you didn't take it.
Yeah, it would have been rude not to. But I'm
less than scrap value.
But I'm guessing that it came with the proviso that you had to restore it. The railway didn't want it to stay there at all.
Absolutely, it's not the sort of thing. As you say, brake bands have get money. Tank wagons for railway outside there's almost no purpose really, other than looking. If it looks nice, it looks good.
Yeah.
But if it's just sat on the side and rotting away, it had started to do. But just taking a lot of the woodwork and stuff off already, we found that a lot of the metal was actually nowhere near as bad as I was worried it was going to be.
Yeah, because I know you were worried that it had kind of rotted through in place, and it was going to need a lot of major surgery.
Yeah. I've already spent maybe £300-400 on new sheet metal for various components that were actually located underneath wood.
Yeah.
The wood's that is the bit that's deteriorated and it's caused it to laminate.
Yeah.
But the rest of it is like the actual tank itself has only got one or two small holes in it. So
right, and I mean you're not going to be trying to fill it with water.
No, there weren't any red diesel in it either, which was a shame when I bought it. I was hoping that I might be able to.
Sorry,
I'm looking down here. I just feel the camera's up there. I'm just reading the chat as it.
Yeah, not a problem. And you've also got the Great Eastern Railway van as well.
Yeah, so that at the moment has got one set of doors up, and I've started building the frames for new doors to go on there. Mm-hmm. And the plan for that is to turn it into sort of a demonstration. So when it's on the platform between services, you can open the doors and you can walk in there and see all the different like milk churns and all that kind of stuff.
So you're actually going to make almost like a display in it?
Yeah. So
that'd be nice.
Yeah, so my mum and dad have actually been over the last year or so, have been Christmas and birthday presents have been like the milk urns and all various bits that will eventually go into the box.
So you can almost like create a scene and show the sort of things that would have been carried in it over the years.
Yeah.
And I mean that in itself is a remarkable survivor.
Yeah, that's
because it's oil axle box, unbraked,
Yep.
Great Eastern Railway van. How did that survive?
Built in 1910, so over 100 years old. Which I still can't get that through my head. That something that old is still like it don't make sense really, does it? It's seen both world wars. Like how is that
absolutely? And so I mean I presume that would have been withdrawn from mainline use probably in the 50s.
45 minutes after it got made, by the way.
Well, no, the unbraked wagons, there was kind of a major cull in the 1950s. They either retrofitted them with vacuum brakes or withdrew them. But I'm guessing
piped a lot of the stock that they couldn't afford to replace at the time as well, I imagine. But
a lot of the pre-grouping era would have just been heard.
Yeah.
And I guess a lot of these only survived because places like Port of Bristol, Port of London bought them as internal users. And,
it was.
Do you know the history of that van?
It was built for the Navy, I think the First World War for the Navy, and then it was, as you say, used as an internal stores van in a yard somewhere before it was eventually bought by the Best British Engineman Preservation Society or something like that, and then I bought it off them a couple of years ago. Now again, they were just using it as an internal stores wagon as well. So it's all the wood and everything. The whole body's completely fine. It's watertight. It was just the doors that rotted away. So again, once the tank wagon, I think I won't bore you too much with it, but I think the plan for the wagons is the tank wagon's going to be done. Box van will then go in its place, have new doors on the paint. Out, brake van will then come in, and then it will all be on the brake van. So,
and people always ask, and I know it must irritate the hell out of people preserving these things and restoring them. What livery is it going to be in?
So, brake van is going to go into civil engineer's grey with the yellow stripe round it.
That's the Dutch livery.
Yeah, the Dutch livery. That's where it has the last. I've got a photo. There's a photo. Yeah, it's the last it carried. There's a lovely photo of it in. what's that? I can't remember the name of the yard in London. But it's sat. Old Oak Common.
Right, okay, yeah.
And there's a lovely photo of it sat in between a rake of mineral wagons, and that's exactly what I'd like to recreate. The tank wagon is going to go into delivery, as you've seen in the photos.
So it's like that. So you're going to have SO branding.
Yes, SO single star branding.
And that was the livery that it
the last
carried.
one it carried. Yeah,
right.
last one it carried.
And is that easy enough to do? Or you mean do you just go to SO and say, I'm restoring one of your old tankers? You wouldn't happen to have a transfer?
Oh, if only. Unfortunately, it's not like a water slide transfer you could do either. That would be nice. But yeah, I've spoken to a few other groups that have done SO branding as well.
Do they have like
Stencils.
stencil? Yeah. I mean, that's going to look really nice because that's it's a livery that actually I think a lot of railway model is very familiar with.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's SO had huge fleet of tank wagons in the black with the SO.
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
it's like an oval type logo with the stars. And the stars on them, you say yours is a single star?
Yeah, so only 35 mile an hour. I
So
think.
that's to do with the speed. I
Yes,
always
it
thought
is, yeah,
was
so
whether it was a Class A or a Class B tank.
No, I think there is another marking on it for that, but the single stars for I think either up to 35 or 40 mile an hour, and then the 2 stars are slightly faster, maybe 50 or 60.
Usually it was down to whether it had vacuum brakes
Yes,
or not.
yes, I think
Because
obviously-
if they're unbraked, I always thought unbraked was limited to 25 miles an hour.
Possibly, but yeah, but I know for a fact single star was either 35 or
Right,
45
yeah.
mile an hour. So maybe it might have just been an internal wagon for the last part of it.
But you're actually through piping.
Yes, that's all the equipment for that has been purchased, painted, and is ready to go underneath. But my new volunteers, I like to bodge things.
Yeah.
But my new volunteers, we're jacking it up. Axles are coming out. It's all going to be done properly. So before I can put all that mechanism back underneath, we're going to take the axles out as well, which will
So
come in.
what's the purpose of through piping? Because it never had through piping.
No,
when
it's
it
more
used-
of a modern day heritage requirement if you want to run it in a fitted train.
So it's simply so that you can run it in a
Yes,
train
just so
without
it's not
any
just sat in a siding. It's going to have a bit more use.
And you've done the same with the van as well.
Yeah,
so that's-
the brake van was already through pipes, but I'm going to through air pipe that as well. And then the van's going to be through back pipes as well. So
Right.
they'll all have an opportunity if they need to be used or want to be used.
So you can actually make up a train of the whole thing, and
Yeah.
it'll move and.
And the cherry on the top is I've got a loco to pull unfitted
Absolutely,
freight trains
yeah.
as well. So
is there anything else on your shopping list?
yes, 2 wagons, mineral wagon.
So what, like
The classic
this
16
classic
ton.
16
Yeah,
tonner.
absolutely. And then the top of the list at the moment, which I have inquired to a couple of places about, they're not giving them away for free, but so it's a bit more difficult. But a 16 ton grain hopper or 14 ton, I can't remember what it is now, 16 or.
Are they the ones that like the classic style grain hoppers?
Oh, sure.
used to
Yeah,
work
I got
in
the
Newtown with?
I bought the locomotion.
I think they were what the tops code CGO or something.
I bought the.
Oh,
That's the.
Hello.
So it's like that, but in grey.
right, yeah. So that's
Where am I
yeah.
going?
So up there.
Grain
Oh,
hopper,
wow.
yeah. So I really want. 'Cause
I mean, do you know where there are some around that
Yes,
might
yeah.
be for sale?
Yeah, well, the Dune Valley have got a couple, and they actually swapped one, I think, for a dogfish. But they've got one left, so I'm going to try and twist their arm. But
So basically, it's a case of if they're not restoring it, then you'll make them an offer to at least see it restored.
hopefully, yeah, because our railway was
What is
known
it about
for
the grain hopper? Is that because of the
the
railway?
history of the railway. Yeah,
Right.
they used to carry mineral wagons. Obviously, I mean, as you know, they were absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
So every railway needs a mineral wagon. We don't have one
And I
yet.
presume, I mean, like you go to the Great Central Railway is famous for its wind cutter fleet.
Yes.
But they must have quite a few. that-
99% of them. Yeah.
I bet they must have quite a few
Yeah.
that are sort of like sad sacks at the end of sidings which haven't been
Yeah,
restored.
yeah.
That maybe make them
They've
an
also-
offer and say it will get restored rather than sit and rot.
They've also got them, like you say, the wing car project, and they've also got all over the place. So they're on lease to other railways and things like that.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
but
But I mean, they pretty much they hoovered up all of the remaining ones that were around in the 1990s.
Yeah.
And it's one of those wagons. I mean, they were so ubiquitous, and then they weren't. And we're kind of seeing that now with a lot of the old 4-wheel wagons.
Yeah, yeah.
They're all going for scrap, and
Yeah.
it's like people take them for granted, and things like the MEAs.
Oh, the MGR trains, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
The MEA wagons, which is like the boxes that were built on old HEA hopper chassis.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
They're all getting scrapped, and as far as I'm aware, there are none being preserved.
Yeah, yeah. There was-
Because they're just sort of, I don't know. There's nothing stand out about them apart from the fact there was a lot of them,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
guess future generations will lament the fact. Why didn't somebody save at least one?
Yeah, so there was one wagon in. I drive trains into Bastard Yard, and they had a rake of wagons there that was going off to scrap. And there was one wagon I seen there every single time, which was it was almost like an old tube wagon, but it was all in its original Satlink livery still, just all sort of peeled
Yeah.
away. I did inquire to the scrapyard about buying it. But it was more than the cost of my loco, so at that point I just thought I can't.
And was that because the value of the?
I guess it must have been, yeah, because I just.
I mean, can you not sort of like cut out the middleman and go straight to the companies that owned them on the railways and
Yeah.
say, I see this wagon, can I buy it?
Yeah, I wish it was
next
that
time
simple. I
Next
wish it
time
was
I'm
that
in the
simple.
yard, I'll just hook it up to the loco and off we go.
Can you imagine that? You've got a rake of intermodals going down, and some rickety
It's a little
tube
thing
wagon
on the
behind
back.
it. Yeah,
Goes
yeah, with
bang, 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 bang,
an
with all the
instant
flat
on the back
spots.
of it. Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, what normally stops you just picking up these wagons and moving them? I mean, because I know there's a lot of safety that goes on, obviously, with
Yeah,
the railways.
yeah,
A lot of these wagons, when they end up getting sidelined, you see these wagons just growing into the undergrowth.
I say most commonly you'll see the open hoppers with trees growing out the top of them, and that's when you know that there's absolutely no hope for them left.
There was a couple of sea cows at Bolton Station for many years, and I always wondered about them. They were sat in the sidings, two of them, and apparently just before privatisation, some bright spark opened the hopper door, and it was full of ballast.
Yeah. Yeah, and that happens a lot with people trespassing on the railways
Yeah.
as well. If you leave hoppers in the wrong place,
And it-
for some reason people just think if they see a hopper door, it has to be open. So.
Yeah, but the problem with these was it's the one that was closest to the exit to the siding. They'd opened the hopper door, all the ballast had gone down and just enveloped underneath.
Yeah, yeah.
And people are
And
like,
isolated. I'm
I'm not
that.
doing that. And
Yeah.
then privatisation happened, and they got lost in the paperwork. So nobody was quite sure who
Yeah,
really
yeah.
owned them. And it was only when they did the electrification project that they were then in the way. And luckily with those, I believe they were offered to the East Lancs Railway, so they did actually make it into preservation.
Yeah, yeah.
But they were there for 30 years, 30, 40
Well, if you
years.
look at the Shenfield Shark, that was sat there for many years before.
And that was actually dropped off because of a hot box, I
yes,
believe.
it was. Yeah.
So there was nothing wrong with anything apart from one of the bearings was running hot.
It was the access and the money that some people wanted to move it was the I think it's.
I mean, you do wonder with some of these, it's like if they're in there doing engineering work, why couldn't they just hook up to
Yeah,
it?
the irony was they moved it to a place when they cut it up to a place where a vehicle could have picked it up. So yeah.
Well, I mean, that was just weird because it was like they didn't want it to be saved.
Yeah, there's 4 or 5 people who made offers for it, but it was the cost to move it on that bit of track, the actual cost of the move rather than the wagon itself.
And was that
stumped
because they
people.
were costing it as if you had to send a loco out special? To
Yeah,
do
and
it?
get a line block and all that kind of stuff. So it become.
Why couldn't they just pinch bar it up to the buffer stop and then?
I know. I wish it was that simple, Jenny. Otherwise, I'd have probably got, as you say, a wagon.
Or if you were passing in your 66, it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
we'll just stop off.
Just let me just back up into that siding
Yeah.
quickly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've got a tub of molybdenum disulfide. We'll pack the bearing and off we go.
Just call very, very slowly all the way back to Wembley. Yeah. It's funny you're saying about wagons all being sort of disappearing in the paperwork. One of the other drivers at the company I work for was telling me a funny story about how they used to take mineral wagons into a scrapyard to fill with scrap.
Yeah.
And they'd take 20 in, and when they came out, they'd only have 19 wagons. Because the person doing the scrapyard would scrap one of the wagons to get more money.
Yeah,
at the back of the rake.
yeah.
and stuff out,
Yeah.
which
I
is
mean,
absolutely
there
funny.
was. I don't know what the truth is, but I heard a story that somebody actually got prosecuted for that.
Oh really? Oh, maybe it was a
because-
similar thing then. Yeah.
Because, like you say, the train would go in with a number of wagons and would leave with 1 or 2 less.
Yes, but we leave with 1 or 2 were in the wagons.
But
all
the problem
all
was that
chopped up.
on tops it would be like, that train's not the same length as when it left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So they knew where it had gone. But then there was I heard all sorts of stories about on the TOPS computer there were wagons which clearly can't exist anymore.
Yeah,
There was
there's probably hundreds of them still now.
there was one of the high steel opens was on TOPS. So it's TOPS code OHV, and as recently as 2015, you could find it in TOPS.
Really?
But they just didn't know where it was. So
Where
clearly,
was it? In several different pieces in baked into
I don't know, but then there was an old spent ballast tip somewhere near Swindon, I think, and it just they go in with the clam wagons or whatever, and the track was so poor. Apparently, sometimes the wagons would derail, and if they couldn't re-rail it,
they just cut them up on site,
well, no, they just pull it out of the way with the JCB, and it would become slowly buried. And they were piling for new buildings because the place just became it was sold on, and they were putting pilings, and the concrete piling apparently started bouncing. And they're like, "What is going on here?" And they had to dig down.
They didn't hit leaf spring or something, did they? Or they just...
No, they hit a clam wagon that was folding in half, and it was just.
So it's hitting I see what you mean.
And so it was just, it wouldn't, it was stopping the pilot. And because I saw a post somebody put and went, "We found that clam wagon you lost."
I'm guessing it was a bit beyond.
It would have been, it'd have been underground for a great many decades. But the little things like that.
Well, I think that's why my tank wagon lasted so well, because it carried bitumen. Because all the mesh, it actually did. A lot of the wood on there underneath on the brake mechanism, where they would have emptied it, completely fine.
Well, because it's
piece of tin that,
because it got a new coat of bitumen every day.
Which is great till you were storing it, and the bitumen is a nightmare to get off, as we found. But
that's it. Well, you need a blowtorch, soften it up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean it's just a fascinating area, and it's lovely to see.
I've learned so much since starting it, and I think starting with the brake van, I feel there was a lot of things I've learned doing that I've simplified on other vehicles already. That when we do get back to the brake van, especially with three of us now, I think we're going to fly through it. It's just having the facilities near things to time.
Yeah, and the more you do, the better you get at it. So it's like you look back and you think,
I wish I hadn't done X, Y, Z like that.
I was like, why don't we do it like this? This is so much easier.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, hopefully you'll get your grain hopper and 16-ton mineral wagon. I mean, I remember years ago going down to Newton Abbot on the train.
99% of the layouts here have mineral wagons. That's just how common they are. Yeah.
But I remember it probably would have been late 90s. I remember going down to Newton Abbot, and I remember seeing a 16-ton mineral wagon on a disconnected private siding somewhere, and I thought, that's a bit weird. Why did they leave that there? And presumably somebody removed the point or whatever and forgot to empty the siding.
That's happened with a lot of them. There's a few down the east. I think there's a couple of brake bands in sidings that were cut off when they redid the track, and they've just left them there. So,
and you'd have thought you can just imagine actually the track crew turning up and going, "It's not my job to move."
I think that's 99% of the time.
It's like seriously, you couldn't have just hooked that onto the end of your train and taken it away. There's a brake van, so you can see it on Google Street View. And it's on.
It's not that pillbox one, is it?
Or... Yeah, it might be. It's on like an embankment. You can see it up there, but there's no way to get access.
Yeah.
And it's. I've seen photos of it. I mean, it's slowly rotting away.
Yeah. I always say I was born in the wrong era though, because speaking to a couple of people at the Colne Valley, some of the wagons they bought, I think the chairman said he was buying when the box vans first came out, they were selling for like 150 quid each or something like that. And can you imagine what preservation would be like now if instead of Barry Island scrapping all the wagons first, if they did the locos? Imagine how many wagons we still have in preservation. But obviously,
it's the locos. People would make the effort to buy the locos, but would they do the same for ventilated vans? And
but I guess at that point, did they think that they would ever not exist, if that makes sense? But it's a
bit like we were talking about with the HAA hoppers or the MEA box vans.
Yeah.
Like you just take them for granted, and then suddenly one day they're gone. And luckily, National Wagon Preservation is working really hard.
Those clay wagons the regular clay wagons they've saved.
The CDA.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, there's none left now. So
they got in there and got the last ones, but there was. I think there's a rake of HEAs. I say a rake. There's like 5 HEAs or something.
We'll count that as in heritage. That's definitely
in heritage. Right, that's a lot. HAA hoppers as well. And you think these things were ubiquitous? And yes, there's one at Shildon, but these things ran in block trains, and unless
they're so they're so mind-numbingly dull to look at when they were in service. You suddenly get rid of them all, and you think, oh, hang on.
We're seeing MEAs are about to go extinct. and they
Yeah.
were incredibly numerous.
Yeah.
And everybody takes them for granted, and then suddenly they're not there anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The VGA vans as well. I've seen quite a lot of those getting sent for scrap at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can remember driving past Bescott Yard and it just being full.
When it was its larger size, I imagine, compared to even what it has shrunk slightly.
Well, it used to be full of Demick wagons for a long time, and then they had a big clear out. And there used to be loads of things like VAA and VBA long wheelbase vans and the OBA opens.
Yeah, the long wheelbase single axles are like the first.
Yeah,
first
and then suddenly one day they were gone. It was like
Yeah,
they cleared the lot out. And there used to be a scrap line at the back where there'd all be 37s and 08s as well.
Yeah,
And then
well-
suddenly one day they weren't there anymore. They'd gone.
Well, when EWS went over to DB, they handed over a lot of their redundant wagon assets. If you look in Wembley Yard and a few other places, there's absolutely rakes and rakes of single axle wagons that are at some point going to end up getting chopped up.
And are they actually owned by DB?
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
So presumably now is a good time to go shopping because
If only their disposal team, if you're watching, were a bit easier to get hold of. But
presumably they want to sell them by the 100. They're not interested in just like one or
one
two.
matey boy coming along saying, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind that one in the middle of that rake of wagons." That
I think the thing is, eye up the one at the end of the rake. If it's any good, hook up to it, take it back to your home depot.
if only, yeah.
Do you think anybody would notice if you did that?
Probably the 30-40 regular spotters at Trafford. Well, Stafford
like,
might think, hang on a second.
Look at this, what's this? They'd be all over and they'd be like, will you turn your cameras off and shut up? I'm trying to save
Trying
it.
to say, yeah. Be like, yeah. Save from scrap Thomas the Tank Engine story.
Yeah. I'll get a plywood mock-up of a different wagon, slot it over the top.
Oh yeah, just dress it, put it in a container and stick it on the back of an intermodal.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm good, but
I'm not going to say no to a flapjack, mate.
Yeah. So it's like the interesting world of preservation, particularly wagon preservation. And Colton Valley Railway, are they going to make it longer? I mean, they've sort of hemmed in by a couple of roads, but is there any potential for them to break out across the road with a level crossing and keep going?
With a lot of money, they can extend, yes, but we just realistically just don't have the money.
And so what would that be, north or south is the viable way to go?
I'm trying to think which way. It would be the roadway. Because the other way is now blocked by houses.
Right.
Unfortunately.
I mean, are there any issues with a level crossing, or is the road considered low enough traffic that you can
No,
get-
because they actually raised the road. But I think there was a bridge there, and they've actually raised the road back up. So it would have to be either the road back up even more on a level crossing, or the road down on a bridge. But at that point, if you think Network Rail just can't, they're trying to get rid of crossings at the moment.
Yeah, they
We're looking
don't.
at
They don't
millions
want
of-
you guys putting a new one in.
They don't think bloody hell we can't stop traffic here because of a Ruston wanting to get past. It's just
Yeah, although saying that, it's not unheard of. At is it Sheringham, I want to say, on the Norfolk Railway, they actually managed to put a level crossing.
Yeah. They're still it's actually the Norfolk area and Suffolk area quite well. They've got lots of crossings still actually up there, but
Because it's very flat, it would be very expensive to replace a lot of them. Do you remember when common sense existed and people just stopped when the lights showed?
Yeah,
so that
I
the train could
know.
I always look at that and I think, why would they be dangerous? Because people have worked out how to stop at traffic lights. Why are level crossings?
Well, if you think in the early days when a lot of those level crossings were controlled by trains, that the train triggered the lights, but there was no protection for the actual crossing itself. So the train would trigger the lights, that would activate the crossing, but it wouldn't be classed as like you wouldn't get a clear signal once the barriers are down. The barriers are down, the train would just go through. So if a driver chooses to go through it, there's nothing stopping the train or giving a warning to the train.
Yeah.
And then back then, I think it was about less than 10 seconds between train activation and crossing the crossing. So if an idiot wanted to go across it, that
But the trains wouldn't necessarily be going that fast, would they?
I mean, speed enough to take the vehicle out, and probably not. The driver wouldn't be very happy afterwards either, I can imagine. But yeah.
But it's like which bit of the flashy lights was difficult to understand.
There were talks of going to an actual traffic light, but they said that the whole point of the flashing red was to show that it's even more important than a regular red signal on a traffic light. That don't stop people going through it.
Yeah, and people jump red lights. But it does make me wonder whether maybe adding a traffic light as well as the wigwags would be would actually help.
Yeah. But again, if someone wants to go through a red light, you could put 100 red lights there and a
just
big
need a-
sign, and they'll just go through it.
What they
anyway,
need is
so.
a red light camera, and it's like just automatic loss of license. It's like, I'm sorry, you just like
Yeah.
you clearly
Because the
didn't-
fact they've got to do the wigwags to say it's even more important than a red light shows that they know people still go through red lights, so they're trying to know
Yeah.
to make them
I
even
mean, to
more.
be honest, it's like, which bit of the driving test were they not paying attention on? The wigwags, you don't go past them when they're flashing. It
know.
doesn't matter whether it's for a level crossing, for a fire station.
Anything, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's places as well where RAF runways go across. They,
Yeah.
You don't really want to argue with a tornado.
No.
But we are digressing. We are.
I'll tell you what, that's the biggest spin-off of getting to traffic light discussion on a.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things. I mean, you do wonder the mentality of people who just think, "Oh, I'll just run this light," because you have an argument with the train wins every time.
Yeah,
and you see
that's my biggest fear as a driver now is the thought of.
I can imagine, and that's the
Someone's
thing.
pet or someone is like my.
Yeah. I mean, I knew somebody who worked on London Underground as a driver.
Yeah.
And he's, it's the idea of somebody just going under the train. It's like, I think almost people forget that, the mental damage to the person who ends up seeing that
That can happen
horrific.
in a split second. Like it can all happen so quickly. It's it's daunting really. But
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the things I always think driving trucks is like, what if somebody just steps out in the road? That's
you can't stop like that. Can you?
No. And it's like you think, somebody has to live with that. And even though you did nothing wrong,
Yes.
you're in a situation where, that is a
But it
hell
might
of...
take me a mile to stop the train, and by that point,
That's it. I mean, like, trains take a long way to stop, especially if you've got a fully loaded train.
2,000 tons behind you.
Yeah, it
down the hill.
does not stop in a hurry. But there you go. Anyway,
Yeah.
on
Could I
that
suggest
note,
we move on to a more lighter topic?
Yes.
absolutely. So, look, anyway, it's been...
Thank you for having me. It's lovely to see
Thank
you
you for
again.
coming. Would you like a wig?
Right, could I have an O-gauge one, please, for my O-gauge diorama, if you have one?
We don't have
It's just
any...
a small size,
You know what? I'm not going to say no to a freebie, but
Yeah.
Where's the camera?
And we are selling Monday Club pin badges if you are interested.
I've got one on my work bag.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
wow,
he sent me-
excellent.
Yeah. I've got one on my work bag.
So you know that it gets you discounts at retailers as well.
I didn't know.
Oh, now, well, good chance for me to plug. Right, so the Monday Club pin badge, we're selling them £5 each. You can buy them off the website, but we're here, people are here, so we're selling
I
them.
have to send you a photo because I've got it on my GBRF bag, so I'll take a photo.
Yeah.
Next to 60.
But certainly, like retailers, so War World Scenics, 10%
I'm
off.
about to go there for some trees, so
It's
I'm going to have to
10%
borrow one.
10% off your in-person order. West Hill Wagon Works.
Yep.
Any order over 20 quid, 10% off. Modelu.
There's me thinking it's just a badge. Wow.
Well, we've signed up 4 more retailers.
Yeah.
Hopefully this weekend. We'll be announcing them later this week. Hopefully, all
Yeah.
going well. So it is expanding. But I'm trying to think. So TMC The Model Centre, 5% off in-person sales.
Thank you very much.
So there you are.
Yeah. I'm
Enjoy.
going to go and get some discounts.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I need to get some pre-made trees from World Scenic. So I'm
And
going to
you,
go
you think? I mean, if you on 10% off, if you ordered,
that soon adds up. Yeah.
if you bought 50 quid's worth of stuff, that has then paid for itself. Everything
yeah.
else is bonus.
Well, as I say, if you're ever in Essex and you want to come down and play trains for the day,
Yeah,
I would like to plan because we've had Laurie there. I would like to plan a YouTube.
Yeah,
day where
you've mentioned before,
Yeah.
and it's definitely something we need to sort out. The problem is
Absolutely,
it's the distance.
It's the distance. But I mean, if you're ever in that area,
yeah.
I'll make sure we get a day sorted where you can come and just play trains for the day. So
That'd be grand.
no problem.
Yeah, because I've never driven a railway locomotive.
Oh
Well, not big one. I've driven 5.
We've got a few to play with, so you're more than welcome to come. They might not be able to just power the HST up for one trip, but we do. We do have a Gronk, yeah. In
Gronk it up.
Excellent.
Gronk it up. Gronk it up. Hashtag not a cult. Oh yeah, I've got to
We'll sort something out for you,
Oh
definitely.
yeah,
absolutely.
the Gronk. We're there for the Gronk. Just tell us.
And the Ruston, of course.
Oh yeah. Whatever.
Actually, I think I've got a picture of it. I don't know if they guys.
Is your Ruston one of the ones being made in model form?
They've got. It's going to be in the second batch, but the sound file that everyone will get in their O-gauge one is off my loco.
Oh, wow.
There it is. There.
Excellent. So this is available from the
Curoscale,
O-gauge.
So if you get one with sound in, it's my Ruston that you'll be listening to.
Excellent.
Trundling away. making all sorts of horrendous noises.
Excellent. Well, look, it's
So
been
thank you very much for having me. It's
You're
nice to see
welcome.
you guys. Nice to
You
both
go,
of
you go and make out like a bandit with the reductions.
Yeah, I'm going to now.
What we'll see next, West Hill Wagon Works, TMC,
Yeah.
and if you want to get yourself scanned again at Model U, it's 10% off as well.
Oh,
But also, at the moment,
if you get like 10 of them, do you get? Can you double all your discounts? Or we're not.
I don't know.
You took a bag over there.
so,
Yeah.
you pay me to take stock away.
No, that's not how it works. They're not magic.
Oh,
No,
it's not magic beans.
Even Great Eastern Models over in
Okay,
Norwich,
yeah.
10% off there.
Lovely.
Sawyer's Models up in Lee, it's another
Yeah.
one. Enwin's 3D Thunderbolt Models in Coventry. I think that's 5%.
You'll have the whole hobby on this eventually.
We're
Oh, is
working
that
on
the
it.
plan?
We are working on it. So I've got 4 more hopefully coming on stream, maybe 5 actually after this show. And we're just, any retailers out there that want to join the scheme, it's all about promoting footfall, making
What
sure
about
people.
discounts at Heritage Railways? There's a new one.
Well, if you
I'll speak to someone.
talk with
I'll
them,
speak to someone,
if they've
yeah.
got like a concession rate with for Monday Club badge holders, that is the sort of thing we'd love to add to the scheme
Yeah.
as well. So yeah,
I'll tell you what. I'll speak to the
it's all
chairman when
about
he's
trying
back
to
from
get-
holiday. And
yeah, no,
stuff.
and if you know anybody at any other preserved railways as well, float the idea about. And it's about encouraging people to go out to visit.
Yeah.
To and with the shops, it's use it or lose it. We've lost so many model
It's
shops.
the same with the Heritage Railways. If you don't go to them, they're not.
Yeah, if you don't go, they won't stay there. And
It's
you know,
certainly not a profitable business owning rolling stock.
yeah, and you know we have seen Heritage Railways struggle, and some
Especially
have
the last few years since COVID, it's been really hard to get the
Yeah,
numbers
I'm
back,
thinking
back up to.
Elskar Heritage Centre is one that we've pretty much lost. That's gone.
Yeah.
You know, we lost Dinting Railway Centre. I suppose that was one of the early ones. The railway at Meadow Hall as well. That's gone. So you
Yeah,
know,
as you say, use them or
if
lose them.
you use them or lose them.
Yeah.
And you know, it's not just because something is preserved doesn't mean it can stay preserved if people don't support it.
Yeah.
So anyway, look,
Yeah,
take
lovely.
care.
Thank you.
Lovely to chat.
see you both.
Thank you.
See you later. So there we are.
If you get away from the chair. If you get away from the chair.
Yeah, it's we're in a little tight little crevice.
We're in our little broom cupboard.
So
Have a good one, guys.
could you go and see if you can find Richard Brighton?
I will.
Or actually, you come and sit here. I'll go and find Richard.
Okay, you
Brighton.
go and find Richard.
Yeah.
Richard Bryan.
Hello.
You okay?
Yeah, so seizing up.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
You gonna have a walk?
uh-huh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess who's back? Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath says, can I ask, are there any JK signs
Can you
still
pass
available?
me a double O gauge one of those?
There you go.
Yeah, we saw the
Um,
in the chat.
We have a couple of the double O gauge left, and a couple of the N gauge ones left. So it's basically get in while they're there. Make sure that you come over because they're ridiculously popular. I know we had a few people poo-pooing it a few years ago when we started with this idea of just having a little fun freebies there. Which, to be honest with you, West Hill Wagon Works, thank you so much for doing this for us. We really do appreciate it. And the community does as well. We had a few people poo-pooing it at the time. Like, oh, who would want that? It's like, actually, a lot of people like a little bit of fun for the layout. Because if your model railway isn't fun, then how are you enjoying it, you know? So,
You pass me my handbag.
Yes,
My
of course.
phone,
the phone, yep.
which is just currently suckling from the teat of the national grid.
Right, you go on and enjoy.
Smell you later.
So, Jen's heading off. It's fine here. There was a stutter in the signal. Maybe Pete Waterman changed points or something. Every now and again there'll be a stutter because we are piggybacking on signals from the show in order to get this out to you. And everyone struggles a little bit because the centre that we're in is a giant Faraday cage. If you come in and you don't have like tip-top latest 5G Super Whiz type of phone, you might not get a signal at all. I certainly don't. So it is one of those things where it's a struggle. You and Jenny should get scanned and then use them to go with your signs. To be honest with you, Jen and I have been scanned by Model U. We are available on their website. I'm holding a camera and filming, and Jen is shoveling. So basically, I'm getting evidence that Jen did some work. And I can say that because she's not here. Who have we got in the chat as well? Are there any Engage ones? Any chance you could save me one for next week at Burnley? Are we at Burnley next week? I don't know. Maybe Jen. Is Jen at Burnley next week? I don't know. Alright, tell you what, I will put one aside for you. There you go, an Engage 1 is aside for you at Peter Jackson and Cheadle Heath. That's why we have Daypole Dad's Army Rolling Stock and Only Fools and Horses Appreciation Wagon by Honley. Yeah, absolutely, Addy. If you're not having fun, what is the point? That's what I always keep coming back to with this hobby. We all come into it for different things, but at the end of the day, isn't that what we're here for? A bit of fun? Did you bring my medicine? No, I haven't. My tablets are back at home, up in Manchester. And as much as I'd love to, I can't basically phone my dad and say, can you bring my tablets and my camera bag? Because, well, he's there looking after the house while we're down here. So it's just how it is. I'll get my meds tonight. It'll be all right. It'll take a couple of days to properly fully recover, but I'll be okay. So you probably notice I'm a little bit a little bit moist. It's just coming off the stuff, basically. Jenny needs a new scan then. She does. She needs a new scan because all she's doing is shoveling. She's got a big shovel and she's basically shoveling coal and things like that. She needs to do a new scan. Are you hoping to get more stuff today? I was hoping to get more stuff and then I did. So, let me just bring in a little bag. So, yesterday I got myself a TT120 Gronk and something to shunt with it. But it wasn't a huge amount to shunt because, well, TT120 is still very early in its stages. It's only 2 years old. So I got myself today, this morning, in I think it's North England, NE. It's an LNER vent fan. It just says NE. Northeastern, that was it, not North England. I was thinking when I was saying it, that's wrong. So it's Northeastern. And I am going to get this out as quick as I can so we can have a look at it properly. Get a scan where she's juggling, that would be amazing. You do it by magnets, that would be so good. Can I photobomb you both and get a selfie? Mark Bentley, of course you can. Coming over, we're happy to talk to people and get selfies, that's no problem. Jen is not here on the stand at the moment. She's run off to try and get a couple of people for interviews, but she'll be back. Am I doing TT now? I'm doing TT as a side project as well as my main love, which is always going to be N-Gauge. So here we are, Northeastern little van. How is that? So now I can shunt. I can shunt two things, and to make it more interesting on my system, I picked up another thing from the Key Model World thing. Nice little crossing. So these actually go really well. Like that, it just rolls. It free rolls so nicely. This stuff is great. And the big advantage with TT120 being that it's a scale where there isn't any kind of compromise. Everything is properly to scale in relation to everything else. It looks so good. It really does look so good. So I'm going to enjoy this when I finally get to make a little TT120 layout. I'm going to keep my N-Gauge because I love N-Gauge. N-Gauge is a wonderful scale, really is. But beep beep, got my little Northeastern van, and I'm going to shunt around with my HAA coal hopper and my little van, and go from place to place going hee. And now I'm just going to sit there and giggle because it's like it's gronking up. Yes. Kato do TT122. Excellent. Is the rail profile correct in TT? It's all correctly to scale. There are no compromises. TT120 is proper. Everything's to scale in relation to everything else, and it really does look great as a result. It's that little extra bit that you don't notice because you're so used to seeing the way we do things on N, O, double O, and all of that. Well, not so much O. O scale I think is proper, but don't quote me on that because I haven't looked into it too much. But yeah, TT120 is true to scale, as Peter Jackson said. It looks so good. So yeah. I mean, 6.49 for a crossing. It's not too bad. I have no problem with that. So, and 22 quid for my little van. Very happy to have that. Happy birthday, TT120. We're going to have a little layout. Jen will no doubt take over at some point, doing some weathering on it or adding extras. But you know, these things happen because that's what Jen's like. She'll jump in and say, "Oh, that's fun. Can I join in?" And like, yes, of course you can. So yeah, that'll probably be on JK2. It's one of the things we're trying to do on JK2 because I said this yesterday. YouTube's algorithm wants to know the type of thing that you do on a channel so that it can punch that channel to people that want that thing. So in order to not confuse it, we're going to keep the main channel as double O gauge, occasional trips out to places, and the Monday Club. And for Engage and TT120, we're going to go for JK2. And we'll see how it goes from there, and occasional kits on JK2. And we'll see how that goes, and see whether the algorithm goes, yes, that seems perfectly fine, and we'll actually pump this out to people, so that we can all share the love, basically. So there we go. Right.
I mean, I've seen these before, I'm not getting them, but they're so nice.
What are we looking at today? What are we saying? Is that a new thing? Can't say I've seen any of it.
No.
Kato right, yeah, the Kato TT120. It's very new from what I can tell. Didn't it get mentioned only a couple of times not very long ago? It's like they're very new to it, but again, it's only 2 years old, this new version. So time will tell about when other manufacturers come in, and I really do want them to, because at the end of the day, it's a very popular scale. People have picked up on it like that. Newcomers to the hobby are loving it. So it needs more support. I'm going to move over to the other cameras now and see what's going on. Well, providing the camera wants to play. There we go. So it is busier today than it was the other day. So I think, to be honest, a certain amount of why it wasn't as busy yesterday as we're thinking it might be was because, well, the football was on, so you couldn't park. So there we go. We've been running code blue and all out, which is a certain little blue tank engine to please the children. Oh, nice one, Ben. But would it happen to have a theme tune of do 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 do? I remember Jen and I back when we were travelling down here on Friday. We were talking about what was going on with our childhoods. And she remembers the adverts for Thomas the Tank Engine coming up. Like the first time the Thomas the Tank Engine that we all know and love was on to TV, and it was pre-rolled ahead with a lot of fun. And Jen remembers basically saying, "Right, I'm saving the date. I have an appointment. I need to see this show. It will change my life. It will define me. I must see it." So she did that. And I did the same thing with He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Like, I need to see this. It's going to change everything. Have Rapido got the Eye of the Engine sample set up on their stand? I don't know if Rapido have. However, there is a big sign here that says up on the wagon yard on the second balcony, they have the 3D printed samples there. So if you're at Getz, go up to the third balcony on the left-hand side. Well, toward the doors where you've come in, the second balcony up on the wagon yard. They've got the signs up saying, "Come here, you can see over the engine." So there's the place to go. I don't know if Rapido have got any, but the wagon yard are advertising that they do. So that's the place. In fact, if I move this camera, hang on. If I come to this camera again, hello, and I tilt upward, or there it is. The wagon yard say they have Ivor the Engine. There you go. So up there you can see it. There you go. How's that? The wonders of technology. Oh, it was almost like you could believe we might have an idea of professionalism. How is that? I have really messed this camera up now. Okay, let's do this. And we're going to have Shaco cam while I get this back into place. Just, you would not believe how we've got this set up. It's freaking cable ties everywhere, man. Tie my camera down, sport. Tie my camera down. There we go. Yes, Topsy Toaster is here as well. The host with the toast, he is here. The master of toasts. Toastmaster is actually a job. I found that amazing. When Jen and I got married, we had a toastmaster. He was master of toast. I have absolutely messed this up, haven't I, guys? Alright, let's do this one more time. Tilt. Tilt and pivot. There we go. That's a little bit too far. A little bit too far. But it was worth it. So, yeah. The wagon yard has either the engine. I have not had a moment to go and see it, which is unfortunate. But, you know, you can't do everything at these shows. Especially not when you're hosting a live stream all day. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, the master of the toast. Yes. So, yeah. Always worth having a look around. Guys, this is a great show. I think I've said this before. It is my favourite one of the season. It's always popular, always a lot of fun, and we're having a great day here. I hope you guys are as well. The Toastmaster is using a red smart jacket and announces things. Yes! I'm going to go back to the overhead cameras. Oh, there we go. So yes, it's busy enough, but there's still plenty of time. So it's only midday. It's only 20 to midday. So definitely come on down if you're in the area and have a look at all things, and maybe get your photo taken with Topsy Toaster. You never know. He loves to see everyone. Right. I need to stop talking for a bit and wet the old whistle. So let's crack open a can of Coke. Oh, hokey cokey cokey. Oh, hokey cokey cokey. There we go. Oh. If anyone spots Jen on the camera, can you point her out? Because I don't know where she went. She said she was going to go and try and find someone to interview, and I can't remember who it was or where she's gone. So, she's out there somewhere. We'll see her in like 3 hours' time when she finally makes it back. 3B Rail says, is Jen on a bargain hunt? She's not. Funnily enough, she literally just went to grab someone for an interview. And that's it. That's all she's done. She went to try and grab someone for interview, and that was it. Did she take up? Actually, you know what she did? Oh my god. She said she was going for interviews. She's not. She's gone bargain hunting. She's got a wallet and probably a net. Yeah, that's what she told me. Yes, absolutely. She just leaves me here, holding the cat. I could say anything. And she wouldn't know. Hello there, how you doing?
I'm alright, thanks, sorry. Can you just take a picture of this space? Would that be alright?
Yeah, sure.
Where's Jenny?
I have no idea. She went off. Apparently, she's gone to find Richard Brighton for interview, and now I don't know where she is.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Thanks ever so much. That's super. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you take?
Dave. Yeah, he definitely did.
There you go.
Ever so much.
No problem.
I really appreciate your support out there.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Hello, Ray.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm a Monday clubber.
Excellent.
How's it all going?
It's going well, surprisingly well. Yeah, we're doing okay.
I was watching yesterday.
Excellent.
I didn't realise you were in quite such a small...
I know, it's like a broom cupboard, isn't it? We're literally in the broom cupboard. We've taken a corner of TMC's stand and managed to make something from it.
Yes, but yeah, I recognize things.
Yeah, they put me next to the N gauge just as temptation.
Yes, that's right. I saw that you were yesterday talking about Engage versus TT120.
Yes, I love TT120. It's such a nice scale, but my first love is always going to be N gauge.
Right.
It's so nice.
Okay.
I love N gauge.
Did you do Engage war modelling?
I haven't yet, but it's a possibility. I do like my wargaming, so
Yeah.
you never know.
Okay, alright.
Can I
Are
offer
there any
you
badges left?
that we have some badges? Yes, I think she's doing them for a £5 each. I say a fair few. We've got a couple left.
I wasn't sure whether they would be mine. Didn't appear in the post.
Has it not? Oh, well, in that case, take one.
Sure.
Yeah,
Alright, okay. Thank you.
yeah. I can't be asking you to buy it twice, man. The post has been a little off.
It has been
Yeah.
around us, definitely.
Yeah, we've had some problem. I've had to send a few out to people twice just to make sure they got there because it just disappeared.
Yeah, okay. That's
It took 8 weeks to get one to America.
right.
It's like-
well, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Well, you never know.
They turn up.
But can I interest you in one of our weird yard ones?
Yes.
We have N and double O.
Oh, double O.
Go for it.
Right,
There you go.
okay.
It's just a little nice thing to stick on your layout somewhere.
Like opposed grating. Is that what it's supposed
I don't
to
know.
be,
I
or
think
is
it's like
that-
one of the. Was it LNER or Central or something?
Okay.
Used to do these little distance markers or something every now and again.
Oh,
So it's like that kind of
yes. Okay, now I see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Well, have a
you.
good day.
And you now have to keep talking to yourself for the audience.
I'm used to it.
Good. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day,
Nice
sir.
to see you.
Enjoy the show.
Last year, I saw you sitting behind Jenny, who was talking to lots of customers. You look really bored.
I've got something to do this year.
Right. Okay, goodbye.
Have a good day.
Will there be a Monday club tomorrow?
Oh, there will be. There's always a Monday club. Whether I can speak anymore, that's a different matter.
Yes, you'll have to get Dan Melvin to do it.
I will, yes. LNER does something like the signs that were given. Ah, it might be LNER then. I couldn't remember whether it was LNER or Central. Ben Tullett says he's got a great discount from Sawyer's Models due to the badge. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Because it's like what Jen was saying earlier on when she was talking to Ollie. It's all about trying to promote football through the shops and events and things like that. Because when you have the model shops, to a certain extent we take it for granted that they're always going to be there. But if we don't use them, they won't be. So it's all about that. It's all about trying to encourage people to go in, have a look around, have a chat with people while they're there, and enjoy the fact that we've still got these places that are like our little bastions of modelling goodness. That's what it's all about. And enjoying our hobbies. Welcome back, Namer Gamer. You've been off multitasking. Excellent. The power of women multitasking, says Peter Jackson. Maura Curran says, have we got any weird yard signs left? I think we have 3 left. And I don't know if they'll get through the post or not, to be honest with you. Like I've been doing with the badges, I don't know whether they'll be good. There's probably not going to be any left by the end of the day. And that's the priority for them. But send me an email after the show and we'll see if we've got any left. Excuse me, I am starting to cough and splutter and lose my voice. The air conditioning in here is great for keeping it nice for when you're walking around, but when you talk for hours on end, it takes a little out of you, you know? But it's such a great show. I always enjoy it here, man. It's such a good one. So the power of women multitasking, says Peter Jackson. It's not just women that can multitask. It's something you learn. Multitasking is something that you learn rather than that you just have due to gender or anything like that. So it's all about practice. And I don't know why we practice, but we do. Did you take your... Did you take my message this morning? Yep, they're still away. And when I get back, I will. So, yeah, that's why I'm not on camera at the moment. I am perspiring like mad because I'm still off the meds. But, you know, these things happen. Accidents happen. And it's not great, but it's how we are. You can't learn much. You can. Never say can't, because you can. You can learn anything. Sometimes it takes a long time, sometimes it takes a short time. But you can do it. Let's move to the other camera, see what's going on in the other area. If anyone spots Jenny, please do tell me. Because I have no clue whatsoever where she is. Where's Gandalf? Gandalf sits behind the camera, eating all of my biscuits so that I can't have any. That's how it works. So for those of you who are here later than we started, Gandalf, take it away.
A Monday clubber is never late to the wagons, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to.
Thanks, Gandalf. How you doing there, Einhorst?
I'm doing. I've come
Excellent.
to show you my magic things. Can I sit with you?
You've come to show me a magic
I've
thing.
acquired something.
Is this something that I could actually show on stream, or is it a different?
It depends on the
kind
type of
magic
stream.
thing?
Would you reach into my sack, please? Onto your left-hand side, and protrude for me a beverage. Should be some Pepsi Max on there. Hello, boys and girls.
Why don't you just reach down there and get a Coke?
I want Pepsi Max.
Too good for the Cokes, are you?
Thank you. Yes, I am. I am too good for Coke. I am Generation X. Hi, Peter. You all right, mate? And I will show you what I've been acquiring on my route around for day 2 at Getz.
Is it this one
Oh,
that
it's
you
my
need?
large sack. Oh,
You have a day box and a cassette. I don't know what a day box and a cassette is.
thank you, dear. That's very.
Well, actually, I do.
Thank you, dear.
But I do know what a cassette is, but I'm from the 80s, and I'm thinking it's the wrong kind of cassette.
Cassette. I must admit, when people say cassette, I do think of, like, you know, the greatest hits, now 3 and all this.
Yeah, some of you put in your Walkman.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So how have you enjoyed it today?
Very good. Yesterday I was most of the day was spent getting a little bit of what you call B-roll footage.
Ah, yes.
Speaking to people, shaking hands, meet and greets, all that stuff. Really nice. Seeing all the manufacturers.
So you're shaking people and speaking to hands.
Yes, speaking to hands, shaking people. Today I've actually looked at some layouts, some fantastic ones. One upstairs on the second level. If you get a chance to come away from this, I know you're very busy. It's called the Locomotive Graveyard. You will love it because they use an actual bass speaker underneath the layout that plays sounds of the locomotives, and it adds such an atmosphere.
Oh, that sounds
It's
amazing.
very, very cool. It's very, very cool how they do it.
Oh, that sounds fantastic, man.
So it is good.
I need to see that.
I have got my phone, which we don't need to count. Say.
I wouldn't leave it on the side. 'Cause
I got rail joiners.
So
Now,
what's this?
well, my bridge, as some of you may know, I have a bridge on my layout, swing bridge, so I can walk into the layout. However,
Yeah.
the problem is that it doesn't really work. The problem is because my entire baseboard is from wood, and where it has to be on that location.
Yeah.
The problem is as the heat and the weather expands cold, the trap level moves just enough.
Yeah.
Despite fixing it in place and soldering it in place and everything else, every now and again things just start derailing and it's having stress. So these little devils here will serve for the next solution I've got for that problem, which is drop in, drop out. We're going to try that next time. A few of you have tried drop in, drop out. Said, Craig, try a drop in, drop out section. I couldn't think of a way of doing it. I think I have thought of a way of doing it now. Maybe not in what you folks are suggesting, but I think it's going to be a compromise for work. So that is the first thing we've got. We've got that today. I've also got a magic set of gloves.
A magic set of
A magic
gloves.
set of gloves from these guys here. Oh Christ. A magic set of gloves and craft lighting.
Right.
And what these does is you put the glove on your hand.
Are these lights?
Then so you got your like that, and then you do this.
And then you can see what you're doing.
Soldering something. See what you're doing. Really good. Over the kit.
I need some of them for painting.
Do a 5.
Definitely go. I'm going to go and have a look. I need some of them for
He's
painting.
got a few pairs of them. They are
Trying to get
fantastic.
right in there with the detail on Warhammer is bloody hard.
It is superb. I also got a couple of vehicles, boys and girls. Who was that? What's the chat saying?
Got a bit of
Talking
everything
amongst
here.
themselves. So we've got a old automobile. This is a. I think it's a Morris van. Is that a Morris van, boys and girls?
Yes.
It's like a Morris van. Something like that. Very nice. I saw that.
That's the kind of car that my dad had when I was born. It didn't last.
No, they didn't.
Kind of fell apart.
And I have what I think is an old British Rail road services van as well.
A Morris Traveller, that's it, yeah.
There you go, old British Rail, 60s British Rail trackside thing, so that is cool as well. Morris Traveller, thank you, James. More on current, I got them from Craft Lighting. You're at the show. If you're at the show today, they're upstairs. Or you can go on the website as well.
Yep.
They do supply them. And I've also got, finally, Cyril, I've got another thing. I'm not sure what this is. I think it's a poppy. I think it's a 4-pop. Is that a 4-pop?
It looks like a London taxi.
It might be a taxi, but it's lovely.
It looks like the kind of car that Stephen Fry drives.
He drives a taxi, you know.
He drives a taxi. It's not. Or maybe it is registered as a taxi. You've come back.
I filmed all the layouts on the balconies.
They're lovely, aren't
Did you get to see Ivy the engine?
they? Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. We've got a rubbish tin around here.
Yeah, we're just putting on
Whilst
the
Craig's here, I'm just going to go in and see if I can fetch Richard Brighton.
It's not a taxi, says
I'm
James
sure he'll
Pence.
give me a double entendre.
He'll give you one.
I'll give you one.
So, I definitely need to go and get some of those gloves. But I'd like to show you what Jen picked up.
Oh, there we are.
I joked that this was a special commission from the Colourblind Society, and she was not happy
No,
with
that's
me.
the Midland. That's LMR, I think. The Midland Railway.
Isn't that so cool? It's like different shades all over the place. It's amazing.
That's what happens when what happened was the grunt crashed through a paint factory
Yes,
and hit every paint on the way out.
I love it. It's such an eye-catching livery, man. So we got blue with an orange stripe and a yellow stripe and then a blue stripe and then a green stripe. So that is pretty cool.
And it has the most exciting name ever, Malcolm.
Yes, it's Malcolm.
Malcolm for the engine.
Malcolm Rail. However, what I've been getting...
Oh, multi... I knew you'd do it.
Yeah, a northeastern one, so I can shunt like I've never shunted before in TT120 with my Gronk.
Why don't you get another one? Then you can have 3, you can do...
Because if I got another one, Jen would look at me and tut.
I wouldn't, but I'd do this. It's proving you don't need that kind of negativity in your life, so.
I know, but I do need that kind of control in my life.
Oh, well, control.
Because I'm off my meds. If I go spend and I'm mad.
Yeah, see Malcolm Logistics there you go.
Yeah.
I can shunt like I've never shunted before. Yes, absolutely.
T-shirt.
Yeah.
I will make that one, actually. I've already had requests for, instead of do you DMU, or we'll have a sister T-shirt, do you EMU? And I've had a request to...
Do you emu, you mean?
EMU. Do I
Do
EMU?
you emu?
Do I EMU? With a 3, 2, 1.
Driving the car.
Are you finished?
No, not quite, no.
This is what I keep saying. It's about fun, enjoying the hobby, and having fun. That's what I want.
And occasionally a line of cocaine. Just to perk you up on it. Or 3 cocktails.
We did go out last night. My liver is never going to forgive me. Hello, how are you doing there, Peachy?
It's a wild Peachy. She's got TT stuff.
Yes.
It's a Peachy. She's got a TT Gronk. She's got a coal sector hopper, and she's got a northeastern van.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I'm going to shunt like shunting.
I think she's going to build a little TT shunting plank.
Have you been having
Yes.
fun?
I'm going to have a lot of
I haven't stopped talking. I'm going to go and get something to drink. I've
your Diet Coke if you want.
almost. Let me just tell you this: the TT120 gang. Almost every stand has pulled me into a private conversation. My head's bloody full.
For the people that were saying TT was going to fail, you could not have been more wrong. It is spectacular, and it is here in huge amounts. So almost everywhere you look, there is something for TT.
It
It's
is
just
Diet
normal
Coke.
Coke, it's just pink.
Yep.
Oh, I like the pink.
Pink canned Diet Coke for Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Excellent. Sorry, mate.
You splashed me on the face with your liquid.
Well, I heard you bumped into someone that we can't talk about on camera, but we'll talk about later.
Have you been bumping into people?
Did you flatten her? Right. I'll catch up with you later.
Take care, dude.
Love you.
TG120, the scale of the future. I love it. My first love is always Engage, which is why they stuck me next to this, because they know I'm going to buy something. And it's like, phew, shiny.
I think you should cut your losses, sack off the Engage cake decoration scale, and stick with TT.
You are a bad influence. You bad.
And if you see here, ladies and gentlemen at home, you will notice here the rage here, and signs of buying here. We've also got signs of activity in the consideration sector of the brain. With women, it highlights more here when they're ready to make a purchase or an argument. The same sort of lobe is used in the female brain. We'll have another lecture later on as well. The camera is running. Where's it running to, mate? Get after it.
Yeah, run after it, man. So, how would you rate this show? Do you think it's been good?
13 out of 10, best doggo ever.
Yeah. I've been having a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of people, and it's...
I must admit, you know, I've been to I never used to do the exhibition thing, but I've done a lot of shows very quickly over the last few years. And Gets is always fun. It's always fun. Everyone's always so happy. And that's not to say that the other shows aren't fun, but Gets is just something special. It's exciting.
I love it. Every year, it's the one I look forward to.
Yeah. The guys at home in Mag are always so pleasant, nice, and everyone else has been so welcome, and it's just a nice place to be.
Yeah. It's brilliant. I love
This
it.
is the thing, that this doesn't mean that because you have the big show every year, that doesn't mean that local shows don't have their place. They absolutely do, and they are just as important. And I have a wonderful time at local shows as well.
Yeah. The local shows that Jen and I have gone to, and some of them that we've actually done shows at, we've had a lot of fun because it's a very different vibe. And different doesn't mean bad or good, it's just different.
Yeah. And that's the problem. A lot of people do think different means bad.
That is, yeah, people shouldn't think that. It's just a different vibe, and as a result, going to the local ones and going to the big ones, you get the best of all worlds then. Are you trying to...
Well, Jenny's not here to finger you, is she? So I'll have to do it.
Oh, matron.
Oh, matron.
What are we talking about, man?
No idea, look. No idea.
Laura says she's picked up 4 sturgeon kits for £6 each. That's not bad at all.
Sturgeon, is that a fish?
It might be fishy, yeah.
Or a politician? A Scottish politician.
Did you hear Alex Salmon died yesterday? Just like that. Gone. It was on Twitter 2.5 hours before he died.
Jesus, what happened?
I have no idea. Nothing's been confirmed as far as I can tell. It's just gone. It's like,
how old was it?
69.
Oh.
No age at all. It's like, holy crap, man. Yeah, just gone. And
It's never nice to hear when someone's died. Not who they are, what they do.
Yeah,
It's never,
I did.
never pleasant.
I did see a lot of condolences on the internet saying, yeah, I didn't agree with his politics, but he was very principled and stuck to his guns, and that's exactly what you want from a politician.
It's difficult to do that anyway in today's world.
Yeah,
so.
someone who actually stands by what they believe in.
Yes, absolutely. The Rolling Stock.
Have you not?
So, I've been very good. I did buy a subscriber of mine, very nice chap, Dion Wollaston.
Oh, he's a good lad here.
He's been a subscriber of mine for many years, and he has been there from the beginning, literally from the beginning, when I had like 200, 300 subscribers. He was one of the original ones, and it's always stuck with me.
He's an OG.
Supported me. He's an OG. He absolutely is. He's had some terrible bad news recently. He needed a bit of a pick me up, so I took him over to Modelu, and we got him a scan, and Modelu helped me out with the price as well, so that's really nice. And he was absolutely elated. He didn't know I was paying for it either. And he said, "Oh, you should be doing that." I said, "No, and I wanted to give something back, because you end up almost getting spoilt, really.
Yeah.
In a way, you got all the attention, you get invited to the events and everything else, and it's lovely. And it's nice to be able to say, because let's face it, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like Leon supporting me.
Yeah.
And that is one thing you must remember, no matter how big you get, how popular your channel or how successful you are, whatever industry, whatever walk of life you're in, if you do not respect and remember the people who were there at the beginning, you will fail.
Yes.
That's important. Remember where you came from.
Yes, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, if someone's built you up, they can knock you down easily. So, Laura's got a good bit of information there. The BR departmental wagons had fish names.
Yeah, that's right.
Dogfish, salmon, grampus, shark. A sturgeon is a long, flat wagon with a tiny bogie.
Oh.
So there we are.
Everybody got the
much.
tiny one.
Learn something new every day, and that's what I like about this. But I'm by no means an expert. I come from diorama style modelling, so from my point of view, there's a lot still to learn, and it's always nice to be able to chat with people and find out new things and share their enjoyment of different parts of the hobby. It's great. I love it. It's fantastic.
I am not getting any signal again.
No, what's the word? Phone. It's been a long weekend.
What they call the phone thing.
Yeah, phone. My phone can't get a signal at all in here, so it's ridiculous. It's like a giant Faraday cage.
How would you like me to start people out with my jump cash?
Oh, Jen, don't worry about it. Seriously. I was happy to get last night, don't worry. So we're going to go to the main cameras for the overheads and see how things are going.
Let's look at the Tower of Power.
Yes. So I hope you're all having fun. You're knackered after yesterday's trudge about at the show, I bet. And our speech is poor today. Yeah. I know talk good. English bad.
English bad, me brain no.
Me brain, yes.
Me brain, yes. Ow.
It's one of those things that it's been a long weekend and we're a little bit exhausted, but it's so much fun to be out here with and just to see people and put out the love of the hobby, man. So we're having a look at the
what is this gentleman's channel called? I'm far from a gentleman, but it's Iron Horse Railways.
Yes, this is Craig from Iron Horse Railways, and he's always good for a laugh. Oh, distorted. Oh, I can sort that out. Jen's turned the gain up, that's why. There we go. How's that?
Testing.
Should be a bit better.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So we have dropped 590 frames over the time that we've been doing this.
I'm not a pheasant plucker, I'm a pheasant plucker's son.
Only plucking pheasants until the pheasant plucker comes.
Well, you nearly stumbled up then.
Yes.
I did.
Oh.
Glad you approve, Nicholas. Good man.
My feet were sore after yesterday. Oh my goodness, yeah. I took my shoes off at the end of the night and my feet swelled to twice their size.
I thought I could smell something.
A lot of people probably smelled
floor cheese
last night. Oh man, it was a good night though.
It was lovely. And by the way, I left the review for that TGI's.
Yeah.
That mentioned the wait. And I tell you what, he's got a load of reviews on there mentioned by his name, all the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He was a good guy. Absolutely, he was.
It's important to leave positive reviews sometimes as well. People forget to do that. They're quick to complain.
Oh yeah. I try to make it a rule, and I fail a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I do. If someone has gone out their way to be good and go above and beyond, I will send a message and say, this person is great. I did that with my local Warhammer store.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do it with TGI's from last night because he was a good lad.
He was in good man. It was a good meal as well. Very nice.
Hi Zantec, how you doing? Boom, want a chip. No, thank
Oh,
you.
man, when you keep
Thank
on
you
going.
very much, man.
Oh, they absolutely stink.
My feet are killing me too.
No worries, Mark Towers. Cheers. But it's all right, mate. Whenever you get a minute, pal. It's all right. There's no rush, mate. I'm busy for the next couple of weeks anyway, and I've not got any weekends off now, so. No rush. You're all right, George. You stand up.
No, it's my tumour, which I have named Bastard. And it's pronounced Bastard. Because it's pushing on a nerve. Every now and again it...
Nigel Bastard.
Yes, it likes to remind me that it's there. Oh.
What am I doing with this?
Laura went to Japan, got dehydration,
Jenny's not
and
here.
caused water retention in the feet.
why
Oh
was
my
she-
goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry about that, man. I hope you get better.
Sometimes I'm going to show you this.
Oh, dear, somewhere.
Prince.
What, as in the artist form the name down?
It should be purple.
Yeah. Purple train.
Yeah, exactly. Purple train.
Oh, I am getting rather hungry.
What was it? I see you dancing in that purple train. Purple train.
Okay, I'm singing
I
Cowboy.
cannot sing.
Zoe, I'm going to nip over to the Asda. Would you like anything to here?
Thank you, but no.
Okay.
I've already been over to the Asda and I didn't find anything I
Pepsi
wanted.
be safe around here somewhere?
Sorry?
Will my Pepsi be safe around here? Oh,
Yeah, just leave it on the floor. It'll be fine. Purple train is the Elizabeth line in London, yes. But we need a train called Prince in purple,
Would you please
so we can have
name
purple
that?
train. There you go.
right, I shall return soon.
Yes.
I'm going to go find a meal deal.
Oh, please. Take care, dude.
See you
Have a
soon,
good day. So let's have a look around and see what's on the other camera. What's going on the other side? Welcome to the other side. I cannot sing at all, and you know what? I don't care. Oh my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here live all day from the Great Electric Train Show here in Milton Keynes, bringing you all the fun and games of the place. Jen has disappeared. She will be back once she finds Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts. Peter Jackson says, has YouTuber of the Year been announced yet? Yeah, it was announced last night. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Bishop has won once again. He's always a good egg. I've never met a person who had anything bad to say about him, which kind of shows why everyone just goes, yeah, he's a good egg. So yeah, he won again. Excellent. The text on screen is blocking the view. The text on screen is the chat. That's the chat, so that everyone who's watching at home from TVs and all of that can still see the chat and can still be part of the show. That's why we do that. Charlie won again. Yep, he's now won 3 years in a row, which means technically he gets to keep it. So from now on, we'll be referring to it as the Charlie Bishop YouTuber of the Year Award. Even if it's unofficial. Sorry? Yes, the Charlie Bishop Trophy for YouTuber of the Year, and it goes to Charlie Bishop. So, who can we see on here? We have Western Wagon Works in the red. We have Cavalex down at the bottom. They're doing a brisk trade and chat there. It's very nice. I would have explained who everyone else is, but I can't remember because I forgot to bring my my little booklet that tells me who everyone is. But yeah, we got a lot of good stuff. I think we can see Digitrains there and a few others. Next to the Western Wagon Works, which you can see is Hunt Coupling on there. Yeah, very good coupling.
They are game changers.
They really are. They really are. Yeah.
Pico wagons as well. Because of the wheel, the plastic.
Yep.
Sometimes the wagons are not in.
And it kind of wobbles a bit, yeah.
It'll pop.
It's easily done, especially with N gauge, because of the way the couplings are. Yeah, hung couplings are so good, man. They just change everything. I'll be switching all of my N gauge and TT120 to hunt couplings. Let's put it that way. So next to Westall Wagon Works, we have a little stand, and I can't remember the name. I think it's H&A, but it might be someone else. And they have a big range of the old Pico kits for N-gauge. You know, the little wagons and stuff, which I love to collect because you can paint them in a variety of different liveries, make up your own liveries. Now, I'm a big fan of fictional liveries on stuff. Like, let's have our own liveries for the X, Y, and Z railway and things like that. I love it. All that stuff. It's great. So you can paint them up quite nicely, and they're reasonably cheap, so it's not going to cost you a fortune to do this. I like it. Looks like it's as busy as yesterday. I think it's a bit busier, to be honest with you. It's got that feeling of it being a little bit busier. I think it's because yesterday we had the football on. I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into that, man.
Mighty cheering ground. And all of them that boo. Somebody.
So yeah, I think because the football isn't on today, the parking is easier and more available. So there's a lot more people here today. There'll be a fair amount that went to Stapfold yesterday for the Wally show and then came here today because you can park here. That's nice. Guys, my voice is going. I'm gonna take a little break and perhaps get a nice coffee or something like that so that I can wet the old whistle.
When I parked yesterday, same place again today.
All right.
Parking.
Oh, excellent. Well, that's what you want.
Parking. No restrictions. And do you know how far I got? How far it is?
10-minute walk.
If I was Tiger Woods, standing on the roof of the store, I would whack me full of golf ball on the car.
Fantastic. Where is Jen? The biggest issue that Jen has these days isn't that she's gone off to find someone and then got distracted by and stuff. The biggest issue that she has is that she can't go 5 minutes without someone stopping her. And that's great, because that is exactly what we're here for. But it means that if she heads off to find someone, she's not back for an hour.
With your hello, Jim, Peter Jackson, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the door.
I'm gonna, like I say, take a few minutes off, guys. We'll be back. The stream won't end. We're just gonna leave it on the overhead cameras, and I'm gonna go and get a coffee to try and pull myself together.
Put a message, audio message up first before you talk about the mic.
Sure.
Everybody, pray to the gods of like, share, and subscribe.
Thank you. There we go. Oh. Oh dear.
You can do that in the soundbite. Pray to the gods of like, share, and subscribe.
Oh man, I need a coffee. Definitely need a coffee. Oh. My speed past it, don't mind. I won't, don't worry. Also, hold the front down and use it some Say first, just mean say one of them. Right. Coffee has been acquired, ladies and gentlemen. So we're coming back. Guess who's back? Back again. Caffeine's back. Fill my brain. Ah, here we go. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Back once again like a renegade master. 75 people watching right now, only 40 likes. Yeah. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. It really does help the channel out, man. So, let's go back and hello. Every single day. The way the camera's set up, it kind of slips a little bit, so... There we go. Right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to... See what I mean? It goes straight back down. There we go. I'm trying to keep it light and... if you guys could see how we've got this set up, we're not exactly prime time, let's put it that way. On the the terms of traditional television, I believe we come in at broom cupboard levels of activity, but you know, the broom cupboard was good.
For those who recently arrived here at the Marshall Arena, welcome to the Great Electric Train Show. Just a reminder that there's plenty to see across the show today, including the main arena on the ground floor. Just off to the left of the bar, so you can see the bar, which is on the left-hand side of the floor. If you look to the left there, you'll see some double doors. There's another bar area, bar 3. Through there, we've got what we might think.
I'm just going to let this guy talk for a minute.
Layout. We've also got various other layouts displays in there, including Steve Jones's Fairwood Junction, the Great Model Railway Challenge layout, which you may recall from the TV series several years ago. A couple of those in there, demonstrations, and also Dan Everson, who's contributed to the magazine. He's there with his new NG7 narrow gauge layout.
They've got layouts here from GMRC. Now that I didn't know. I thought I'd recognise some of them, but I thought I'd recognise them from shows rather than from TV shows. That's interesting.
Various displays, layouts, and trade stands as well. Of course, in the main arena, lots of layouts and trade stands to while away the afternoon, including the Waterman's making tracks 4, of course, which this year gobbles the Norfolk Junction and road cutting stretch of the West Coast Main. You can enjoy that. And whilst you're travelling around the show, I'm going to ask you to just give some thought to your favourite layout that you've seen here over the course of
This
the
guy
day
does
today.
like to talk, doesn't he? Says the person who's been on live streams the entire bloody weekend.
And also, there's a couple of tables just leaving people. We've got entry balls for the Best in Show Visitor Choice Award. Later this afternoon, we will be awarding the Best in Show to one of the layouts here on display.
And what he's Wes just said there.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Right. He's not going to come back on. He talks for ages. As someone who's been talking all weekend, I kind of don't have a like stand on here, but it does get a bit annoying when you're trying to stream. But you know, for everyone else who isn't, it's very, very useful. Swings around us. But what he's just said is a very interesting point and a very important point. Is what I want to say. If you're here, have a look at the layouts and do vote for your favourite, because the people that have put these together put a lot of time, effort, and love into them, and one of them's gonna go home with a little award, which I think will be very much appreciated. So if you are at the show, do put in your vote for whichever layout you think is best, because it will be appreciated. Some folk find it helpful. That was as clear as a station. Yeah, to be fair, it's clearer in person than it is over the live stream, where I've got noise reduction and all kinds to make sure that the microphones come through clear, all of that. So it does, from that point of view, it does work out. He's giving important information to people that are here, so I have no problem with that. I like to make jokes about, oh, hey, he talks a bit. He's telling information that people want to know. It was interesting that you mentioned that there are some layouts here from the Great Model Railway Challenge. Now, like I said, I thought I recognised some of the layouts, but I thought I recognised them from other exhibitions and shows. But apparently not. Apparently they're from the GMRC. And it's like, I didn't realise. It's been a while. Some of them are actually pretty damn good. Which ones? I'm not entirely sure. There is one here that looks like it's a fairground, and Craig and I were having a look at it last night while we were waiting for the Hornby Magazine Awards to start, and it was so good. The big top, the Ferris wheel, and all sorts. It looks so good. I think I remember that one from GMRC, but I may be mixing it up with something else. So I can't say for certain which ones are, but they're in the same room as that. Yeah, at least things have been pointed out. That's an important thing. It is so easy to miss things that are show this size. I mean, we're only seeing parts of it from the big cameras we got on TMC Tower, which, by the way, thank you so much to TMC for allowing us to join you guys here today, because it really is appreciated. But yeah, we're already seeing a small part. This is a big exhibition. This is the main floor, and then there's another room, and then there's 2 balconies, all of them packed with stuff. So it's very easy to miss stuff. So the announcements that the guys saying, that they really do help out. So how are we getting on? Turns out Cavalex won't be at the NEC show next month, so I won't get to see the new Class 60 running. I wish I could move the computer and get a camera over there, but it won't quite get there. So, yeah, unfortunately. But I can get the flyer. I had a flyer. Give me a second. I'm going to borrow another one from them. Back in a second, guys. Let me just run off and grab the flyer. So we can have a look at the Class 60, because it's something special.
Trees, yeah.
So, guys, we've got the flyer. Haha! Because Cavalex are like literally right next to us. The Cavalex Class 60. Here we go. It looks great. In person, it looks great. But look at the liveries they've got. Now, this one here, this is something special. Because we talked about this the other day, about the method of printing using the UV set inkjet, essentially. Inkjet, bubble jet, that kind of thing. So good. The level of detail you can get on a livery these days, because of this new technique, is phenomenal. And we were saying that a lot of people, well, I say a lot of people, no, a minority of people, but a vocal minority. You know, the usual suspects who are always looking for reasons not to buy something. They were saying, oh, it's like blah, 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 blah. It's like this is bad and that's bad and all that. And it seems fuzzy. It's like, no. This is new technology. You know? The technology is only going to get better and better and better, especially because once the artists that are designing these liveries get used to the fact that they can now dither and pixelate and do all kinds of pointillism effects because of the way the inkjet printers that they're using work, the level of quality goes up and up and up. And along with that, the resolution of the printers themselves goes up and up and up. The technology only gets better from the point that it's introduced. So we are now at the point where you can have fire effects. That's like fire and lightning, but it's like fiery lightning. You know, it's instead of being blue, it's an orangey red, and it looks amazing. So this is like the future, and we are literally living in the future. We can have 3D printed in color. And it looks like it's been painted. Last year, it looked a little fuzzy. This year, it looks like someone has painted it. That's the level of development that we're at. This hobby just goes from strength to strength to strength in terms of its technology. It's great. So we've got some really good liveries here, and they're going to be fantastic. They really are. Have I done any videos yet, says Haunted for Here? I have not, because... well, while Jen was talking to people earlier on, I went out to try and find an SD card to put into my Kindle so that I could do filming on that, because my camera bag is at home because I forgot it. I wish I could explain what the massive project is that I've been working on. Guys, you will love it. Seriously, you will love it once it's out. I was working on it until 4:30 a.m. on Friday to make sure that was ready in case it was being announced this weekend, because there was a possibility that it would be. It turned out it wasn't. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Things happen like that. We're ready to go whenever it gets announced. But you're going to love what we've got for you and what a few other people have got for you as well. That's the only hint to what this thing is that I'm going to give. It's going to be great. But as a result, I had 2 hours sleep before we had to set off to come to Great Electric Train Show and set up on Friday. So I didn't get enough sleep to really work things out. My camera bag is at home. As a result, all of my camera equipment is not here except for the webcams. So I haven't got any filming done yet. Hopefully Jen has. She's got a few of the layouts filmed with her iPhone. It's not going to be the same standard that I normally present, but we'll make do. You know, we'll do Gonzo style journalism for a change. It'll be good. Flymer Chairman 1, always a pleasure to see you guys. You're virtually nocturnal, so I always have been. Since I was a child, I had chronic insomnia, so I tend to be up most of the night as a result. It's just one of those things. Have there been any announcements today? Today, I don't know. There were some announcements yesterday. I think the majority of people did their announcements yesterday, so that the entire weekend could be spent on showing off what they've got. Don't know about anything else today, but you never know. You never know. Oh, good coffee, man. Much needed. So how you doing, Flyman Chairman 1? He says, still got a cold, but not a shivery today. Things are looking up. Good. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better, dude. I'll get well soon, man. I hope you get well soon, man. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but someone in the background really liked one of those trains. And I love that. It's like people are here to enjoy themselves. And that is exactly what the hobby's about. It's so good, man. I love it. I really do. We're going to move to the other cameras so we can have a look around and see what's on. And see if we can spot Jenny. I still don't know where she's gone. She disappeared looking for someone to get an interview. He also appears to have disappeared, the person she went to get an interview for. I can see the booth that they're supposed to be on here. Oh, no, I can see him. So she went to grab Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts. The booth for DCC Concepts is next to West Hill Wagon Works, who you can see on this camera. I could shout him over from here. Jen went to grab him for an interview about an hour ago. She'll be back in an hour or so, I'd expect. D Cypher says, Zoe, why haven't you and Jen got a layout at the show? Because Jen's layouts are essentially retired at this point. It's one of those things. Jen is very much a fan of building an exhibition layout, touring it for a few years, then retiring it. And perhaps coming back with it in a few more years, but certainly retiring it for a while. Because that way, it doesn't become old hat that everyone's seen before, and then it's just taking up space that other people that have got a new and interesting layout could bring forward and all of that. Show it for a while, let it retire, maybe bring it back later on with a few enhancements, that kind of thing. So at the moment, we don't have a new layout to bring out, but we will do soon. It's just one of those things. So at the moment we're doing the live streams, there's no layout to exhibit. But you never know. You need to bring one to Shildon layout next year. Oh, I would love to go to Shildon. That would be good, because it's down the road from where I grew up. So it's basically my homeland. Very happy to do Shildon, but like I say, at the moment, no layout to bring out, because we're in the process of putting something else together. She's done Grove Street Yard. We did the upside. She did the upside down layouts, the Four Seasons, Minith Tatis. She's got building a new one called Tatis Newith, or New Potatoes, to go with Potato Mountain from Minith Tatis. So we'll see how it goes. Please do comments on the 5th and 6th of April. We might be done by then, but then after you've put it together, you've got to punt it around to get invites and things like that. And at the moment, we need to actually finish it so that they know what they're going to be coming along with. So that's how we do it. Neither of us wants to take up space with an old hat layout, because it doesn't bring the interest, compared to something new that people haven't seen before. So that's how we do it. The amount of hassle I've had over the years for insomnia, says Flymer Chairman 1. Asthma keeps people off school now. Asthma keeps people out of school. I'm very surprised to hear that, man. I'm surprised to hear that, Flymer Chairman, because air quality has improved over the last 30, 40 years compared to what it used to be. So, people 40 years ago managed to get through with asthma. Has asthma got that much worse? That it's causing problems even though the air quality's better? That's really shocking, man. I hope that we can get through that as a species, because that is a shock. Do a Z gauge in a briefcase. to be honest with you, what I really want to do is a model railway on a hat, and then just wear it. No, not as like I've done a model railway. It's on my hat. Here it is on the stand, kind of novelty thing. I want to be able to wear a model railway and just go around the show. Seriously. And the idea I had was that I would fit DCC Concepts' power bank stuff in, which is the little metal plates with the magnets, so that the layout can be put on your head, and while you're walking around, it won't the locomotive won't fall off. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a really good fun thing. Need to do a TT120 Gron Cloud. I am planning one right now as we speak. It's formulating in my head.
Did you get your stand done with Modelu?
I did.
You did? Okay. It's gone down at the moment. We're trying to restart it. So if it does come back up, I'll let you know. Hello.
Cool. Hello again.
I've got like 2 minutes.
Hello, Richard
Are you
Brighton.
streaming?
Am I streaming? We don't stop. You know what we're like.
Monday clubbers do not stop.
They don't. Come on in.
So I sit next to you.
Come on in, my friend.
I'm
How are you
honoured.
doing?
I'm honoured. I've got the cupboard monkey,
I know.
not the organ grinder.
I know. Have you seen her? She disappeared.
I don't know. She's gone. I mean, 1 minute she's there, next minute she's gone. You know, sometimes you can walk around the whole hall, and every time you turn around, there she is. And then other times you can be there, can't find her anywhere.
So,
how are you enjoying the show?
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it.
It's brilliant,
great.
isn't it?
It really
Fantastic.
is. It's my favourite one of the year. It really is.
Is it your favourite?
It's my favourite show. I look forward to it every year because it's that good. I'm going to turn this
You
around.
haven't got one of these.
Just going to turn that around a little bit.
You don't want-
I don't. No, I don't.
Do you want one of these?
There's one in a bag.
Oh,
I
right.
haven't got it on.
You haven't got it on.
I know. I'm
Slacking.
naughty.
Anyway, look, I brought 2 things to show you.
Excellent.
A couple of things to show you.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Hello.
we have here Richard
Wait.
Brighton.
I'm trying to.
Here's the
where's
camera.
the camera? There's the camera.
We have Richard Brighton from DCC
Yes.
Concepts.
Hello.
And so, what have you brought us to show?
I brought the new stuff. Now, this is something that Jenny was playing with. She's done a fantastic video on this. This little Stay Alive.
Yes,
So-
I do like the way you've done these because they're
These
on
are-
they're on fly wires.
They
aren't
are.
Guys, this is. I say this a fair amount because of stuff, the way that things are moving and progressing, but putting the capacitors on fly leads is a game
focus on
changer.
that. There we are.
Yeah,
So yes,
you can
There
fit
you
these into anything. We were playing around to see what it wouldn't fit in. We haven't found a locomotive that will fit
that
in.
way. There you are.
So good, man.
I'll try and get it around the text that's on the screen. I think. Right. So yes. So that's each one of these caps will take a loco roughly 1 loco length, if you like.
Wow,
So that'll take a loco about 2 loco lengths.
that is
And then
phenomenal.
this high power one is 4 of these, so that'll take it about 4.
Brilliant.
But usually 1 loco length is usually enough to get out of trouble. You know?
Yes.
Because it's just over a dead frog or a bit of dirt or a bit of a
Yeah.
pickup's misaligned or something like that.
Or in my case,
Or
I
it's
happen-
just wear yard.
But from my point of view, I'm a newcomer to being able to actually solder things properly. I'm not very good at it,
Yes.
so all of my points don't work properly.
Wait.
So yeah, so that will get me through. And these connectors on the end, I love
Yes.
that because, like I say, not very good at soldering.
There you
That
are.
just connects straight on, doesn't it? Onto
That's not going to focus on that. It'll focus on me.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, it's got a connector on the end. That will plug into any of the AE model decoders. They've all got a socket for that, so it's just plug and play.
And I believe Jen's also tested it on HM7000. and
It
does
is
the same thing.
the same connector that Hornby used on the HM7000s because we listened.
Yeah.
There was an awful lot of people saying that they've got HM7000s, but they were having problems with Bluetooth dropout and with sound reset.
Oh,
Because basically, as soon as you get a tiny break in power, everything shuts down and then restarts.
Yep.
Now, that might be okay on a non-sound decoder, but on a sound decoder, that's abysmally bad.
Yeah, because it's straight away. It's like, oh, I'm out of the. It's taking me out of the suspension disbelief.
Yes. Yeah. Plus, if you've got a loco which has a startup on it, then it stops, goes through the whole startup regime, and then starts moving again, only to
Yeah.
immediately stop. That's
Yeah, that's
annoying.
Yeah.
what is even more annoying is the Bluetooth dropout. So even if the loco's running smoothly, because the brownout protection on the decoder is protecting it,
Yeah.
the Bluetooth drops out, which means now the loco is moving, but you have no control
No
over
control,
it.
yeah.
Which is even better.
that's great.
So the idea with this is this literally just plugs in. This is 15 quid. I mean, you know, it's not
Cheapest chips,
expensive.
from comparatively speaking.
And this just plugs into the decoder, and you don't need to change any settings anywhere. You just plug it in.
Fantastic.
And now all of a sudden, your Bluetooth stays alive. You don't get any stuttering from the loco. Everything runs smoothly.
Yeah.
It's something that really should be built into the decoder if you're going to make something that size. But it's okay. This sort of it straight away. So this just plugs in and off you go. And
The plug-in factor
you know
is
what?
amazing.
if you take this away, if you take the annoyance of this away, the HM7000 is a really nice decoder.
Oh yeah.
You know, the Bluetooth connectivity is ingenious.
It's going to make it so much easier for newcomers coming in.
Yes.
It's like, I already know how to work a phone.
Yeah.
Now I can work a train.
That's right. So they're really good. The sound files are really easy to install. I like the fact that you can take a decoder out of one loco, put it in another, and just download a new sound file.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
It is. It's so good.
I like the fact you can change the settings without putting it on a programming track and reading things off. It just, you know what? Really good.
Yeah.
Really good. But their Achilles heel is the fact that they're relying on the loco pickups to do everything.
Yes.
So this just resolves that and actually makes it, as far as you can, a perfect decoder.
Yeah.
So really good. So that's the first thing I wanted
Thumbs
to
up
say.
for it. They really are that good.
Then I wanted to show you this.
Okay.
This is the smallest decoder we have ever made.
Is this the nano one?
This is the Nano 6-pin.
Oh.
Here you are. I'll let you show that to the camera because there's no way I'm going to get that to focus on anything. That's tiny.
I have a thumbnail that is bigger than this thing. That is so small. And that does everything that a standard 6-pin would do.
Yes, that does everything that a standard 6-pin does.
It's smaller than my thumbnail. Seriously, that's smaller than my thumbnail.
That is probably
amazing.
tiny, isn't it?
You could put that into anything.
So the thing is, we make all of our decoders to the NMRA standards. So
Yeah.
the sizing is what's set down in international standards.
Okay.
However, manufacturers have been making their decoder bays smaller and smaller.
Yes.
Because they want to put more detail on the loco.
Yeah.
So therefore, there's less room for the decoder inside. So they're not adhering to those standards anymore.
Yeah.
Which means that we, as a decoder manufacturer, have to adapt to what's on the market. We shouldn't have to do this, but we do. So therefore, we've made this, which is a nano 6-pin decoder,
And it's
which is less than 10 mil square. It's less than a centimetre square. That.
wow.
So
That is amazing. And yeah, everyone in the chat's going, it looks like a micro SD card.
It really does,
It'll
doesn't it?
definitely fit an N-Gage. Yeah, that'll fit an N-Gage, no
Yes.
problem.
Because the thing is, we were getting like N-Gage locos where you'd put a standard 6-pin decoder in, and you couldn't put the shell back on.
Yeah.
Because the decoder would fit with the roof. And it's just because they haven't allowed space for it. There's meant to be a bay.
There's meant to
for
be
the
a certain size.
That's right.
Yeah.
This will get me round to my little rant with manufacturers calling things DCC ready, and then meaning you need to take 12 screws and the brake assembly off to get to the decoder.
Oh,
which
don't
is
get
just-
Jen started.
Why?
You can tell that she's trying to fit something for the first time because she's swearing all the time.
Name me a diesel or an EMU or DMU or something that doesn't have a fuel tank underneath it that you can put a decoder socket in.
Actually, that's a really good
I
point.
mean, for
Why
goodness
don't they
sake,
just put them in
look,
there?
These locos behind us, every single one of them has got a fuel tank underneath, which is empty. It's usually just an empty plastic moulding.
Yeah.
Why don't you run the wires down and just put the decoder socket in the fuel tank?
That would be
for
so
goodness
good.
sake.
That would be so good.
Why? Why have we got to take the whole thing apart? Usually running a screwdriver up the side of the chassis while you do it and scratching everything. Cursing and swearing, which I know Jen does when she's trying to put a decoder in a loco.
Oh, she does, yes. And then
I mean, Acura Scale have done a nice thing with the magnetic roof.
I do like the
that's
Acura
quite
Scale
nice.
roof, yes.
And some of them have done like through the smoke box door and a little slide out tray and things like that. So there's all sorts of.
which is good as well, yeah.
I once had I think it was a Bachmann. I think it was Compound 1000, and it says DCC ready. And they put the decoder socket in the tender, and you think, oh great, that should be easy. I should just lift the coal out, and there it is. Now the coal's moulded into the top of the tender, so you've got to turn it upside down, when you turn it upside down, bits fall off anyway. But you're going to turn it upside down, and it says, right, okay, to access the decoder, you need to undo these 4 screws.
Yep, and then answer 3 questions.
Wait for it. The 4 screws are underneath the wheels. The wheels are underneath the brake. So you've got to very carefully take all the brakes off.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Then you've got to take the wheels out. Then you've got to find the 4 screws, and then you realise that they've changed the design since they printed the instructions, and those screws aren't in the positions that they used to be. And the screw that you've just undone, which is the screw that they told you to undo, has actually undone the coupling bar between the loco and the tender, and now the nut has fallen off and is inside the tender somewhere.
And now you're running out of time. You're never going to get the crystal.
And you know, I don't care how much that loco costs, it's getting thrown out the window. I'm sorry, it just is.
I'm going to give you this back before I drop it,
tiny,
and then we can't find it. It's that small.
So yeah, it's one of those
Oh,
little
it's
things.
amazing.
If you're saying DCC ready, I should be able to just open a little hatch and put a decoder in, and that's
Yes,
it.
I would fully agree with you on
We
that.
should have a petition.
I think we could get a lot of people to sign that, couldn't we?
Yeah. So this is the last thing I've got to show you, and
what is
you'll
this?
apologise me not sitting here very long and talking very fast, but
Oh, don't worry
it's
about
silly
it.
busy.
It is
So-
ridiculously busy today.
So this
It's a road. Oh,
is
universal
our,
road.
that way is our universal rolling road. Ta-da! You'll notice it also has. I'm getting used to it being mirrored on
I
there.
know,
It's very
it's weird, isn't
confusing.
it?
Has our lifetime warranty now.
Lifetime
So
warranty.
any new
fantastic.
products that we're bringing out now will have lifetime warranty on them.
Oh, that
Okay?
is good news.
So it's really good.
Yeah.
So inside here we have a rolling road.
Oh, when you said universal, you actually mean.
I do
Oh my
mean,
goodness.
let's get that into shot. There you go. So I do mean universal. So it has spacers. So these are the rollers, which anyone with our rolling road will be familiar with the rollers. And I know Jen's done a lot of videos on these with third rail and all sorts.
She
of
uses
things,
them all the time.
So it does have the third rail connectors still.
Fantastic.
So it can be used on Marklin and Hornby 3 rail.
Excellent.
It's set up for 00 out of the box,
Right.
but it will do. Are you ready for this?
Let's do it.
It will do, of course, HO00. Then it will do ON30, EM, P4, HON3, N, HON 2.5, 009, HOE, TT, meter gauge, and HON 3.5. It'll do the whole lot.
I have heard of several
In
of those and
one
not
box.
heard of the others. So the ones that are even less common than P4, let's face it, if you're doing P4, I understand why, but you're making a rough view on back, guys. it's one of those things. I've not heard of some of these other ones. HON3, I don't know that one. Is that
These tend to be the narrow gauge.
Yeah,
so
I was thinking it was narrow
HON3, HON 3.5. The chat will tell you what HON3 is. Someone's going to come up
Someone's
there
going
and
to say, actually, my model, that's fantastic. It's the best gauge. There's always someone who loves it. Yeah.
Yes, and no matter how many we put on here and how many we make, someone's going to say, well, what about, but you know, this, I'm quite comfortable to say that this will do all popular gauges from N all the way up to P4. Okay,
Fantastic.
if you want to go bigger, we've then got the O gauge one, which is obviously the rollers on that have to be much chunkier.
Yes, they have to bear more weight for a start.
That's right. But we also include, not only but also,
Oh, yes.
order today and you'll get. You also get a very, very nice screwdriver.
Which
Here you go.
Jen
Use
uses
that.
all the time.
You'll like this. It's a very nice screwdriver.
Jen's got some of these. What I love about these is this bit here.
Yes.
And it's
You
something
like the ridging.
I like the fact that when I hold it, it's not slipping in my hand.
That's right.
Yeah, I love it.
So
what
you
I
get
like
that
with pens
in
as
the
well.
box with the roller because of course you need that to change them.
Yep.
And people will say, well, what size screwdriver should I use? So we've now answered that by putting the screwdriver in the box.
That
with-
one. That's the one you
that
use.
That one there. Yeah. So I wanted to come over with some new things and go, look, shiny things.
Yes.
So what I'll do is I'm going to disappear now and sell some more stuff to some more people because there's
Excellent.
a huge queue.
There is, I saw it.
And I'm going to leave these with you, and then Jen's going to come back and say, has Richard been? And you'll
Yes.
say yes. And then she'll be annoyed.
Yes. To be honest with you, I have no idea where she is. She went to go and find you. And I haven't seen her since.
I saw her go past the stand a while ago, look and go,
yeah,
and then disappear.
That sounds
because
like
I was
Jen.
about 5 deep with people, you know. So
that sounds about right.
So anyway, you've got your coffee.
I have.
Have you had a sandwich yet?
No, I don't. I tend not to eat during the day.
No, I don't eat during a show either. Because I guarantee that if you get a sandwich, when you put it in your mouth, someone will say, "Excuse me," literally at that moment.
Oh, absolutely.
Always. So I have some double deckers on the stand if you want one, by the way.
There's a double decker in that bag there.
Oh yes. So I'm going to leave these with you because I want Jen to have a test of the Universal Rolling Road.
Okay.
And I'd like her to take it away because, if for no other reason, I'm challenging her to get a piece of track and a locomotive in every single one of those gauges.
She can try.
So, if there's any Monday clubbers on there, which I'm sure there are,
There are a few.
then you've got to hold her to that.
We'll see what we can do,
You've
yeah.
got to have a piece of track and a loco to test every single one of those gauges with that rolling road.
We have one question before you go.
Oh, go
Peter
on.
Jackson and Cheadle Heath says,
Yes.
do the fly leads on those stair labs fit in N-gauge models?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. They're basically the fly lead from the decoder is approximately, if I remember rightly, I'm going to get this right now. It's approximately 50 mil, so 5 centimeters.
Excellent.
And then there's the same on the stay alive. So between them, you've got about sort of 10 centimeters.
Which should be
But you don't need to use all of that, obviously.
Yeah.
And you can plug and play, but if you're going to be a modeler, you can of course splice the wires and make them shorter if you want to. If you've got to, the whole idea of putting the control board and the caps on separate feeds is that as a modeler, you have total flexibility of how long or short you want those wires and where you want to put them
You
in the
can
loco.
get them into everywhere
So
you want.
you can fit them into locos that wouldn't normally fit a stay alive because you can put one capacitor up the chimney and the other one down here and things like that.
Yeah. Wherever you need to fit it to make sure it fits.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jen's done a really nice video on fitting the Bachmann 08?
It is. Yeah,
Yes,
she
with
was was really annoyed that she couldn't get them to work properly. And then you guys came along with this fly lead stuff, and it's like, perfect. you
That's it.
you should have seen her when
She
she
said
opened the box.
she's upgrading all the Gronks now, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yes. And
There are a few of those.
I have no. I have.
Does anyone know how many Gronks there are?
If anyone does, Jen will, because I can't tell you off the top of my head. But yeah,
The question is, do they breed?
they do. It's like wire coat hangers. If you don't look at them, there's more.
And on that note,
Thank you so much for coming along.
no problem. I shall leave you with some shiny things. I know Jen's going to use this anyway because
Oh, I can guarantee she'll have it fitted to a Gronk by the time we get back.
that's right.
In fact, she's bought another Gronk.
Okay. In an obscure livery that no one has ever seen, but you know.
It is. It's in multicolours. It's blue and white and green and yellow with an orange stripe.
All right. Okay.
And it's in that bag there.
I'm curious. I'm rummaging. Oh right.
The big one, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yes. Oh,
See
it's
what
the
I mean?
makeup. Yes.
It's
Shall I,
amazing. I love
one?
it. She was actually talking
I haven't
about
got the
last night.
toaster, otherwise I'd say gronk it up. But
It's up there. Topsy watches overall.
oh, top TCs, everything. Right. Fare thee well.
Thank
Enjoy
you so
your
much for coming
afternoon.
along, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
And have a good day.
All these good people watching from home. Great. Whilst it's gronks of many colours. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Peter. Gronks of many, many colours. There are never enough gronks.
No, I don't think there can be enough Gronks. I love Gronk.
There's that new one coming soon. She needs a model of that. You know, the battery gronk.
The battery. Oh,
Yeah. They fitted one with batteries, haven't they?
that sounds interesting. Oh,
Electric gronk. Right. See you now. Bye.
to keep it going.
Like,
Fantastic.
it's just a huge stay lamp, basically.
Sounds good to me. Take care. So there you go, guys. That was Richard Brown from DCC Concepts. Absolutely fantastic chap. And Tim, I did see your question, but unfortunately, I knew that he had to run back off, so I couldn't ask. My advice for you there is send them an email or give them a call. They will respond, and you'll get a detailed response because they are really good with that. That's the way. That is the way to do it. And then, if you have any follow-ups, you can get straight to them again. I wish I could have asked, but time is limited, unfortunately, with those. Yeah, email them. They'll definitely be able to answer your questions then, guys. That is the absolute best way, guys. So Jen is going to be. I can almost guarantee it right now. These things, she loves them. Nano. It's so small, man. It's so small. And the fly lead stay alives are so good as well. I'm going to open this up and put it back into its position correctly because, well, otherwise we'll end up with the fly lead stuck out and it'll get caught on something. But yeah, that was great to talk to him. I don't often interview people because Jen likes to do all the follow-up questions and all sorts like that. But these things happen. Right, let me put these into here so we can fit it. There we go, and slide that into there. There we go. So guys, I hope you're having a great day. It is now 1 o'clock. Time has flown. Oh my goodness, we've been going for 3 hours already. That's amazing. I don't know where she is. She told me she was going to find Richard so that she could do the interview. But he's turned up on his own. So where Jen is, I don't know. Oh, has she disappeared to go to a YouTuber meeting and not told me? No. Isn't that at 2 o'clock? I don't know. Anyway, she'll be back at some point. She's just left me to hold the fort. Yeah, she'd probably buy more stuff and then come back and say, "Oh, I was at a meeting and I just happened to fall into." I need to get a big balloon and just attach it to her back so I can find her. That's how it works. Right, so guys, there we go. That was a nice chat with Richard. He's a good guy. Yeah, I thought it was 2 p.m. So she's probably going to use it as an excuse, and I'll say, no, because we've been having a chat on the Monday Club. And we have to know that it's not till 2 p.m. So she's probably going to pop back, drop stuff off, and then rush off.
Right,
Here we are.
I'm really sorry. I got waylaid. It was just everywhere I turned, people wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, Richard Brighton's been round.
And?
We've had a nice chat. And he's left this with us.
Excellent. Right, can I interrupt because it's important? Yeah. I've got Ben Jones coming here, so I need to prep for that interview. So we've got Ben Jones from Heljan. But it's like I've just everywhere I turned, it was people wanting to shake my hand.
Which is exactly what we're here for.
Which is it's not a bad thing, not a problem.
It's exactly what we're here for. So never feel bad about it. Come and talk to her. She's fine.
Yeah.
But Richard has left this with us. It's a universal rolling road, and he has left you a challenge.
What?
He would like you to get a piece of track in every one of those scales.
Okay.
It's a lot of scales. Can you do it? Will you accept the challenge?
I know where to go to get every single one of those, pretty much.
Excellent. Will you accept the challenge?
I will go to Arcadia and Shaw. Big up to Tim and the Arcadia posse. And I'm sure that if anybody has those scales and gauges, Tim will.
There we go.
Right.
He's also left you these.
Oh, that's nice.
A nano 6-pin and a fly lead to stay alive.
Oh, excellent. Right.
For your gronking...
Yep. Come here.
Your gronking needs. I'm going to now move into the overhead cameras so that Jen can get in and be happy. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So are you okay?
Yes, yeah, it's just, I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay, no worries. 2 o'clock for the YouTuber meeting.
Yeah, so I'm going to quickly do Ben Jones for an interview. And, it's like working with children with the Cupboard Monkey and Craig.
You'll love it.
So keep an eye out for Ben Jones. He's very tall, very thin.
You've just described half of the people that are in this room.
He'll be wearing a shirt, probably says Heljan on it. Ben, oh brilliant. Oh, excellent. Sorry, we're tucked away in a little corner. Do you want to have a seat? Would you like a can of Coke?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
So,
Brilliant.
ladies and gentlemen, Ben Jones here from Heljan.
So the camera's just there when it comes on.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So, big hello to you. We're back here with another interview at the Great Electric Train Show at the TMC stand. I've got Ben Jones from Heljan. Now, we've interviewed you before, but you've had some amazing announcements this weekend. So on the Friday, you actually, I would never have expected it, the Class 42, the warship.
Mm-hmm.
So you made an announcement of that, and for the first time ever, you've tooled up for the early versions So for anybody who's not familiar perhaps with the early version of the warships, they've never been offered before, ready to run. What exactly is the difference there in the tooling option?
So the first 13 locals, D8 100 to the 812, were built with a sort of steam era Great Western style frame on the front for carrying train reporting numbers.
Right, yeah.
That's never been offered before. We're producing that version exclusively for rails, and then the standard versions with the roller line hook roads, they'll be on general release. And obviously that version has been released, but not to. There has been an all-new model with sort of modern features that you get on locals these days.
And because also there's some detail variances, actually quite subtle detail differences as well that you're able to offer on these. And I think a lot of people maybe don't realise that even across a class of locomotives, these things were kind of hand-built, so there was a lot of little differences, and you've actually tooled up to be able to represent some of these in model form.
That's right. I think, as a lot of people know, the so-called standard classes, standard designs are far from it. There's loads of different variations within even relatively small classes sometimes. And so, there's obviously the ends are different on the original 42s that we're doing. The lighting arrangement is different. And then there's some differences on the grills and the underframes as well. So compared to the standard.
And also, I mean, looking on the stand, you've got a lot greater depth things like cab detail. So these going to feature fully detailed cab interiors, cab lighting, and is there a wealth of other features as well for DCC users that's going to be available with these?
Yes, absolutely. As you would expect. For a model that's coming out in 2025, you've got factory fitted speakers.
So that'll come even on the ones that don't come with the factory fitted sound. They're all going to have the speakers there ready.
All have the speakers. Right. You've got a 21-pin DCC interface, cab lighting, which is in the proper place on the bulkhead behind the driver. You've got what we've been able to do because we've done the Class 42 in full gauge. We've brought a lot of that detail for the cab interiors down to a smaller scale. So it's really impressive inside. And once it's decorated, the sample we've got at the moment is just plain plastic. But once we've got that decorated, it's going to look really impressive outside.
Right, brilliant. And one of the things I noticed on the EP, the wheels look like they're solid turned brass. So how are the wheels put together? Because I know previously we've seen just like plastic inserts on other models that have been on the market before. These look to be like a full brass wheel.
They're not brass, but they are a solid metal wheel. Yes. Yeah.
Right, and presumably that holds a really nice crisp detail, but as well adds to the low down weight.
Yeah, it's got the sort of fixing detail in the hub in the middle of the wheel, so there's a lot of detail on there, and the shape of the rim and all that sort of thing is really good. So and once they're painted, they'll look very.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that I've said before with a lot of models. Nothing looks like painted metal than real metal that's been painted. It's very difficult to make plastic look like the painted metal. So when you can make those parts out of metal and then paint them, it really does look so much crisper and nicer.
That's right, and on the new 42 as well. Obviously, the warship design's got quite a deep skirt around the whole of the lower part of the loco. That's all metal in the model as well.
Oh, right.
So it's got a lot of weight sort of low down to give it good stability.
And what sort of time frame are we looking at for these? At what point are you at now with them? You've got is there an EP that's on the stand? Is that a functional EP or is that? Oh, right.
Runner, yeah.
So how long will it be before people can expect to see these in the shop?
That sample only arrived the day before this show, so we've literally not had time to test it yet. But it's looking pretty good already. Obviously, there's always with these things there will be tweaks and changes to make along the way. The artwork for the decoration for deliveries is already done and approved, so that on that phase we should be able to move to that phase pretty quickly. I would at the moment we're sort of estimating next summer.
Next summer,
yeah.
And they'll be available from all of the Heljan stockists apart from the early versions, and they're an exclusive to Rails for Sheffield.
Yes.
But then also, not content with that, on Saturday you've also announced that you're doing another production run of the 35-ton, the TSV style tank wagons. So this is a rerun of a product that's been out before. So I presume that this is off the back of demand from modelers, people wanting more of these, and you've listened to them, and there's a new production run coming out. How many different versions of those are you looking to release?
There are, off the top of my head, there's 2 different SO versions with the full branding all down. There's Regent, which is another popular livery from the 1960s. There's Fina, which is new. We've never produced them in that livery before. That's another attractive 1960s livery. There's the molasses tanks in sort of 1980s.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know the ones. Yeah.
There's a single ICI tank in the sort of
it's like
grey,
blue,
and orange
green.
colour.
Yeah.
That's a solo wagon. And then in the A tank,
This is a customer
there are
Could Tom Lattimore please come to the front entrance just by the 1980
tanks, the
Tom Lattimore, the front entrance.
So there's a good choice there.
yeah, and the reason exactly right. The reason we're running them again is because every show we go to, we get asked for the A tanks.
Yeah, and again, they'll be available widely for all the Heljan stockists.
Yeah, but they're on general. They'll be on general release. There's no limited editions, exclusives, and that.
And do you have a rough time frame for delivery on those?
They're actually just about to be shipped. So
Oh,
they're
right.
ready. So they'll be here, I would say, probably after Christmas.
So the ones
Not far away.
So the ones you've got in the cabinet, they're actual production samples on show.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing! Yeah, and you've also got on show. I think one of the stars of the show is the U1 Garrett. Because previously Heljan's done the LMS Garrett, the 2662. But the U1 Garrett it was a one-off built for the LNER for it's banking the incline up towards on the Sheffield side of the wood headline.
That's right. Yeah.
And I mean that's quite a complex model. How has that been to design? And I presume as well you've looked to improve upon the design that you had before for the LMS Garrett.
Well, it's a completely different animal to the LMS Garrett. There's no shared components or anything
This is
like that.
everything is tooled from scratch. The
Completely
ground
new,
up.
yeah, and it's a different. We've taken a different approach to designing it as well. So it's because it's such a complex machine. It's taken a long time to get to this stage, and it's yeah, we're really pleased with it so far. I mean, one of the things with LMS Garretts is that the motors quite high up in the sort of engine section because they've got deep tanks. We don't have that option with the LNER one. It's a huge space under the water tanks.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to put a motor high up in there. So the motors are actually between the driving wheels. They're very quite low down in the driving wheels. So they're long, slim motors driving each section. But they're very smooth, really, and it's, as you've seen from the
I mean that's actually been running all weekend.
Yeah.
So on the stand, every time I go there, it's going around the test track, and it's just taking it in its stride.
Yeah.
It really has run like a champ with no problems. And this is sort of permanently attached. Now with the LMS Garrett, you had a kind of a magnetic spindle that the motor bogies and the boiler they were sort of semi-permanently attached, but you could separate them. This is going to be a single unit, so you're not going to get problems with wires getting stressed.
No, exactly. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
To make it as simple as possible for people to use, and as reliable as possible.
And will this come with pre-fitted speakers as well, like the 42?
Yes, it's got twin speakers in it. Yeah.
Twin speakers. And one of the things as well, which is quite nice to see on the sample you've got running, is there's a lot of DCC features for things like the firebox flicker, and you've also got a lot more of the light, because there's almost like there's a headlight as well, isn't there?
One version has a headlight. When it towards the end of its life, it was rebuilt for oil firing.
Okay,
and it was transferred to the Midland region to run on to bank on the Licky Bank.
Right, yes.
And it was fitted with a big electric headlight at one end.
Right.
So we've done that version. Most of the versions are actually coal fired with just the standard head and tail lights.
Yeah.
But the oil fired one has got a big headlight as well.
And they're all separately controllable through the DCC functions.
Absolutely, yeah.
So at what point does that happen? You've got it's a running EP, and you've also got a separate EP as well in the cabinet. How far off being in the shops are we likely to see?
Well, that one we've committed to get that one out next summer as well, because it's the centenary of the real loco in 2025. It made its debut at the Stockton and Darlington 100th anniversary celebrations in 1925, and of course it's Rail 200 next year. The Rail 200 celebrations in 2025. We want to bring it out so that it comes out to coincide with the real loco centenary in the Rail 200 celebration.
Excellent. And you've also got here at the show as well some samples of the DMU that you announced. How is that a production sample or a livery sample?
That's a livery sample, but the Class 104s are in production at the moment. We're just waiting for the production samples to arrive.
Right. I mean, it's a lot coming through. It's an amazing range of models, and you've got, of course, the next batch of the 45s. They've recently gone into shops.
Yes, they're in shops.
And you've also got the samples of the O2. In fact, actually, that's the one thing everybody keeps saying to us. Have you seen the O2 at the Heljan? Sorry, I think I kicked my cocoa. At the Heljan stand, and that little O2 shunter, particularly in double O gauge, it really does seem to be attracting a lot of interest.
It is.
And so you've got samples here of quite a few of the different liveries, and there's some that you're doing specially for Gauge Master, so they'll be available exclusively through the Gauge Master collection.
Yep.
And then you've got others that are available through all Heljan stockists. And it's quite a curious little locomotive. In that when they were in service with BR, some of them got TOX numbers, but they didn't actually get proper rail blue.
No, that's true.
So there's some quite unusual non-standard liveries with those.
There is, and it's a really handsome little thing. It's a really nice piece of industrial design, and the models obviously reflect that. Really, sort of they've got a cute factor about it.
Yes.
It's quite a handsome design, and there's lots of. They were a really useful local, although BR didn't use it for. They were sold into industry because they were so useful.
Yes, there's a lot of the examples that you're doing are the in industrial use, and I think there's been an amazing rise in interest in industrial modelling. So it's a perfect later sort of 1970s onwards period industrial model that really does slip seamlessly into all manner of different modelling situations.
It is, but it also fills a gap in the BR fleet. And there aren't really any other quality four-wheel shunters, BR shunters.
Yeah.
There's lots of six-wheel ones, but the four-wheel ones have been neglected, so we're filling that gap.
And how have you found the actual mechanics of making sure that it runs smoothly, that you've got good pickup from the track? Has it been difficult to make sure that runs reliable?
I mean, the factory have done a really good job for us. The double O models, they're beautiful ones. Obviously, it's a short wheelbase. It's only got four wheels to pick up from.
Yeah.
So, like any model in that situation, it's going to sometimes struggle with dirty track, or if you've got sort of old-fashioned big instrument points and things like that.
Yeah.
Not ideal for running with that, but in good situation with electrical points and clean track and all that sort of thing, it behaves beautifully. So really nice one.
And that's with a Next 18 interface, isn't it? And there's actually independent switchable cab lights, which I think I've seen the video. You've got like a wand, so DC users can turn it on and off as well. And is that controllable through the DCC function?
It's on a separate function in DCC.
Right.
Yeah. And it's also got a speaker. It's also got a speaker fitted inside the bonnet as well, a tiny speaker. So it's really easy to convert to DCC.
So if you want to fit aftermarket sound, it's just simply a case of sourcing a Next 18 chip, putting it in. You don't have to worry about the speaker. And will there be a factory fitted sound option of that? Or?
Not on the first batch, no. I mean, we may do that later, but no plans at the moment.
And you've got the O gauge version as well. I mean, is that something you're looking going forward, maybe trying to do multiple scale versions of each model as you bring them out, or is it just in this case it just made sense because there was no other there's never been a ready to run model?
We'll do it where there's a case for it. So the other one that we're working on at the moment, obviously, where we're doing it in O and double, is Class 153.
Oh yes, yeah.
So we've brought the 153 out in O gauge, which has had an incredible response.
Yes.
And loads of people were asking us to do it in double O as well. So that's done, and it means that we can share some of the research. Obviously, they're very different. An O gauge model is a very different project to the double O.
Yeah.
Physical space that's available. In terms of things like livery research and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Share some of the work. But where there's a case for it, we will boost it from multiple scales.
And going back to the O2, I mean, has this opened the door maybe considering, I think the only BR classes, TOPS classes that have never been done would be some of the other four-wheel shunters. The fact that this is working well, you've got it running really reliably. You've proven the four-wheel system with that. Does that open the door to maybe considering some of the other classes that have never been done before?
If the O2's a success, then we'll certainly look at doing something else. I mean, I don't know what, but yeah, I don't have any particular favourites.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to put you on the spot.
No, but I don't have any
things that are
particular.
unannounced.
I don't have any particular favourites or anything like that at the moment.
Yeah.
We'd certainly be, if the O2 does well, then we would look at other small shunters as well.
Absolutely. And as a modeler yourself, how much does your own interest in model influence decisions in terms of what models to do and maybe what features you want to see in the models as you're designing these?
I mean, I think it's inevitable that it has some influence, but also you've got to look for gaps in the market.
Yeah.
My interests, I mean, I've got a wide variety of interests. All my model HO, German HO.
Right.
So that's my escape from modelling, from working on British trains. So, so I don't do my hobby and the day job are not the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, is that
Nice to have it.
important to try and separate the two so you don't just end up losing your hobby and making it all work?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And how did you first get into modelling? I know you previous to Heljan, you worked, you were the editor for Model Rail, but in terms of how did you start with railway modelling?
I got it through, like most people, through my dad.
Yeah.
He had model railways when he was a kid, and I ended up running some. I got some of those when I was big enough to use them, and it's just took off from there.
Excellent. Well, look, thank you so much for coming and having a chat with us. It's great to talk about some of the new models. And of course, everybody, if you check out your Heljan stockist for all of those models and get your orders in, it looks like it's going to be busy actually next summer. So there's a lot of great models coming through. Absolutely. And of course, don't forget there's plenty of O-gauge models as well in the Heljan range too. So thank you so much. And I think there's somebody's probably asked about, because you originally announced you were thinking about dipping your toe in TT120 and then backed out. Is there ever any likelihood that Heljan might take another look, or is it just a case of...
We're keeping an eye on it. We don't know. We're still not sure what side of the market is, where it's heading. No decision at the moment.
So never say never.
Maybe, say never, but we haven't made any decisions yet.
No worries. That's brilliant. Well, look, thank you so much. It's been great having a chat with you, and maybe catch you later on the stand. Thanks so much. Take care.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
So that's Ben Jones from Heljan.
Thank you. Jen, we've had a chat with the people from Northumbrian Painting Services who did a few of the models that go with the Heljan locomotives. So,
which models?
I can't remember, but they would be interested in talking to you about them if you'd like.
Yeah.
So,
have you got somebody you can grab? And
I'm going to go grab them now.
What time are we on?
We are on 1:20, maybe half.
So we got enough time.
We've got enough time.
Hello.
And there they are. Hello.
Right. So, oh my word. So this is the
Heljan inspection coach.
Oh wow! And I'm looking at those figures in there. They've really caught my eye. So, do you want me to hold that?
If I just turn the camera a little bit round.
That's an amazing way. I'm going to hold this up. So we've got this is the Heljan inspection coach in O-gauge.
That is superb. Look, lift it up a little bit, Jen.
I'm just trying to tilt it without tipping the figures out. So if
these figures are phenomenal. They really are.
So we've got.
You are a menace to society, Jennifer.
Sure, they're from the later
Oh my
era.
goodness! I'll hold those.
And those.
There's so much weight to them as well.
Oh wow!
These aren't flimsy things that are going to break. These are
These
proper
are made
sturdy
of,
models.
These white metal
They're
or
white metal.
Oh,
So look, there's the man bringing the tea round.
I love that.
These are nice.
These are so good, and the paintwork, it's exquisite. I really do love it.
Absolutely. So these are all hand painted by yourselves.
Hand painted by ourselves, and they do come painted or unpainted. And you get a set of 10 figures per set.
And these are perfect for going into things like the inspection coaches.
Yes.
And it's the thing about O gauge as well is because it's so much larger. you can actually see through the windows. A lot of this is very, very visible.
Yeah.
So it really does make a massive difference to a model to have people in the interior.
And that's what you get in the set.
So each set consists of the area manager, chief engineer, 5 seated engineers, seated secretary, the waitress or waiter, and a galley cook. So it's basically similar to what you would have expected back in the day, where they'd have all gone out, they'd have had a lovely day trip jolly, and had a little bit of a feed, drinks and stuff, and inspected the track. And
we do an LMS BR for £45 unpainted, but we also do the later BR, which would be the ones with a little high vis bib. So we're doing 2 eras.
So it depends on the livery you're going for. Then you can choose whether you want the earlier or the later. So then all your figures are dressed appropriate to the period.
Yeah,
that is fantastic.
And again, they're £45 unpainted. And what's the best way for people to be able to get
website or phone call, Northumbrian Painting Services, and that will be able to answer any questions. And I'm not sure. Is this out now? The Heljan? I think it's still not out yet. This is the prototype we were given.
I've certainly seen decorated samples.
Yes.
But I don't know. I'm just seeing if anybody said in the chat. Nobody said in the chat. Yeah. But if they're not out yet, then they're certainly close from what I've seen.
From what we've seen.
I mean, it's an amazing model in and of itself.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well, with the inspection coach, you can have quite a short train in O gauge, and it lends itself to this kind of extra detailing to really make for a great scene on your layout. So now we have quite a few O gauge modelers in the Monday Club, and it's really nice to be able to sort of hyper detail things like this. Yeah. And you can see, I mean, I'm looking at it through the windows, you get a good view in.
Yeah, you really do.
So it really does enhance it, having all those figures in place in there.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So £45 for the figures. Specify whether you want the earlier or the later. It's simply whether they've invented health and safety a little bit or not. And the figures are white metal as well, so they're good heavy figures.
Yeah.
3D printed.
No. These proper figures. Yeah. And they've really come out nice. So look, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely brilliant.
Northumbrian Painting Services. Thank you very
Excellent.
much. Thank you.
There you are, Northumbrian Painting Services, and check out their website.
White metal.
Yeah, white metal. They look amazing, don't
They've got
they?
a good weight to them as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to just go to the view from the top of the TMC Tower.
The Tower of Power.
Yeah. So it's starting to. It's not quite as busy as it was. So I think on the interview list, the last person for us to snag is Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts, which I don't know whether the monkey has gone to nab him.
So how are you doing?
Yeah.
How are you feeling with the day?
It's gone
I
really
really
well.
shouldn't drink these because of my tumour. I am going to, however, drink one.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's literally the after like feeding round.
Yep, it's Sunday.
Yeah, 'cause
That or the original green.
Yeah, what's the deal with the original green monster? And it's like, but everywhere stocks it. And it's like, oh, I got to find room for the green one. And it's like, who's drinking it?
There's a certain type of person who likes what they have always liked.
Robert Cicero says, bye, Jen, Zoe, and everybody have to go. Have a good rest of the show.
Take care. Thank you so much for joining us.
A big hello, 3B Rail, Nomad Railway, Dr. Deborah Catherine Stevenson Jones, Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath, Primo Chairman 1, 3B Rail. It's great. We've got a great turnout again. So again, we're here at the Great Electric Train Show. So we've got a view from the top of the TMC Tower, and it's just so great to meet all of you. Did we save one of the Weir Yard signs?
If we've been asked to save one, I've saved one.
Yeah, we were asked to save one. He was going to ask to buy a Monday Club badge and post him the Weir Yard sign with it.
I'm not starting off, by the way. No, I just bought this mine.
If we've been asked to save one, I've saved it.
Have we got enough time to try and nab Richard Brighton before we have to go?
Richard Brighton is busy. He has already been round. Do you want to go and talk to him anyway?
I'm gonna go and try and snag Richard Brighton briefly. So I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to say a quick word from our very, very generous sponsor, TMC The Model Centre, who has allowed us to take up some of their space today.
The Monday Club is proudly sponsored by TMC, the Model Centre. Check them out at themodelcentre.com. The website features extensive stocks of new models as well as selective pre-owned items where you can track down that bargain you've always wanted. Pre-order with confidence all of the forthcoming models from all the manufacturers. TMC also offer a renumbering and renaming service so you can get the exact identity of locomotive that you want. Why not also check out their value weathering, or go for something incredibly special with their bespoke service where you can choose from a more extensive weathered look right through to custom graffiti either off the peg or to a design of your choice. Check out TMC today at themodelcentre.com and start your model journey.
Thank you so much to TMC The Model Centre for generously allowing us to take up some of their space today and bring you the show as it happens. It's really great to hang out with you guys and talk to everyone. We've had some great people come over. Heljan, Northumbrian Painting Services. We've had
Me?
Yes, we've had Craig. We've had Craig Ironhorse. So we've had Peachy TT120. We've had Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts. I believe Jen's had some other interviews as well, but I can't remember what they are over this weekend because it kind of blurs together at the end, doesn't it? My goodness. But we are having such a great time, and everyone here is having such an amazing time. You can really feel the vibe in the air that people are just here to enjoy the hobby, and it's such a great experience, man.
I am going to go and try and find. That's these guys don't have one.
What you're on the hunt for?
I want a diesel.
A diesel? Ooh. Good luck, man. That's Craig from Iron Horse there. He's on a hunt for a diesel. Did I buy any more on Sunday? Sorry?
What did you call me?
I said you were on the hunt for a diesel. I did not call you anything, my dear.
What you said? You are a...
I said you were a good man. So we've had a fair enough. A nice bunch of chats with people, and it's been great. 3B Rail says, I sent you an email regarding 00 gauge rear yard signs after I bought another Monday Club badge. You didn't need to buy another Monday Club badge, dude. 3B Rail, you've done so much for the channel and sent a load of stuff to Jen.
A lot of toasters, many toasters.
Yeah, you don't need to buy another badge to get a rear yard sign. If you say you want one, I'll send it. You've done so much for us. It's literally the least we could do. Come on. So if you have bought another badge, let me know in emails or something whether you actually want another badge. But if you didn't, I'll just refund that. It's no problem.
Any rubbish?
Sorry?
Any rubbish?
Not that I can think of, no. Craig, I thought you turned to Steam, says Peter Jackson.
What I've turned to, Mr. Jackson, is pre-tops.
Jenny will hate you for it.
But the era is... Proper is 1955 to 1968-ish. What that means is I can run all the prototype diesels, Class 37s, all the cool stuff, and pretty much any steam engine I want to run as well, and also early preservation. So preservation sort of before the 2000s, so pre-millennium preservation. I think it gives me a scope to run whatever I want to run. So, you know, one of those things, mate.
So I'm just looking up Northumbrian Painting Service from Hexham. It's really nice to see my northern local around my area.
Canny.
Yeah, because you don't get enough of it round where I happen to live these days. It's not right. I miss the homeland. I want to go home.
Take me home.
So I'm just going to put there. put their link into the chat. There you go, paintinghistory.co.uk. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen.
I have spent.
So, D7 says, we've heard from people who do printing in wagons this weekend. Maybe you and Jen should think of a wagon with your own logo to sell. We have considered it. We do logos. And in fact, we have 2 coming up from Daypole. The Monday Club wagons. One's in 00 and one's in O gauge. We might expand into other gauges, but the O gauge one is a test bed for that. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
but
it's still quite nice, isn't it, O gauge?
Sadly,
Really.
yes, it is, even though it's a senior scale.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, it is true. Although I have seen some wonderful small space, relatively small space, O gauge layouts today. One was 2 foot wide by about 8 foot, and that included the fiddler yard, and it was a 3-track Inglemuck goods yard, goods terminus, and there was a Class 08 on there, something 4 wheel vehicles, 2 axle vehicles, and it had a motorised crane on there. It looked fantastic. So there is room for O gauge. If you've got room for 00, you've got room for O gauge these days. You really do. And if you look at what Dapple are doing, they have a full range of O gauge stuff as well. So I might even dip my toe in O gauge as well.
It does look good. It's got so much going for it. It's a really nice thing. However, from my point of view, I'm going to stick with N-gauge. Hello again.
Both of you, see you tomorrow night.
Yes. Have a good day, sir. I don't know why I gave you a thumbs up fist bump there. But you get there in the end.
But at least called you Zoe today, not Jenny.
No worries, man. Good to see you.
So I've got 108 quid left of my, what I'm going to call my fun fund.
Your fun fund? Ooh.
I still want to give you your share for the meal last night. But I've got 108 quid.
Settle it with Jen, man. Don't worry about it.
I'll find out my sheet on there. So I've got 108 quid to buy myself a prototypical diesel.
A prototypical
Sorry,
diesel?
prototype diesel.
Prototype diesel? Oh.
So either a 10 100 from Heljan, 10 100 from Heljan, 110 from Heljan, the North British locomotive, one of them, class 15, maybe 16, something like that. Something early, something to go with my class 17 and my class 20.
Right.
Pilot scheme diesels.
Right.
Quite like them, and they found a lot of them got relegated to branch line work, which is what I want my branch line.
Right.
There's no point me. I've got a class 47, but it's a stretch and a half trying to justify that by going down a fucking branch line. It really is, because they didn't really have that.
From my point of view, what I've got is I model a heritage railway.
Yes,
on a heritage day.
Yes. And
so anything can show up.
Well, yeah, mine can be done to that, to a certain extent to that as well. But mostly, it is in era. Occasionally, I will break the rule so I can run faster. And, sing the "Oh, Mr. Potter" song to myself in my head. And all this stuff. It's all fun and games today, but I really do like the look of them diesels. I know they weren't terribly successful, but I do like them.
From my point of view, I just get what I like the look of. So I've got American stuff because I love the look of the American stuff.
Muscle Hustle.
The Muscle Hustle, yeah.
Muscle Hustle. You're saying it wrong.
Isn't it so good,
Muscle Hustle.
It's such a good model. I love
lovely.
it. It's so nice. And we've got the black and red Deutsche Bahn or whatever it is.
Gas train.
Yeah, the German style train. It looks so good. I love it. And things like that. It's like anything that I like the look of, it turns up on a heritage day on my list. That's how it is. We're showing off logos of the world. That's how I justify it.
Not wrong with that.
Yeah.
There are actually some layouts that do have. They're a museum.
Yeah.
That's what they're like. I've also done before now. It was only a small layout. But it was like one I built, so I didn't have enough space. So it was 6 foot long by about 12 inches. Like
Okay.
It wasn't even that. It was about 8 inches wide, and it was a living museum. The idea was that in this living museum there was a train station which was part of the attraction. So everyone was in period costumes, but there was modern vehicles there as well. So
Oh,
it was
because people turned up in the cars.
yeah, it was so I could put anything up. It's a living museum, and
Love it.
to emphasise the museum aspect, I put a little bit of bunting up here and there, and things like that. So I could have shunting demonstrations and pretty much any diesel or steam engine I wanted, and all those.
That sounds
It was
fantastic.
good, but the layout didn't survive. So
Oh, that's a shame.
when I laid the track, I did a really bad job with it. I rushed it, and so it got recycled. But
These things happen, man.
Craig's interviewing Zoe. It is my channel now. It is mine.
So, as speaking of all the fun and games we've had, what did you think about the awards last night?
I think they happened.
Do you think they happened?
I think they happened. People won awards, and I know a lot of people have got a lot of shade for a Curoscale, but I like them. I do like
Curoscale
a Curoscale.
do
People got so
damn
much
good
shade for a
stuff.
Curoscale.
I got me hug from Richard. That's all
you?
I need.
Yeah,
Excellent.
We couldn't have thrown there in Mr. Watson. But they get a lot of shit, a lot of jealousy, I think. And it's easy to sit there and criticise and say, well, the Curoscale haven't done this and the Curoscale haven't done that.
Funny how the biggest retailer wasn't here.
Yeah, that's one of that, isn't it? Yeah, how?
Yeah, nothing about that.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest retailer didn't bother turning up.
Rails.
Yeah.
Rails never come to shows
They
anymore.
sent 2 people as representatives, which is fair enough, but they never put the shows anymore. So
No, we did talk to them about why, and it's because shutting down their shop for an entire weekend for loads of different shows over the year was just killing their food traffic, and therefore it wasn't worth it from their financial values.
I could try what the TMC tries, and that's not shutting down their shop.
Not shut the shop. That can work,
That's
yeah.
where I was yesterday.
Not that you're biased, Mr. TMC.
no, completely unbiased, neutral, like the BBC, impartiality all the way.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, every place has got to make a decision that works for them. And the decision they've made is they're going to do their own open days and essentially have a show that comes to them. And it seems to be working out just fine. And I wish them all the best with that because it is a good show. But yeah, they are missed at shows like this. It is one of those things. But they did win an award, so that was good.
That was good.
Was it? Retailer of the Year, I believe it was?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So that was
Oh, here
nice.
we go. I've been kicked out of my seat. Jenny's returned,
Oh, it's the reprobate.
and I don't want to be sat on, so I'm
It's
going
okay,
to move.
Jen.
Have I got the can that's been kicked down? So it's like
Yes.
really hard.
Well, I got to pick first, you see. So if I move across, you can both come in, and then I can run off the
So
lid.
I'm told that you did a full interview with Richard.
lift up.
I did.
He
No,
talked
it's-
about what he was happy to talk about, and that's important.
Yes, I did an interview with him. Told you that.
Where did I put my? Oh, there's my
Jenny,
can.
come and talk to me. And for the good people at home that might be thinking of coming down for the rest of the afternoon,
Yeah.
or perhaps to a show in the future, what can I expect?
Yeah.
Well, what do I have in terms of options of diesels I can buy,
Okay.
which would fall into
Yeah.
I'm going to put that in the rubbish bag. Fall into the pilot scheme era and
Oh, just chuck.
Yeah.
Let's chuck
You've
Jenny's
got
beverage of
you've got
choice
back off
away.
in there.
Oh yeah, it is actually.
JL Railways, yes, I do like the idea of a teddy bear. But I'm thinking like the
Class
Heljan.
14's good.
Heljan, is it 10800 or 1000?
Oh yes, the is
the
it
North British thing.
North British
That's quite a pretty
demonstrator.
looking thing. Along that sort of line, that sort of thing. Class 15, 16. What's the other one called?
17.
No, I've got 17.
Oh, you've got
I've
this.
got
Yeah,
17.
of course. Is it Ribble Cement? Or did you
Ribble
get-
cement, yeah, but I do want one in green with a half.
I really
half-
want
half
one in
yellow,
blue.
Half yellow headcords.
They are nice and green, but I really want one in.
How are you guys
blue.
doing today?
Hey, pal, you're right, mate.
We're doing grand.
Got
Yeah,
sweetie,
yeah, yeah.
all right.
We're going
Sweetie.
through for the YouTube
Photo
meeting a bit.
shoot, yeah.
Are you going there?
I don't. No, fair enough, Mama. I'll have yours for you.
I'm putting the Monday Club badge on, so I will be fully equipped.
Earrings? No, it's a discount badge. A lot of retailers have signed up
Is
to
it
it.
going? Actually, this
Really?
is
Yeah, so basically,
The problem is
the
it's
badge
gonna
costs
put-
£5,
it's going to put
Right.
a hole in
but
my
it's
top.
worth it because like Western Wagon work, for example, if you go over to their stand with one of these, and you get 10% discount.
So if you bought 50 quid, it pays for the badge. Plus the badge is still good for other years.
TMC do a discount thing. Who else does a discount, Jen?
World Scenics, Westfield Wagon Works, Model
You've
U.
taken the time out to.
Yeah, we're trying to encourage people to use bricks and mortar shops and shop in person. For a variety of reasons, model shops use them or lose them, and we've lost far too many.
My model shop, he either gives it to me or I get a good 10 to 15% off on.
Not wrong with that, is
Because I am a very regular customer.
So, which shop is that?
Rudland Models.
Rudland Models.
Yes, Peter Jackson, that is Lord Al of the shed. Yes, come on, Lord Al, come say hello, mate. There's a camera.
Oh, we're on live.
We're on live. This is Lord. You got people recognising you, Lord Al.
You're live on it. So if you there's the camera.
And he's been very kind to give me one of his balls as well.
I've got one of the boggy crappers too.
He's a very happy man now.
Peter Jackson says, hello, Lord Al.
Hello.
There it is.
Right, we need to go through for the YouTuber meet and greet.
Yes, I didn't know you were on a live stream.
We've been live streaming all day. So every time you come over to say hello and you've been bad mouthing everybody, it's all just going out. Oh yeah.
Amazed how many people I've helped. Yeah, it's good. It's very humbling. It's very humbling. It's very difficult to take in.
It is. Right, guys, we'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, don't worry. Is the monkey around?
She's around somewhere.
This year, of course, so do remember to make sure you have the process.
Oh yeah, you're tracking the joint.
There is a parking meter machine which is located just next to the.
Where is Monkey?
I've no idea where
Monkey Madness.
Bingo in terms of the parking this year. Also, many thanks to all the votes that you placed for the best layout in show. The voting is now closed for that. Thank you for all those votes, that last flurry of activity. We're going to be placing those votes now as we work. And the winner is, and we're awarding the best in the show very soon.
They're the big like that. I think she's gone to
So just waiting for the monkey, and then we're off to the YouTuber meet and greet.
What are we doing here? You're supposed to go now, but Sally's disappeared. How do you know where she's gone?
I can't. Yeah, I've got need somebody to look after this.
I sent them a what I say goes yes. We just wait to see. It's supposed to be a and you, it's great. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hello there. It appears Jenny has run away, so while Jen's away, the mouse will play. How are we all doing? Has she been gone long? Oh dear. John Hunter says, gonna head out but be back as I believe the Royal Scotsman train will pass again. Very nice. Go and have a look and enjoy that. Hope you have a good day. Oh, what a show this has been, guys. We've had a lot of good conversations this time, and a lot of fun and games, I think. Although I am going to have words with Jen for leaving the live streaming system unlocked. Anyone could have come along and fiddled with it, which is not a good thing. So I will be having words with her later. But for the moment, we're going to hang out and have a look around at what's going on. Let's go to our other camera and see what's going on. Where's the action? And the camera's gone down. Oh my goodness. Wakey, wakey camera. There we go. So we get to see a lot more fun and games. Jenny's off to the YouTube, mate. I thought she would be. Apparently I scared her. I did speak to Zantec. It said that I'd scared her for disappearing without warning. I told her where I was going. I had to pop off for a moment, and I would be back. And there we are. But you know, these things happen. So now she knows how it feels. Ooh. Dereliction of duty on Jenny's part, methinks. Absolutely, yes. She left the streaming computer unlocked. Anyone could have come. I could have come along and changed all the stuff from live for the Great Electric Train Show to like, comment, subscribe. I could have done anything I wanted to do. Now that would have been very, very limited in terms of the interference, but you never know. You could have bad actors anywhere. Which reminds me of those old things. Remember on the start of the tapes you bought from Our Price and places like that, and it was be like, beware of illegal video cassettes. Well, it's like, beware of unlocked live streaming computers. Anyone could jump in and tell you stories about farts. I mean, they wouldn't, because that's not what we're here for, but you never know. Imagine if that was. That would just be a... What am I talking about? Guys, it's got to that point in the weekend where I'm starting to go, what am I talking about? Some good interviews, says Farmer Chairman. Thank you very much. Jen has a certain way with interviewing style, where she tends to let the person just talk, which I think is exactly what we need. We need less steering and more, let's have a conversation, in terms of interviews and stuff. So I like that. I think she's got a good style. I hope that it comes across well. But, yeah. So I hope you're all having a great time. We certainly are. And for those of you who couldn't get here, then I hope you're enjoying the stream, therefore visiting the show by proxy. Nice to meet you at the hotel last night, says Mick92. Nice to meet you too, dude. It was good to... We don't always hang out in the bar after an evening because, let's face it, these events are exhausting, and we go all out to make sure that it's fun. But as a result, we tend to go and just lie down and then immediately wake up on the alarm the next morning. So it basically, head hits the pillow, time to get up. That's how it feels. But last night we thought, let's just go and hang out in the bar, because we'd hung out there on Friday night and met a load of you guys, and that was fun. So we thought, well, yeah, let's do it again. So I think we'll do that next time as well. It was just fun to see you, and there's just in a relaxed environment. No one's performing because there's no cameras or anything like that. We just all hung out and all enjoyed each other's company, and I liked that. I really enjoyed it. It was good. Would have stayed longer, but we were exhausted. Oh, it was a long day, but it was a good day. Last night's alcohol kicking in again. To a certain extent. Not that much, though. Not that much. It was a good night. Oh, dear. So I think Jen's got a couple more interviews lined up for later in the show. Once she's back from the YouTube meet. But she hasn't... She did... no, I was about to say she hasn't told me who they are. She has... But I was busy setting up the stream, so I don't know who they are. So we'll see her. And also, sometimes you say, oh, we've got X, Y, and Z coming along. And then it turns out that they can't make it because, plans change once the doors open. It's just how it is. I know she wanted Pete Waterman for an interview. And I think, and he has agreed, but I think it might or might not happen depending on the amount of people that are around his layout at the time. Let's put it that way. He did win Layout of the Year last night, which was nice. And he got a massive round of applause for that. West Hill Wagon Works, they won an award last night as well, which is good. They do some good stuff, those guys. Acura Scale did, as we mentioned. Rails got Retailer of the Year. Charlie Bishop, Chadwick Model Railway, he won YouTuber of the Year, and well deserved it is. He's a lovely guy that does a great show. So they're all the ones I can remember. Hornby Magazine will have their entire list once that comes out, but they're the ones I can remember. Oh my goodness, how many did Acura? Basically, if it wasn't won by someone else, it was Acura Scale. That's like the default. So who we got in the chat at the moment? Flammer Chairman 1, always a pleasure. Jordan Hunter, New Model Railway, Mick92. Hope you're all having a great day. You've just been given a box of Triang Steel Track. A friend dropped a Triang Steel Track. Wow, that must be antique by this point, surely. Jaherik's still here as well. Hi, Jaherik, how you doing? Triang, my goodness. That's gone back a bit, isn't it? Wow. Oh my goodness. Did you buy any more on Sunday? Okay, let's see what I picked up, because Jen has bought some stuff. And her main thing is, of course, the multicolored Gronk that we've shown off a little bit. She picked that up and was very, very happy with it. It's a really interesting layout, a really interesting livery. Jen was thinking and umming and ahhing about this all of yesterday. When we were out for a meal, I took Jen and Iron Horse out last night to TGI Fridays because I'm a classy lady, you know. I cannot back that up. Yeah, we went out to TGI Fridays, you know, class. Jen was talking about this particular one, which is always a good indicator that she wants something. So she was talking about it there, and this. When we went back to the hotel, she was saying, "Oh, I'm still umming and ahhing over whether I should get it." So I said to her, "Look, Jen, you've been talking about that livery, this livery. Go and get it in the morning, or you'll regret it." So she went and got it. It's lovely. It's a really interesting livery. I love it. It's cute. So, what did I pick up? Well, I needed something that would make a bit of visual interest on my new TT120 diorama. So I've got myself a bit of cross-track, which will allow me a lot of play value. Hello to Peachy TT120. It's almost like if you mention TT120, Peachy appears. Come on in.
If you really, really want something for your diorama, you know what you need?
A bucket with a hat on it.
Now what you need is some TT120.
What have you been picking up?
Some TT120 doggies.
Yes.
There you go. There you are. So gift from me.
Oh man. Oh, thank you.
And they need something to bark at. So how about some Modelu, some TT120 seagulls?
Oh my goodness!
Because I know
wow!
I know
that's
you like
so
mucking
cool.
about with weird stuff.
Wow! The fidelity on these is amazing. I've got to lift my glasses up to see. Oh my goodness!
Now,
You need a 1 to a million. of
Gary
these
Hall's
to see.
leaning over again because he's been fighting the good fight to get a Deltic out of a Curasco.
As he told you.
I've seen the pictures
And the Curious Girl
Oh,
tells it.
what?
Oh wow!
On what?
of your Deltic next
Where?
to their Deltic.
Where?
Richard showed it to me. Big
Because
Richard.
they're not on the side chart,
Oh no, they're everywhere. Yeah. No, you silly sod. Because they're not.
I've got to say because he says, no, we're not thinking of it yet, he says. I said, but can I take a picture of that with mine? I said,
Yeah.
So,
It looks
I
good.
said I'd tell you.
Yeah.
So, but obviously he's told you before that.
Yeah, I'll pop round to give him just to give him a hug. He needs support. You know, they get so many TT120 people coming up to him and saying, "Oi, where's my Deltic?" That he just needs a hug every now and then.
I said to him, I said, this is the reason I brought this one. I said, because everybody I read about says, oh, Akishkel will do a Deltic. So I said, here you are, this is what you need to be doing. He couldn't believe it.
Oh, hang on, what else? We've got a real convert here. So what have you
yes.
done? Have you seen the weather stuff that we did, or as Gary calls it, the dirty stuff?
I have seen the weather stuff.
I asked him today, I said, how much have you done? No, it's not for sale. I said, that weather stuff, it's not for sale, it's only for show.
Yeah, it's mine.
Oh,
Yours. Oh.
so I was thinking of
Well, we're
whether
trying to
my
get
own.
a bit of feedback from people to see if that's what they want, and then we'll start offering. I mean, you can already order it.
Yeah.
But it's whether we do
Well,
the pre-order.
I would do.
So I've got myself a northeastern van, so that I've got an extra bit to shunt. So now I have something to move about back and forth. on a little shunting net. Oh, that would be interesting, actually. Yeah.
Seagull too.
Where do you manage to get that? But I'm out of stock everywhere.
I think you got in the sharpest, didn't you?
Where did I get it?
Because we've sold out of them here.
Yeah, you guys have got bought all left. I went round yesterday and there was nothing left.
It's going to be promoted by me. Right, give us a caramel thingy bob.
There you go. So, where did I go? That is a good question. Where did I go?
I'm not after one, Mom, it's just a question of there always no stops aware because we're doing a lot of these different wagons.
I don't know.
I need the chassis. And I've actually now got 9 Hornby wagons. But I've had to go to 4 different shops, I think. No, 3. One of them had 6 in. That's Kerner. And they weren't even advertised. There was 2 advertised. And I said, oh, what about? Oh, yeah, we've got 2 of those left. So, 2 of those left. Right, I'll have all 6.
Yeah.
So I've got 9 wagons now that I can use for bodies for something.
Excellent.
So and I'm waiting to get another different type of body done.
That's actually a good indicator of just how successful this new scale is. When you're phoning around, it's like, I've got 2 left.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've remembered where I got it.
I'll see you guys later.
Take care, man. I got it from Key Model World stand this morning.
Oh, yeah.
They were the only place I could find something that wasn't an HAA that I already had.
So have you met Gary yet?
I have
this
now.
morning, early this morning
Yes.
when I came.
Yeah.
Well, I had to go to Key World to get me Duchess. Chris. I have got a Duchess.
Excellent.
Excellent.
And I've got the maroon paint for it now, so not
Perfect.
long before that's painted in maroon to go with the others.
Excellent. Excellent.
Nicely done.
See you later.
Take
All
care.
right, see you later.
Take care. Good to meet you as well. So there you are, Key Model World. That's where I got it from. I had to think about that because it's like I went round everywhere to try and find stuff. Yesterday, could hardly find a TT120 Gronk. Let me just try and adjust this again because for those of the naysayers, and we all know there's naysayers. They're in every hobby in the world. There's someone who doesn't like something, and that's fine. You can like what you like and dislike what you dislike. That's just how it is in the world. You pays your money, you takes your choice, as we say. But as a demonstration of just how successful TT120 has been, it's the 2-year anniversary. So obviously they're doing a celebration, and they're celebrating by knocking the prices down for a bit for the anniversary. But as a result, more people are thinking, actually, it's stuck around, so it's established itself, it's stuck around, we're getting options about what you can run, so let's have a try. And now, you can't get anything because it's all sold everywhere. Took me most of yesterday to find a Gronk. Managed to get one. I got an HAA hopper wagon for coal, which is nice, so I've got something to shunt with the gronk. And then today, I picked up this wonderful northeastern van. I've got something else to shunt with my gronk. I can move them around and have a little shunting puzzle. Dirty weathered wagons now supplied in plain brown boxes. I love it. That would be so good, yes. the dirty wagon for the more distinguished gentleman. Let me just try. I keep moving the camera and then it keeps wobbling. How was that? Jeherick says nothing wrong with the scale, just nothing I want in it yet. And that's the thing. Yet is the operative word there, because it will grow. It's clear that it's staying. It's around for the long haul now. So we've got 4 scales that are all doing very, very nicely in their own little niches. Let me just adjust this. There we go. It's a good thing we don't take the sound feed from this, because that would have been a mess. There we go. Sorry about this, guys. I will get it going. As we're going further on, it's the way I've got it attached is working less and less well. So let's try this. So it's like every part of outdoor broadcasts. You would not believe when I've seen outdoor broadcasts, the amount of gaffer tape and hopes and dreams that are keeping stuff together is shocking. And we are no different. There we go. It kind of works. See, I can't help it, man. Can't help it. There we are. And throw that. There we go. So yeah, it's been a great weekend, and it is nice to see that. Yeah, we now have 4 scales, and they're all doing well in their own little areas, and that is exactly what we need for this. You can come in, and we've got a size to suit your needs, and a range of options to go with it. So, from the point of view of someone who's just sitting here in my own little world, enjoying my little choo-choos, I've never seen the hobby so buoyant. So, those magazines, the BBC running it earlier this year, the newspapers and other magazines saying, "Hey, it's like the grandpa hobby, it's dying off." Like, no, it isn't. We've never had it so good. It really is. I remember when zip ties came out. Moses didn't like them though. Oh my goodness, guys! It's been a great weekend. There are way more than 4 scales. Some are niche. I agree, James. But I'm trying to say, there's 4 main ones. If you went into a hobby shop and looked on the shelves, the 4 main scales you're going to see: N, TT120, 000. They are 4 main scales. There are others. In fact, I can list some off because Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts has challenged Jenny to get track to test out their new universal rolling road in all of these scales. So we've got ON30, EM and P4, HON3, N, HON 2.5, 009, HOE, TT, meter gauge, and HON 3.5. Look at that. Ridiculous. Basically, as he said, anything from N up to 00. There you go. And it's all... I do love this thing. That DCC Concepts, Clark Railworks as well. And Heljan as well, now I'm thinking about it. They love to present their stuff like it's an event. When you buy it, it's an event. Because they package it with such love. So, here we go. And of course... it's all set up for 00 straight away, but you've got your options there. That's an amazing thing. So I really like that. And it can also do the 3 rail as well. So that's pretty damn cool. So Jen has been challenged, and she has accepted this challenge. You heard it on this show. She has accepted the challenge of getting to be able to test with a piece of track for every single one of these. I don't know where she's going to put it. Maybe she'll have it on a board that we have to pull some ropes to get down from the roof, from the ceiling even into the track to test. But she has been given the challenge, and she has accepted that challenge. So you heard it here today. It's going to be fun. We're going to see what she does with it. Oh my goodness. I keep sitting in the middle and then the chat's over my face, which is, from some people's point of view, is probably a good thing. So there we go. I'm going to move that over there. There we go. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here enjoying the Great Electric Train Show. It really is a fun day. It's been a lot of fun over this weekend. So the entire place is air conditioned, which of course means that I am drying out as I speak. I'm getting mummified from the inside out by the aircon. It's ridiculous. Which is just an excuse to drink more stuff. So, yeah. Got myself my little beep beep, little northeastern van, which I'm going to travel around in. It's the definition on this stuff is so good. Seen the DCC Concept Rolling Road advertised before and thought they're a bit pricey. But that looks like it'd be worth it. Yeah, it looks amazing. Jen uses it all the time for when she's doing if you see any of Jen's tests and reviews of locomotives and stuff, when she's doing the DC running test, we use footage of the stuff going around Weir Yard because it's visual interest. But the way she actually tests it is she puts it onto the rolling road because we've got a dedicated DC line, but it's a programming track essentially. It's not that it's about that long, so you can't really get much visual interest for the review on that. But she runs it back and forward and makes sure it works. And then she puts it onto the rolling road. And sometimes we show that on the shows, but most of the time we show footage of Weir Yard. So she uses the rolling roads, and all of the locomotives go on it for a test. For the DC test, and then we go on to the DCC fitting, and then go on to the DCC test on Weir Yard itself. So she uses them all the time. They are hard wearing, they're easy to set up, and they are brilliant. I cannot stress how good these things are. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. But I did also get today, because people asked, just to add visual interest to the little TC diorama layout I'm going to make, a bit of cross track. There we are. So, I've now been putting my little van onto this track and running it around. I've been playing all day. It's great. And can I make it bounce so that it fits? And this stuff just runs so easily. There you are. Yeah, it looks great. Beep beep. So I picked it up from Key Model World, like £6 for a cross bit of track. Very happy. Trying to find stuff. Seriously, like the TT120 guys were saying, trying to find stuff is hard because people are buying it and people are loving it. It's a very popular scale for people to try out at this event. So I'm very happy to see that because I want people to think, if I buy into this, is it going to be around for a while? And I want the answer to be yes. Because let's face it, the last thing we want is people to think, well, it's not going to be around, so I'm not going to invest. And therefore, because people haven't gone in with it, it goes away. And then they think that, why is that track cross? Yes, it's a cross track. Why is it cross? I don't know. You'll have to ask it. But what I'm saying is that because you end up with a self-fulfilling prophecy in many ways. If you have a situation where people think, well, I'm going to wait because I'm not sure. I think it might fail, so they don't buy in. And then everyone else does the same thing, and then it fails. And they think, well, I'm glad I didn't buy in. I don't want that, because if people buy into something because they like it, I want it to be around for them to enjoy it for a long time, you know? So I'm glad to see that. 2 years in, it's going from strength to strength. Really nice. Hello there. Oh, so from Northumbrian Painting Services, I've just had a message. We're releasing 20 TT figures at Christmas. Fantastic. That is great news. Thank you. That is fantastic. There you go. And their figures are amazing. We had a quick interview. Jen had them on earlier on. And those figures, they're exquisite. Seriously. Like high quality stuff. really good. They're not 3D printed. They're proper white metal figures, and they look amazing. Seriously, they look amazing. Hoping that TT120 will be around by the time that I retire, says James. Yes, that would be nice. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? But yeah, I think we've managed to say successfully that this scale is going to be around for a while. So I'm just going to put a link in actually, because oh, I thought someone was tapping me there, but they're not. It was just something behind me. Let's do this. Northumbrian Painting Services. Oh, thank you very much. Primo Chairman 1, you got there before I did. Well done, man. Thank you so much. So yeah, paintinghistory.co.uk, Northumbrian Painting Services. Great bunch of guys over there. And they look superb. Their stuff is like really nice. So, I'm going to move back to the other camera so we can take a look around. We're now 20 past 2 on the Sunday. There's still plenty of time if you're thinking of coming down for a few hours. You've got time yet. The show is still going. It would be nice if I could actually get the camera to work. There we go. The camera has awoken. There we are. So, still busy. A lot of people around. A good buzz. And Jen is out off. For those of you wondering, Jen is at the YouTubers meeting at the moment. So every year they have a meeting of YouTubers. I can't remember who does it. I think it's Timbersurf organises it. So thanks to him. And it's a very nice meeting. And well worth your time if you want to come down and join that. So a load of YouTubers get together and basically shoot the breeze and all of that. So talk about strategies, work out what's going on in the world, or what. What am I talking about? I don't know. I don't go to it. I have to stay here and hold down the fort in case it floats away. So there we go. I shall be back at some point once that meeting is over, and hopefully she'll have a bit of goss for us, and we can have a bit of a chat. You know, I appear to be losing my voice, so I'm going to take a quick break. The stream will keep going. And I'm just going to have a quick break to rest my voice up because I'm starting to lose it in more ways than one. We're going to be live all the way through until the end of the show. So if you can't make it, you can join the show by proxy because we're here for you guys. Hello. Hello again, how you doing? Excellent.
Hips been a bit naughty, but you know.
We've all been there, haven't we?
Pretty much hip face has been an absolute swine to it. Yes, I've been blanking once.
Oh, don't worry, I'd named my tumour. I think we all do silly things.
No, what have you named it?
I've named it Bastard.
Yeah, it's the sort of name I would give something like that. Except mine probably would not be quite so radio friendly. Like when I was on the floor, pretty broken before they put me. I didn't want to teach stuff any new swear words, but the ones I knew, I used them lots. Almost to the point where if I say BBC, yeah, there's a perfect accent, also put the right chubby brown on their place with the Teletubbies. If you know what Roy Chubby Brown is like on stage.
I remember one of his jokes, and it was about the only one that broke on TV.
Move aside. from the car park today. There's the Ringo app, there's the telephone number, of course, which is displayed in the signage outside. There's also a parking machine, which is located inside the arena, just next to the lifts, just left hand side of the
All I've
lifts.
been
if you wish
doing. All I've been doing.
to,
Meeting there. What's the problem for that?
That is exactly what I want. Yes.
It's something very, very clever.
It's very good. You'll like it.
You'll love it.
Who's that there then? What are you doing?
Good back around.
You on your own today?
No, Bobbers.
I've actually got nothing to do.
You're around. Yeah.
I've been good, honest. But yeah, I saw one of his jokes, and it was the only one that was broadcast on TV.
Names.
It says, I booked into a hotel and I knew it was a bad one when the flowers on the wallpaper were dead. It's like, that is so good.
Yeah, I love that.
I didn't do that. The guy at TMC didn't want me that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it. Should I get some blended car and make it up?
I've not managed to buy it.
Oh, is she back?
Cut the take brilliant level.
Alright.
Cut 2 slots in it and make 2 bits of plastic on 10 footings.
Nice.
Put the top of the
That would be
Did you not see the pic I posted on
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything for days because.
I posted it a while back when Glancy first came out.
Oh right. Oh, hang on. I did that. Yes. I thought you were talking about this weekend. Because basically, the moment that we get back to the hotel after dinner, my head hits the pillow and I wake up the next morning. It's like I'm dead to the world now. How much? When? Oh my goodness.
Then running it. I wasn't available.
I told you I need to do an optimum road. And then you disappeared. You didn't lock the computer. Anyone could have come along.
Oh, Howard's looking after it. She came back
and it was just
and it's
there.
like, Jennifer Kirk was a big Spanish on screen.
That was a bit nasty.
Yeah.
But then we'd watch back, we'd see on the camera we did it. Right. Can I pass these over to you?
What have you been buying?
Have to sell them something.
Trees.
Oh, you've been to Primo Models and bought. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, I am coming back to this.
Actually, let me come in, Zoe, and I will talk about the Primo Trees. Oh, he's on his own, though, so I don't think
Come on in. Oh, come on in.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to I'm so glad we've got a discount. That's actually that's really good. I'm really pleased. So,
This is what happens every time. And it's exactly what we're here for. Jen's having a chat to people.
Oh, yes.
But it's what happens every time. This is why you can't find Jen.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, how you doing? Oh, Jen.
Nice to see you again. So yeah, I remember from one of the other shows as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Might have been Getz last year.
Or it might have been here last year.
You were in that room over there.
We were over there with
Yes,
KR
that's
Models,
correct.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it
I
was.
did, yes, yes.
Standing room only for a lot of the time. Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, sorry.
It's
lovely to see you again. No worries. Yes?
Oh.
Yeah, no problem.
That's signature. This is what we like to do.
Oh, brilliant.
Can I be really cheeky and have one each side? Because I've got the thing about things.
Yeah, no, so where do you want me to sign it?
Whatever it needs to be, it needs to match on the other side. So both sides of the wagon.
Do you want the wagon itself signing or just the box?
Wagon itself.
Oh. Don't break it, don't break it.
I've got things about things matching. My mum will tell you because she took me out shopping. And
What,
she said,
sorry?
Whatever you do, whatever it has,
I can't hear you.
it needs to be perfect because you won't wear it. She's 100%. If it's not perfect.
Hold on a minute. Oh.
I know you'd probably manage that yourself.
So, hold on, we're just checking is that the right level?
That's the one. Yes, I remember
Right
it.
level?
Yeah, I
Mhm.
love it. Ladies and gentlemen,
This is I've never.
this is a
actually-
first.
So, if let me just clear this with you. I do actually have a finer Sharpie. Would you prefer the thick Sharpie, or I've got like quite a fine one? Yeah, I'm
Let's
just
do
thinking
it.
then it's might work a bit better. So,
Okay.
so I'll give that one back to you.
This is a first. We're going to have Jenny sign it, and
And you want so basically where I sign it there, you want exactly the same on the other side.
okay.
Right. Ooh, right. Very very small.
One side, that's not right.
Hopefully that's all right. Yeah. So, there we go. Just
have a look at that.
Is that all right?
There you
I've,
go.
I've never done that before. That was a bit weird, but yes.
First time.
No worries. So, do you want me to put it back in the box for you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, amazing.
That is nice. I do love the green on that one.
So where does there's like oh, I see. Thing.
Have you broken it? Have you
So,
broken
like,
it?
In there or something, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've broken it now, haven't you? You don't.
Oh, no, I see where it is. Does that go on?
You don't know what you're
Or does
doing.
it go in there? No, it
No.
doesn't. No.
You have no idea.
I don't know where it goes.
In the wagon itself, just.
Hang out from where the coupling is.
Oh yeah, look, there's this little dent.
Oh, it goes right. So that would go in. Right, I see. I see.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That goes in there. Yeah. Perfect. Oops.
What have you done this time? What have you broken?
Yeah, they all come with like a little leaf that tells you a little bit about the actual wagon. So
There we go. And time's up. You can't get the crystal.
there we go. You had to. So thank you so much. Brilliant. So
So Jen.
yeah. Hold on a moment. Oh, the Gronk. Oh.
Gronk with a toaster.
So we're back here at the
Yes, who's back?
the Great Electric Train Show. Now, there's still a few things left for me to try and get on camera. But actually, do you need to whiz around and film layouts? I'm just suddenly thinking.
At this point, I don't think I have the ability. Do I?
In what way?
Haven't you run your battery down by doing other stuff?
No, I've got 65%.
Right. Well, if you hang around and talk to the nice people, I will run around and get some filming done.
So there you go.
This
I'm
is
gonna give my iPhone to the cupboard monkey.
Does
That's
have enough space?
should do. Do you want to delete what's in the recycling bin?
Yes, I will do that.
I don't know if there's actually much in it.
There is. There's an entire
Oh.
review.
Oh, hold on. Let's have a look.
There's an entire review.
So I'm just going to hold on.
We'll get there in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. This is one of those things. Jen is preparing.
I'm just looking for things that I need to stoofs. Those two can go. That can go. That one can go. And I'm just going to delete.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's 2 gigabytes left.
That should be fine.
But I'm going to clear up 4.3 gig. So there you go. The Cupboard Monkey is going to go and try and film some of the amazing layouts so that later in this week probably we'll put out video. It'll be great. It'll be amazing. Do come and see that. But I've been to...
I'm going to go and get my sharp elbow so I can get in.
So I've been to see one of my favourite.
Oh, you do love those
yeah.
trees, yes.
One of my favourite specialist retailers. This is Primo Trees. Now, I'm going to get this out of the box because, let's just see, how do we get into this? I just want to show you the product. These are trees, and he is an absolute maestro when it comes to trees. So you can see there, this was £14. He does different heights, different species. And this one is the larch tree. And you can see there, 20 to 22 centimetres. They do bigger, they do smaller. And that just looks absolutely incredible. I love these trees. You get a great result at what is actually a very reasonable price. So for, you know, if you're a little bit scared maybe of actually making your own trees, Primo Trees, they do have a website they will post. Then these are really quite amazing. I've got 3 in here. So I'm going to show you, this is a spruce tree, the spruce moose. Let's see, can I get into the box just so I can give you a much better view. So let's make sure it's not falling. So we've got the spruce tree here. It's just trying to get the light on that because it's in a box. That is basically a perfect Christmas tree. The standard of the trees themselves is incredible, and each one is different. They're actually bespoke, they're handmade, and for the price, it's actually an incredible deal. These ones cost me, I think it was £14 each, which, quite frankly, I couldn't make them for that kind of money. And when you factor in the time. So yeah, wow, lovely Flymer Chair one. James Pets approves of trees. I bet you do. Because James Pets approves of all the good stuff. And then this one, maple tree in autumn. So actually you can see that quite well. Let's just see if we can open it up. Just trying to work out where we go into the... there we go. I don't want to damage the boxes. The boxes are really great for protecting these. But there you go. This is a maple tree in autumn. And look at that variety of colours. I mean, this camera doesn't really do it justice. Seriously, in person, that is an incredible tree. Autumn is one of my favourite seasons to model. In fact, my very favourite season to model. There's so much interesting colour. And Primo Trees are bringing out a whole range of autumn trees. And I was just talking to him, actually. One of the things that he's looking to do, so we were talking about, with the leaf fall under a tree that makes it really look good, he's going to actually start including a tiny little sachet with the appropriate colours to match the tree that you can then sprinkle under the tree and give that look of a tree that's starting to shed its leaves. But again, Primo Trees, that's spelled Primo. These are absolutely incredible. And, I know there's quite a few specialist retailers who as well I absolutely love. But in terms of a specialist retailer, I think Primo Trees are definitely up there. So we've also got real size in scales. So actually, this tree would be in 1/30, because these are actually, you can use these for different scales. That's a beautiful thing about trees, is they do scale very well. 1 to 120, so TT 120. This would be the equivalent of between 71 and 79 foot tall. And trees are huge. People forget just how big the trees are.
Mr. Christopher Thomas. Mr. Christopher Thomas, if you can please make your way to the Wickle Road hobby residence.
So, Patrick Lynn says, hey, Jenny's back. Flymer Chen wants says, is that a clamshell replacement operation going on? No. It's all cardboard, actually. Fully recyclable packaging. Greasy Rail says their trees are great. I especially like the oaks. Absolutely. And there's all different species. I like the willow trees as well. Do look out for them. check out the website. And if there is a little box to say, just say Jenny sent me. There's no discount. And to be honest, with the smaller retailers like that, I'd feel bad asking for a discount from Underclub simply because these trees are incredible value for money, even as they are. And it's a one-guy band. He's like one guy on this stand all weekend. And, he does an incredible job. I think, we need to support him. Get yourself some amazing, great trees from Primo Trees. Check out, I think the website's on the box. Let's just see. So, website, Primo Models. So, you can find them actually on Facebook. They're facebook.com/Primo Models UK. That's all one word. Primo spelt Primo. They're also on Instagram, and I think they have a lot of great photos of the models. You can see how they look, and that's Instagram.com/Primo Models In. And YouTube as well. They do have a YouTube channel, and that's on YouTube as Primo Models. So that's PRIMOMODELS. So do check them out, do support them, because these are incredibly good value models for what is an amazing product. Let me just knock my glasses back down. I love the autumn coloured trees that Primo do, says Colin Edwards. I was looking at them yesterday. Absolutely. The autumnal trees are incredible. Let me just move this round just a little bit. There we go. Maura Curran says, "Oh, that's lovely." Absolutely. I've got quite a few on Weir Yard, and my next build, I really want to incorporate some of these because they are really quite special. 3B Rail says, Flymo's put the website in chat. Excellent. Oh, thank you so much, Flymo Chairman 1. So do go and check them out. If there is a little comments box, just say Jenny Kirk sent me, because I think he does great work. The trees are so well made, and they're actually at a really reasonable price. Haunted Railway 1820 Jake says, "What are you doing on the 5th and 6th of April?" Off the top of my head, I don't know. That's a long way in the future. Current beverage of choice is a Monster. I do need to monster the energy factor. I think there is actually one further. Let me just move over a little bit, actually, so I can angle the dangle for the brew that's true. Let me just move across, and let me just bring you back. It's only really more than anything else, so we get the really nice backdrop. There we go. So, actually, whilst I'm wittering away, let's have a look at how the show's doing. It is later on in the day, so taking a look one way, you can see down there the layout that's under the blue cover. It's like a nighttime layout, and we've been talking about it a lot. You can also look out on there for they've got a Weir Yard sign. One of the Weir Yard signs, we've actually given away pretty much all of the ones. Big thank you to West Hill Wagon Works for doing those again this year. It's been very, very popular. There's one of those on that layout. We've also got Digi Trains visible there. Just catch sight of Cavalex. Heljan at the end, and a huge thank you. We did an interview with Ben Jones of Heljan, and it was really, really great to be able to chat with him about the all-new announced Class 42. And for the first time ever, they're going to be the model is going to be able to do the first 13. I thought it was 12, it's actually 13. That had GWR style train reporting numbers. And if anybody's wondering what they look like, the classic photos and pictures of things like kings and castles, and they have like these big, they're almost like boards with numbers on that fit on the smoke box. The first 13 warships, the Class 42s, actually had something similar before they were changed. They were rebuilt later in life to have the what everybody's more familiar with. But it will also feature factory-fitted speakers, 21-pin sockets, full independent lighting, fully detailed cab interiors, and a lot of extra detail. We've also got on that. So come on over. We've got. This is we've got West Hill Wagon Works coming over, and. We're going to be able to hopefully have a quick chat with them. He's just coming round, so let me bring up the Jenny camp. So come on in, sit yourself down. Great to see you. So
I'm not staying long.
I know, but it's nice to. I kept meaning to go over and grab you, but it's been absolutely manic. Let me just bring us up on the camera. So there we are. The camera is there.
Yeah, seen.
But yeah, it's gone really well. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been good. The reason I'm here, though,
yes,
is I've come to say a personal thank you to all your viewers that might have voted for us.
Excellent, of course, yeah, because you got the award for Specialist Retailer, wasn't it? Yeah.
Specialist Retailer of the Year. So we've come second for the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah, it's the bane, isn't it? It's like, second place, but now you finally got the paperweight for the mantelpiece.
Absolutely.
So well done on that, and there's some amazing products actually. The product that's really caught my eye at this show is that the early woodhead style catenary.
Yes.
And it's that really complicated, it's almost like a lattice, and they're really over-engineered things back in the day. And you've got that, and it's not just the fact that it looks amazing, it's the magnet system. So you've got magnets on the little bases. So if you want to clean the track, you can actually take the catenary off, because it's just held on by magnets, and then it won't get damaged. If you say got an exhibition layout, then you can put them in a separate box for transportation.
Yeah.
But the actual wires themselves, you can have them, so they just stick on with magnets. So there's no messing about. There's no like trying to thread the eye of a needle, trying to get them in. It's just like clunk click every trip.
Seconds.
Yeah, have they sold really well at the show?
A lot of interest, yes.
Good.
Yeah, they're doing really well.
I think all we need now is to persuade Heljan to do another run of the 76s and the 77s.
Yeah,
but are they suitable as well for some of the earlier AC electric stuff?
Yes. Yeah. So if you look at the catenary throughout the country today, there's stuff dating back, unless it's a track that's just been built.
Yeah, I mean, if you go up to like Hadfield and Gloucester on the old the old route up towards Woodhead, they're still using some of the masts that were there for the DC electric.
If you just around here, just look at the West Coast Main Line. It's all sorts. So, and we've got loads more to come.
I'm really looking forward to that. It seems like this. You think, oh god, they must have run out of things to do, and every time you come out like ta-da, and you're like, oh my god, that's amazing. But
have you given away all your?
Yeah, I think we got one down here. We're saving. Somebody asked if we could save them one, and that's literally it.
Good.
And they've just flown out the door. And actually, funny enough, the TT120 ones went first. I mean, I know there was less of them.
Yeah.
But they proved surprisingly popular. They were all gone yesterday.
That's good.
And the
TT120, I think, is the way forward.
It's definitely an up-and-coming scale. We started talking about it more and more. I know Zoe's actually bought a Class 08 and some wagons.
Not
and
Gronk.
Do you know how many Gronks I bought? I bought 2 Gronks at this show. 2 Gronks, no waiting.
You're not going up?
I think I'm somewhere over 20. No duplicates, somewhere over 20. And what's not to like? But the other thing, of course, you do is, I guess, the bread and butter detailing models. So you've got so much other stuff. If you want like little bits of almost like detritus around your sheds, around industrial complexes, you've got all those little bits that really take a scene from seeming empty and clinical and making it feel lived in, making it feel like, you know, when you see the photographs of sheds, there's like buckets, there's everything knocking back, you do all that kind of stuff.
That's right. It's all them little bits. Yeah. say, it brings it to life.
Exactly. And of course, model railways never truly finished.
Ever.
They get to the point where they look presentable, but then there's always room to add detailing, and that's the area that your range really does incredibly well. And of course, the Monday Club pin badges as well that are available through the website. If you are, I don't think anybody's watching is going to be coming now because it's getting a bit late on the day, but certainly you can buy the pin badges through the website, and they're good for orders that was over
£20, you get 10%.
10% off. And I'm guessing if you had quite a few people come
I don't know. I've been skiving, haven't I?
Oh, you were doing management stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it.
Networking.
I've done a fair amount of that as well.
Absolutely.
I know there was one guy, he came up to me and he's wearing the pin badge. Right, you've got a pin badge on. And he's like, I made out like a bandit at West Hill Wagon Works. It's great. I saved a fortune. And he bought loads and loads of stuff. And 10% when you're spending several £100s, it's actually a really decent saving. So thank you so much for supporting the Monday Club scheme. And it's all about getting footfall in bricks and mortar shops, at shows. Because with a lot of these things, it's if people don't support retailers, buy the products, visit the shops, and such like, then we've lost so many model shops.
That's right.
We've got to preserve the ones we've got.
Use them or lose them.
Absolutely. And when people shop in person, you get inspired by things. You look at it and go, oh, I didn't know they did that. Oh, I like that. And people tend to spend a lot more. So it's great for the retailers, but it's also great for the Monday Clubbers as well.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much for doing the Wear yard signs. They're so popular every year.
That's
So
good. Might have to think of something else for next year.
yeah, there is that. There was a few people said, oh, I got one last year.
Yeah.
But there's some of them have started appearing painted and made up on some of the layouts at the show.
I haven't looked, to tell you the truth. I haven't had time to have a look.
Some of the layout operators are going, look, got this. This one I painted it overnight because we gave out a few yesterday to some of the layouts. They're actually appearing on the layouts.
That's
which is
good.
amazing.
Yeah, that's good.
But look, thank you so much for doing that. We should, at some point, we should actually buy a load and actually do them as maybe a thing that people can buy around the year rather than just at Gets. But I'll have to speak to you.
It's something to look forward to, isn't it?
I suppose it is. But it's a great little thing. And I keep saying to people, saying, "Oh, well, our Model N gauge, you've run out." And I said, "Well, basically, they're not really scale specific. Think of them as small, medium, and large
signs.
Yeah. Somebody actually took two, and they said, "I'm going to try and make gates out of them, so they'd be like two gates." Which I thought was an interesting idea.
Oh, that'd work.
So I'm hoping that they send me a picture because I'm curious how that would turn out.
Show it on the Monday Club.
Absolutely, we will. But look, thank you so much for doing that. And
Pleasure. You missed me before when you were nattering away. I was stood here with the glass with our certificate.
Oh, right. I didn't see that. I mean, there's been people pulling on.
I put a comment, he's behind you.
I didn't realise. When you get in the zone, who was I talking with? Was that?
I don't know, I couldn't see you, I was around there.
Because we've had quite a few people. We had Ben Jones from Heljan, had Martin Weaver from Hornby, Richard Brighton from DCC Concepts, Martin Reeves from War World Scenics.
He was here for hours, wasn't he?
We were just chatting. We were just shooting the breeze.
I was pulling faces at him through that gap.
Could he see you?
Yes.
I didn't see. I think the only one left that I want to do, because it'd be seem rude not to, because we're right next to them, is Cavalex. But every time we go past, they're like surrounded by this crush of people.
Yeah.
But I think at some point I'm just going to poke my head round and go, oi,
yeah, do it.
Yeah, but it's a good show, this one.
Or you could be real. You can't really. But could you attach a remote camera and go wander? And grab people.
They're only cabled. All I can do is get an awfully long extension cable for the camera.
Right.
I mean, that's how we got ones up on the top of the TMC Tower.
Yeah.
And actually, they've done really well because people are watching and feel like they're at the show because they can see the bustle and stuff. It's kind of a webcam type idea, and that's actually worked really well.
Yeah, that's good. And you got many viewers? Can't see.
It won't tell us the instantaneous at the moment. At the end, I know yesterday, when I looked, it had over 3.1 thousand people had watched it. and that was the stream from yesterday. So I honestly couldn't tell you until the end. Some people will start quoting numbers. So there's 79 people watching live at the moment. But we've been going since 9:45 this morning. So what we're finding is people dip in and out. So, the 79 people who are watching now aren't necessarily the 79 people who were watching an hour ago.
Yeah, sure.
And there'll be a lot more people will then watch it on catch up.
Yeah.
So
like I watch the Monday Club.
Yes, yeah.
Just in case you mentioned me.
Yeah. in case your ears are burning.
Exactly. So that's what I do.
I found actually I got told off by Charlie because he said I watched the Monday Club. You called me everybody's favourite grandpa. Do you really think I'm that old? And it's like, oh God, I didn't think you'd watch.
Well, he is a pensioner. He has got a bus pass.
He is officially retired. But I said to I said it was affectionate, and he did it tongue in cheek. And then I said to him, so we're back here, same place for your win next year. They need to call it the Charlie Bishop YouTuber Award.
Well, maybe they could name it after him.
I think at the fourth time they named the award after him,
That'd be good.
And basically let somebody else have a go.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Yeah, I said to him, have you made sure you've left space on your wall for the rest of the certificate? They're just like, get out of it.
Well, we've got space on our wall for lots more trophies.
Excellent. Long may it continue.
Well.
And it's because there's more awards coming up as well. So
yeah. We've got one off you. We had an award off you.
Yeah.
That's on the wall in the unit.
Yeah, and that was the thing I thought everybody else is doing awards, I'll do awards. And actually they've gone down really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Any recognition for anything.
Yeah,
it's a good
Ellis
thing.
Clark keeps his right next to his Barista of the Year award. I said, is that a joke? He went, no, he used to work as a barista. And so, okay, fair dues.
Fair enough.
So, but it's great. And I think sometimes it's nice to highlight some of the great products and such like that we've got in the hobby. There's a lot of people very passionate about the hobby, put a lot of work into the hobby, and I suppose it's the least we can do to actually champion that and say, actually, we want to give an award to recognise just how much work some of these people put in.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's always good for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any recognition. But thanks. If you're watching now and you're voting for Western Wagon Works, that's really good and much appreciated.
Yeah, and Charlie appreciated your vote as well. I've been saying about people, it's like if you vote for one person, just vote for Charlie. Because it's like, I never win popularity contests. I never do. The best I ever do is come second. Like you say, it's like coming second, it's like,
It's not so bad if you got a little certificate for coming second.
yeah, well, maybe they should do like gold, silver, and bronze, and then at least then you'd have something on the wall. Just like a little certificate.
Yeah,
participation.
Brilliant. Right, I'm gonna have to go. I've got a queue over there again.
No worries, but look, it's always great to have a chat. Thank you again so much for doing the Wear Yard signs, and like I said before, check out that catenary because it is absolutely amazing. Catenary has never been simpler for your layout. And of course, if you want to run your layout pre and post electrification, because they're on magnets, you can
Just
actually
take them off.
remove all the masts.
Yes.
So you can actually model your layout in different eras. You're not basically committed to electrification.
No.
Which I think is great. Absolutely great.
It works.
Yeah. So might see some masts appearing on where you are.
Might.
I might have to come over and have a look. Actually, I like the big lattice ones because they remind me of. There's an overbridge. It's somewhere near Kilsby Tunnel Portal. And as a child, I remember being taken there, and they were the big chunky overhead masts that were there at the time. I don't even know if they're still there. But that was like 40 years ago.
You're not that old.
Yeah, and so.
On that note.
It's not the age, it's the mileage. I'm 45, I'll be 46 here.
There you go. I'm younger than Alec. I'm 46.
Yeah, so I'm 21 and another 21-year-old and a small toddler as well.
Brilliant.
But no, it's only as old as you've been. But I don't know where does the time go. It's like 5 minutes ago, like my life was all about getting a full set of combat cards and playing with my train set.
I retired. I retired when I was 48.
Living the dream. Hey, well, no, actually, that's only what 3 years ahead of me. So maybe that's my goal. I need to retire at 48.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And then found a company that does amazing products for the hobby.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've never worked so hard in my life. There you go.
Yeah, my dad said that. He said I don't know how I fitted in a full-time job before I retired. He said, I've never been so busy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When I retired, my mum said, "Don't be bored." My dad said, "Don't be stupid, woman."
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah. It's like now you're doing stuff that actually you're interested in doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
It's like yeah, that's the official line.
But there you go.
But no, I pay off my mortgage this year, so I'm nearly there. But that's the big.
Well, that's it. All you got to find is your council tax and some money to eat. That's it.
Yeah. And the train set. The money pit.
Right, I'm going to shoot. Thanks again, everybody.
No worries. You take care.
And you.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah.
So we got Colin Edwards says, if you ain't first, you're last. Yeah. If you ain't first, you're a loser. Haunted Railway 1820, Jake says, what, so 3 more years of Jenny on YouTube? No, but then I'll just do it full time. Hillside Junction says, good afternoon all, just got back from Bluebell Railway, Giants of Steam Gals featuring Sir Nigel Gresley. I believe Anne Martin and the crew from Great Eastern Models were there as well. Pedant Mongrels Railway Channel says, BRM Awards have gold, silver and bronze. I like that, actually. No, that's good on BRM because I think having gold, silver and bronze, I prefer that because it does reward more people. And then it doesn't feel quite so gutting to come second. Haunted Row 1820, Jake, talked to Peter Jackson, Gila, he said, it was certainly well deserved, Climate Show, and hopefully see you next year at Glasgow again. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think gold, silver and bronze, even if it's just a little certificate you can put in a frame, I think that is actually worth its weight in gold. So, looking at the view from the top of the TMC Tower, it's starting to quieten down a little bit. The monkey is going around doing some filming. Let's try another camera angle. Again, you just catch West Hill Wagon Works there, really nice and busy. I think what I need to do is try and snag somebody from Cavalex for an interview. Are you right?
Should we say the paper docs I've scanned? I'm on the range now.
Oh, you've done it?
Yeah.
Excellent. So you're absolutely welcome.
So I always get done anyway, but it's all squared away.
Brilliant. And thank you as well for supporting the Monday Club badges.
Not had anyone approach me to say, oh, who are you or whatever. I'll see.
Oh, no worries. Look, you take care. They're great to see you. So that was SHGP Media, everybody. Class 43's James Moore. Big hello to you. Railway Days says, agree, Jenny, and YouTube full-time would be great, but I do love my driving. Now, I did try YouTube full-time for a bit. It was circumstances. I was working for a company, and I quit my job, and for complicated reasons at the time, and I decided I'd see if I could make full-time YouTuber work. And honestly, YouTube doesn't pay. I mean, if you talk to any of the full-time YouTubers, it's a lot of hard work. Don't work out your hourly rate because it's less than they get flipping burgers in McDonald's. In fact, it's far less than minimum wage. You put in a lot of hours for very little reward. You have to really love what you're doing. I couldn't make it work. Still paying the mortgage. Thankfully, that's gone at the end of the year. And all the bills and stuff, and you just find that you're kind of living hand to mouth, and it really is a struggle. So I ended up going back to work. In fact, the job that I quit, made me an offer to please come back, and it's like, well, okay, as it's you. Railway Days asks, would you make it work after paying off your mortgage? It would certainly make it a lot easier. I mean, my mortgage, in all honesty, isn't huge. I'm quite shocked, actually, when you see what people pay renting a house. We don't get into politics here, but I do wonder how people can afford to save up to buy a house these days, because rents are more than I'm paying on my mortgage. But you pay rent, you never own the house. And it does seem that, I look at my nieces and nephews, and certainly my nephew Zach he's now reached an age where he's out into the working world. And it's like, well, it's like he'll never be able to, unless he gets an amazing job, he's never going to be able to afford to buy a house. And that just seems wrong somehow. Haunted Railway 1820 James says, definitely hard work. I've got a friend that does ghost hunting on YouTube for a living. Yeah.
To announce that Redbridge Walk has been awarded Best in Show. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to Redbridge Walk.
Give him a good round of applause. Some amazing models here on display. Hopefully the Cupboard Monkey's getting some great video footage of those. Yeah, well deserved. That's voted for. I don't know how much you heard of that. That was Best in Show, Redbridge Wharf. It's voted for by the visitors. Flymo Chairman 1 says, I was watching a video that broke it all down last night and the guy's thinking of emigrating. Yeah, the UK is an expensive country. It's not the most expensive country, but certainly, we've got viewers obviously all around the world. I think a lot of people are quite shocked how much it costs in the UK. It's quite a crowded country, so property prices are very expensive. Railway Day says, agree with you, Jenny, and I have been renting the same house for 7 years with my wife down here in the West Country. Prices are very high down here. Yeah, and it's the one thing that, and I know we don't get into politics, so apologies if we're straying a little bit here. But one thing that I think needs to be made law is that proof that you've paid your rent on time every month must be taken as proof you can afford a mortgage. And at the moment, I think it is fundamentally wrong that the banks just ignore the fact that you've been paying rent month in, month out, and they say, oh, you've got no proof you can afford a mortgage. But of course you have. You've paid rent, and in many cases, what you're paying in rent is more than what the mortgage for that house would cost. And I think until they do something about that, then I think a lot of people will be stuck in the rental trap. Flymo Chairman 1 says $250,000 for an ex-council 2-bedroom house. Yeah, and I'll level with you. I could not afford to buy the house that I own if I was buying it now, because the amount it's gone up in price. What it'd be worth, the amount of mortgage that I'd have to get, I could not afford that house. And it's quite a sobering fact. D Cypher says, try living in Australia. Hornby Scotsman with steam, the newer ones are around 800 Aussie dollars landed here. But how much are your property prices? I mean, I know in Sydney it is incredibly expensive. But in terms, elsewhere in Australia, is the cost of living expensive? Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm talking about renting in houses.
Oh, we're buying a house at the moment.
Yeah, I saw. And I was just saying, one of my big bugbears is that banks and building societies won't take proof that you've paid your rent on time every month.
Skipped and will now.
And that's fairly new. When I was buying a house, they went, oh, well, we've got no proof you can afford a mortgage. It's like, I've been paying more than what the mortgage would cost every month for the last 10 years. Oh, we don't take that as proof. And I think that should be enshrined in law, because otherwise, it's like, if I can afford the rent, surely I can definitely afford a mortgage, and it's just ridiculous. And I was just saying, the property prices here, I despair for my nieces and nephews. I mean, my oldest nephew is now at the point where he's going into the workplace, and there is no way that he will ever be able to afford to buy a house with the way things are and way things are going.
Well, I wouldn't be able to afford unless my mum had given me a deposit.
Well, if I was trying to buy the house that I own now, if I would try to buy it now, I can't afford it. I mean, I own it and nearly finished paying off the mortgage, but if I was buying now, it's like it's out of my price league, and it shouldn't be like that, but it is, unfortunately.
It shouldn't.
And you see people who are stuck in a rental trap. Well, they're paying a lot of money in rent, but they never own a single brick of the house. But that then means that because they're being told, oh, you've got no proof you can afford a mortgage, they can't actually get themselves into a house where they're buying it. And it doesn't matter that your mortgage costs like £600-700 a month, because ultimately that house is slowly being paid off and becoming yours, so that when you retire, you don't have to worry about paying an amount every month. Sorry, we don't normally do political, but it's like it's one of the my chain has been rattled. It's just one of the things that and I'm lucky. I am a homeowner. I'm a homeowner who is very nearly finished paying off their mortgage, so I'm actually in quite a privileged position. But I just think that the system is wrong. And we struggled through the system to get where we are. But I see such injustice in housing. So vote Jenny for Parliament. No, I don't. Well, I wouldn't want. Yeah, I'd be Wales.
Yeah. Well, that's where we could be.
Whereabouts in Wales?
North Wales.
Whereabouts? It's a big place.
The Northumbrian.
Oh, right. So, but like, where are you working? Or do you work from home?
I work remotely from home, so
it doesn't matter where you live.
I'm not working. I'm a future YouTuber.
But Blenheim is quite remote. I mean, there's a train connection, but it takes a long time to get anywhere.
Yep.
Nice scenery, but out of curiosity, what do houses cost in Blenheim?
It's a 3-bed semi-detached, stone built, 1901, with user snowed out the front window, 180 grand.
And how big a grounds does it have?
So it's a decent size. Yeah, it's
that's not bad.
Postage, so it's about 20 foot.
Okay.
And then you've got a little pass around back as well.
And how far are you from the Festiniog railway station?
About 5 minutes by car.
And if you walked it, how long is it?
It's about half an hour. The old Bala.
Oh, right.
It's back at the house.
Oh, so you're actually back onto the old, the line that goes to, was it Transvinith? Yeah. Which, I don't know, is that going to reopen as a standard gauge, or will it become an extension of the Festiniog railway?
Well, it can't go as standard.
Why not?
There's nowhere for it to go through to.
Well, it goes down to where the old nuclear transfer siding was, and there's apparently about half a mile of track further on, as far as what used to be Transvinith railway station. And that would be the logical end destination, because that would have the room for a run-round loop and such like. But there's no room, unless you share the network rail station at Blenheim, there's nowhere for trains to run round at that end, because it's a very tight little cut-in. So you'd either have to only run to the next available station, and there'd be like a gap in between, or figure out a sharing situation. I don't know. Because originally that station was on the line which came from, was it Bala Junction? And there was no physical connection between that and the other station.
There was 3 stations in London.
Because you had GWR, you had
London and North Western Railway,
North Western, and then you had the gauge as well.
Festiniog Railway, and the Festiniog Railway has had, I think, 3 different stations in Blenheim as well. One of which is completely buried by slate waste, and there's another one up near where the tunnel mouth is, somewhere around there. And then they had one which is now where the car park is. And the original Blenheim Festiniog station building for the Festiniog is what is now the public toilets, I think.
Yeah.
And up until I think even into the 70s, maybe even early 80s, there was still the top end of the Festiniog Railway went up to the incline to the Minothan slate quarry, and that was still in use for the quarry, even though it wasn't connected to anything else.
Yeah.
There are photographs actually of they used to park the narrow gauge locomotive underneath the bridge. So there's photographs of it there in that area, and it's recognisable because you can see the car park and the station building.
The original standard gauge all the way down to the Bandits it was actually built as narrow gauge, which is why the curbs are so tight in that section.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was shut so that they could flood the valley.
Yeah.
And that's why they then connected the 2 stations together, was so that they could close the bit at the other end, but still get the nuclear trains down. And that was the whole purpose of it.
The nuclear station apparently is on one of the shortlists for new nuclear stations.
Which, if that happens, then the railway would reopen anyway for supplying the fuel and taking away the spent fuel.
It's all there. Yeah, it's just buried.
Yeah, they demolished all the builds, but the actual the core is just buried.
Yeah.
And I'm not clear whether they will ever remove the core or whether it will just stay there, because basically, if you don't disturb it, it doesn't disturb you.
Yeah.
It's a weird location for a nuclear power station.
It is. I suppose it's a low body count. It's cold. It's lots of water.
And then the water is a big thing. The remoteness is also a big thing. And it had a rail connection, which is what they needed. So it's a nice part of the world.
It is.
Yeah. I really like Carnarvon, right up at the other end of the Welsh Highland Railway.
As in, everyone's going, where the hell are you talking about?
Well, yeah, because I don't think they can quite hear you. It's all they're hearing is my side of the conversation. There's a lot of people talking about housing. It is a big deal.
It is.
Talking about housing goes to swing back around to that. My grandparents bought massive house in Cottingham in Hull. Still there. It's called Capanook, and it's a huge house. And I can remember as a child having great fun pressing the little electric buzzers in the rooms to summon the servants. There were no servants. It was just my grandmother. And the thing was, there was a big panel in the kitchen, and it had little lights, and it would light up and tell you which room the buzzer had been pressed. But because she was so used to living there on her own, the front doorbell sounded exactly the same as all the other buzzers. So when she heard that, she assumed there was somebody at the door. So we'd be in the drawing room pressing the buzzer and laughing our heads off because she kept going to the front door. But they paid £3,500 for that with grounds. And that same house now is probably about 1.5 million. And it's just mind-numbing sums.
I know what my dad's was. I had to sell my dad's during lockdown. I think that was 70 grand he paid for it, and it went for
My parents' house, they paid £72,000 for it in 1985, and it's sold for about 600,000 or 650,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, the show this afternoon closes at 4 p.m. in around 40 minutes' time.
Oh, wow. So I'm going to go and try and snag Cavalex. So lovely chatting to you two. Oh, God, yes. You know, they get all the amazing discounts, and we are expanding the discount scheme. I have signed up, hopefully announcing later this week, a further 5 retailers. So it's getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. So they're £5.
Yep, lovely.
So are you having one as well, or are you just share?
No, I just use actually. Have I got cash? Oh God! Aren't you glad am I in a cashless society? That's what I managed to get through all the decoders that are in here.
Decoders? Yeah. What?
Secret side project.
Oh right. What? Designing your own decoders, or
Well,
just?
It's a friend of ours who has designed. That's a you have killed Paddington. Yeah, I've killed Paddington. It's a friend of ours by the name of Katie Paul.
I know that name. Yes.
You have.
So they've designed their own. Oh, thank you so much. So there we are. Wear with pride.
Thank you very much. It was designed. I bought the engine in O gauge. So backstage managed to acquire a very nice chapter. Well, not mentioning any names of any retailers here, but they have a very good Iver engine sound.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, look, lovely to chat with you. I'm gonna quickly go and try and grab Cavalex for an interview. But look, lovely to chat to you, and take care. And
see you at the NEC.
I am at the NEC. I have got 2 layouts plus dioramas there, so I'm actually an exhibitor. So I will be there all week. No worries. See you later. Hello. So I'm back. We've got Hereford Martin. Hello to you. Neil Dan says, is that Zoe in the background I can hear? No, it's not Zoe. Yaharik says, been away for 10 minutes. What did I miss? I'm just having a chat. Funny enough, we're talking about house prices. I don't know why, but I do know why. But Neil Dan says, good afternoon to you too. James Pett says, if you can run the cable to your cameras long enough, you should be able to film the demonstration of the Class 60 features on the Cavalex stand. And that's happening now. So, unfortunately, the cameras are stuck at the top of the TMC Tower. So, you can see it's actually, they are demonstrating that loco right now. I went round to see if I could snag somebody for an interview, but he is on his own on the stand. So, it just depends on when, I think it's Alex gets back. The Cupboard Monkey is away doing filming. She's probably zipped through the camera view from time to time. I've been distracted. So there's still lots to see. We're into the final 40 minutes. No, final 40 minutes of the show. And then it's going to be the wacky races of Teardown. And we will be off on a really long road trip to go home. I believe... Neil Dan says, I got my pin badge the other day. Thank you. Absolutely. Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for supporting the Monday Club badge scheme. Oh, Iron Horse.
I'm not staying. I'm coming to drop this off.
Oh, yeah. I want I've got 40 minutes.
40 minutes for what?
To go and spend some money.
Well, go spend some money then, but I offer a wee first.
Oh, right. Do your wee and then come back and talk.
I couldn't find a diesel for the right price.
What are you after?
I want something.
I want to get to an Ellis Clark train, so I'm going to hoover up all the cheap.
Getting through. It's like 3 deep still.
Oh, don't worry. I've got sharp elbows.
Put them on this camera for now.
I'm not actually sure how you lock the monitor, but still keep the stream up. So, crowd is thinning. We're in the last 40 minutes. Martin Shipman says, "Look, yeah, crowd is thinning a bit." Peter Jackson Cheadle here says, "Spending more money, absolutely, always." So when Iron Horse has come back from, he's had himself an energy drink, and as you well know, that you don't buy as much as rent. Actually, there on the camera, the girl with the red hair and the lady with her, they were the ones I was talking to, if you're wondering. They don't know they're on camera. So, if you're wondering, that's who I was talking to. But I really fancy going to Clark Railworks and hoovering up some of the cheap wagons. Love the sound of the Cavalex Class 60, says Colin Edwards. Yeah, absolutely. Ben Tullett says, "Where's everyone gone? Still marginally busy here at Statfold." Last 40 minutes of the show. It's interesting to hear that Statfold is doing well. It's not. I'm not surprised. It's really glad to hear. Peter Jackson Julie says they were at Worley yesterday. Hereford Martin says, "How about a Monday Club nameplate we could put on our locomotives?" The pin badge is the perfect size for O gauge. A headboard on the locomotive at O gauge. Bit big for double O, but we can't really make them any smaller, is the problem. Martin Shipman says, "It's been an entertaining weekend. Thanks to all concerned." You're absolutely welcome. Let's try. Actually, I like that view. I'm going to leave that view on.
Are you alright?
Martin Parkinson says, "Are you doing a live Monday Club tomorrow, or have you got a pre-record ready to go?" No, we will be doing Monday Club live. Railway Day says, "Have you bought any locos, Jenny?" Yes, I've bought 2 Gronks. 2 Gronks, no waiting. And David Cook says, "Thanks for the 2 great live shows, guys." You're absolutely welcome, and thank you guys for joining us. I know a lot of you have been to shows as well. There's a lot of people at shows. So, not expect a huge audience, but loads of people have viewed this, and I think it's a great way of kind of getting a taste of the show. We've had lots of exclusive interviews, but getting a taste of the show, and being able to, experience it. A lot of viewers all around the country. George says, "Yeah, it's been great." Oh, thank you so much. Joe Smith says, "I had a good day yesterday at Worley. It was handy having the Monday Club badge." Of course, yes. Sawyer's Models were offering the 10%. 5%. Is it 5%? They were offering a discount for Monday Club badge wearers. Flammer Chen one says, "Send videos and their links only, please. So YouTube preferred the URL. Pictures in sets to subject title Monday Club to zoe.robinson@gmail.com." Absolutely, for tomorrow's Monday Club live stream. Jordan Hunter says, "Have you managed to find anything else to buy apart from locomotives, Jenny?" Yeah, I bought wagons. And trees, Primo Trees, the Primo Models trees. There will be a video coming in the future highlighting their all-new range of autumnal trees. Really, really great. They're amazing. If you get a chance, do check out Primo Trees. Primo Models, but they make trees, bushes, shrubs, that kind of thing. Incredible handmade models, and certainly, it's one guy in there. He's been manning the stand all weekend, and they are absolutely amazing. And for the price, I paid £14 for those ones I showed you. He does like small, medium, and large in each type of tree, and everyone is subtly different. George says Primo trees are fantastic. I have some spruce trees. Yes, the spruce. I bought a spruce tree. They are nice. Railway Day says, are you going to get one of the Bachman Gronks when they come out next year? I am tempted. I'm really tempted. Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath says, are you still at Burnley next weekend? Yes. Zoe said she saved me a Weir Yard sign to collect at Burnley Exhibition. Yeah, there are. I've been telling people we've run out, but there are a couple saved for people who got in. And thank you so much, Flying with Chairman One, for sharing the link there. Primo models. Do check them out. Do support them. They are incredible models. You basically quality is guaranteed. Check them out. Support them. There isn't a discount for Monday Club members, but to be honest, they're incredibly well priced. It'd be rude to ask for a discount. And it's one guy making those. He is an incredible artisan, so do support him. The Growler Blackwood N-Gauge layout says, well, my new Dayport Class 59 bought yesterday at Getz failed. Back to the retailer, unfortunately. So sorry to hear. Peter Jackson Cheadle, he says, many thanks. Jenny, you're welcome. CP Model Railway says, were there any key announcements today? Not that I'm aware of today, but over the weekend had some announcements from Heljan, including the all-new tooled Class 42. And this, for the first time ever in model form, includes the initial 13 that were built with GWR-style head code reporting details. And they were later modified, but they have never been offered in model form before. They'll be a special for Rails Sheffield. Main range versions, all new tooled from the ground up. They've got some amazing features, including a factory fitted speaker in all models, 21-pin DCC, fully detailed cab interiors, cab lighting, and the cab lighting position is back on the bulkheads as per the prototype. Full independently switchable lighting on DCC. So it promises to be a really special model. It's one of those where you say it's going to be the definitive model. Also, they announced another run of the 35-ton TSV tankers. Pedant Mongrel Railway Chancellor, I'm just at home testing the new GWR Large Prairie Mogul sound file for ESU. Excuse me. Hopefully they will release this publicly soon once they have my feedback.
Every single one is filmed, but it is impossible to get near making tracks for.
I can imagine, so don't worry about it.
How are you doing?
I'm alright. I've done some interviews, done some chatting, but I'm now going to go and buy some stuff.
Okay, so have you had a good weekend?
I have had a great weekend.
That's the important bit.
But I need to buy something.
Fair enough.
I don't know what it is, I need to buy it.
At this point, I'm going to say, can we have a big thanks to TMC, our sponsor, for hosting us for this weekend?
Absolutely. The Monday Club is proudly sponsored by TMC The Model Centre. Check them out at themodelcentre.com. The website features extensive stocks of new models as well as selective pre-owned items where you can track down that bargain you've always wanted. Pre-order with confidence all of the forthcoming models from all the manufacturers. TMC also offer a renumbering and renaming service so you can get the exact identity of locomotive that you want. Why not also check out their value weathering, or go for something incredibly special with their bespoke service where you can choose from a more extensive weathered look right through to custom graffiti either off the peg or to a design of your choice. Check out TMC today at themodelcentre.com and start your model journey.
A seriously huge thank you to TMC for hosting us this weekend. Guys, have a look at their weathered stuff. It is amazing. Custom weathering is so good, especially the graffiti. And they have a whole range of new and pre-owned stock, which is at prices to sell, seriously. If they hadn't already sold out of Gronks in TT120, I'd have had one today, I'd put it that way. This has been a great show, really has. Jen has somehow managed to turn the camera again so that nothing works. There we go. The tower camera was a great... Thank you so much. Jen was worried that we wouldn't be able to make it work, but yeah, she got up there on a stepladder despite her fear of heights, got up there on the stepladder and made sure that those tower cameras worked. She did a huge amount of work to make this work, and Jen's off to spend money. Yes, she is. and good luck to her. There's some stuff that I do want to grab, but it's right at the end of the day. I'll rush up and see what's what, because oh my goodness, some of the stuff that's around here is amazing. The ingenuity of some of the things you can pick up for modelling hobbies. Did you see that? For those of you who weren't here earlier, Craig Ironhorse managed to get a set of gloves that have a lamp there and a lamp there. So when you're working with your tweezers or your soldering iron or anything like that in an cramped area like under your layout, which I think we all have while putting together some of the points and things like that, you might not have a good set of lights, but they're right where exactly where you're looking because of what you're doing. Lights, it's ingenious, but of course a few years ago without nano LEDs and all of that was possible, so it's brilliant. Hereford Martin says, hello Zoe, how are you? A mammoth stream this weekend. Yeah, we've this is our second day in a row of doing the entire thing, 10 a.m. till it closes. It's been quite a session, but you know what? Jen and I have both loved it, and I think we've done our best to bring the fun of the show to everyone that couldn't be here. I hope that's come across. Am I looking forward to running my TT120 Gronk? I am. I'm going to set up a nice little running session on the dining room table until I get a proper layout done, and we're going to have a nice session. We've got it's the Easterner set. Back when TT120 launched, we got the Easterner set, a load of Pico buildings, which I'm going to paint up really nicely. I'm going to actually just completely spray a primer across the entire thing. I know that's possibly not the way to do it, but it'll make sure that everything's worked. And then I'm going to paint it up and make it look good. I think it'll be nice. Take care, Peter Jackson. Thank you so much for coming along. Have a great day, and thank you for joining us. Going to drop off now. See you on Monday. Yeah, Monday tomorrow, the Monday Club will be coming, and we will have, I think, given that Jen and I have talked, we'll probably have croaky voices, but we're going to be there. And we're going to have a big mammoth virtual model railway session, I think. It sounds like your GP could use those. They're really good. When he showed me them, I was like, I need some of them. But when I'm trying to get right in on things with painting and things, sometimes you can't quite get the light to make sure you're doing the right bit. But yeah, I think I'll get some of those if I have the time at the end of the stream. The display behind us is fantastic, isn't it? Just N-gauge. Some of the stuff's custom weathered, some of it's not. But oh my goodness, that is so good stuff. They put me right next to N-gauge, and like, you cruel sods. I want every single one of them, and some of them twice. But no, it's been great. It's been a lovely, lovely session, and the show has been great. Everyone here seems to be having an amazing time, which is exactly what you want. This has been so good. Let's hope there's no gets bugs this year. Well, I had my flu jab and my COVID jab before we came. So I'm drinking Gen Monster here. Oh well. So I hope that I won't get anything, but you never know. It's like kids in a sweet shop, isn't it? I'm like, I need them, man. I'll send you a link to my latest running session on Blackwood for the Monday Club. Excellent. Excellent. I'll look forward to it, man. Oh, we have been having a good time. It has been good. I don't know why. Yesterday, I made the mistake of coming in here in a hoodie, thinking, well, it's cold outside, it'll be cool in here. It's not. It's air conditioned to the right temperature. Today, I didn't learn. I brought a cardigan. I haven't worn it. It's one of those sessions. How are you doing there, Howard? Excellent. It's been a great session, I think. Yeah. It's going to be good, man. I hope that you've all had a great time hanging out with us, because I know that Jen and I have both had a great time hanging out with you. So, yeah, it's been brilliant. Guys, we've got 20 minutes to the end of the show. Jen has run off, so I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us, and I'll start the wind down now. So, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day. Happy modelling, and we'll see you on Monday. Take care, and bye for now. I'll end it by going to the overhead cameras so we can see a bit more of the stream. But take care, and and have a great day. Bye for now. Okay, for those who are asking at the end how to get videos to us, send a link to either YouTube or some other streaming service like that. Send a link over to zoe.robinson@gmail.com with the subject line Monday Club, and it'll go into our list of videos to show, and that's how we do it. Yeah, and then we'll get there. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Take care. Have a great day. Happy modelling. We'll see you on Monday. Bye for now.
So